Programming language. Programming language basically consists of two words. One is programming and another one is language. Now what is programming? Program means the set of instruction when it is going to execute one by one. It means sequentially or orderly, then a particular task or particular result will be generated. Okay, then a particular task will be fulfilled or a particular result will be generated. So this is known as the programming. Now in case of computer system, whenever we are going to do some work by using our computer, then we have to input some instructions or several instructions to the computer system to generate a particular result, and for this reason this type of programming is known as computer programming. Now the term is language. What is language? Language is the media or medium by which we can communicate with each other. Basically in the real world there are several types of languages are available, like English, Bengali, Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Spanish, Italy. These are the different types of languages are available. These languages are basically used to communicate with the people with one another, to share our thoughts and express our feelings. So these are the languages which are basically commonly used in our real world. Now in case of computer programming, whenever we are going to do some program, we have to give some instruction to the computer system, and for this reason we have to know the by which language or computer language by which we can give the instruction code or set of instructions can be given to the computer system. So the language which is basically responsible to give the instructions code to the computer to do a computer program is known as programming language. Okay, so what is programming language? Programming language is a language by which we can give some instructions or set of instructions into our computer system to execute a particular task to generate a particular result. Programming language basically are categorized in three types, and they are machine level language, assembly level language and high level language. Okay, now machine level language, our computer system only understand the machine level language or low level language, which is basically in the form of binary. Okay, so our computer system only understand the machine level language. Next one is the assembly level language. Assembly level language is the one of the medium language. It is higher than the machine level language and lower than the high level language. Okay, so it is basically developed after the machine level language. Next one is the high level language. This type of language is basically used by us or in the modern society or modern world. Okay, this language is basically written by our commonly used English literature alphabet or digit or symbols. Okay, so this high level language is examples are like C, C++, Java, Python, etc. Now the language translator. Why the language translator is needed? We have already known that our computer system only understand the machine level language or low level language. Okay, right? Now we are going to input the instructions into the computer system by our assembly level language or high level language, because we are not willing to deal with the machine level language because it is very hard to remember by us, and that's why we give the instructions code to the computer system by using the assembly level language or high level language. Now the computer system only able to understand the machine level language or low level language, so they did not recognize the instructions given by us. So the instructions which are written by us must to be converted to their equivalent machine level language or low level language, and after converting the instructions given by us to the machine level language, the computer system execute the instructions code and then generate the result, and then the result also in the form of the machine level language, and this result will not be understandable by us, and for this reason the result also be converted to the desired assembly level language or high level language. So these two process actually being taken place whenever we are going to do some program by our computer system, and for this reason the language translator is needed. One is assembler, here is the assembler, and another is the compiler, and another one is the interpreter. So these three types of language translator is available. Assembler is basically responsible to convert the assembly level language into the machine level language, and vice versa. It means the machine level language to the assembly level language. Now the compiler interpreter, both are responsible to convert the high level language to the machine level language and machine level language to the high level language. Now, if one thing is able to convert the high level language to the machine level language and vice versa, then why the two types of things are there actually used? One is compiler and another is interpreter. Compiler and interpreter work the same thing, that means it convert the high level language to the machine level language and vice versa, but in different ways. In case of compiler, it translate or convert the high level language to machine level language at a time. All the lines are being transferred or translated to the machine level language in a single time, and if any kind of error is found, then the execution does not stop, it executes the next line, and the errors which is occur during their compilations, all the error leads together at the end of the compilations. Okay, in case of interpreter, the interpreter going to execute line after line. It means one line is executed. If it is executed correctly, then the next line will going to interpret it. Okay, if any kind of error is occurred during this execution, then the interpreter stop its interpreting the line, okay, until the error is clear or removed from this program or this instruction code. Then after only the interpreter is going to execute furthermore. Otherwise, it will stop the execution of the program. The interpreter, as it is working line by line, so it takes much more longer time to convert the high level language into the machine level language compared to the compiler, where compiler take lesser time. So these are the basic difference between the compiler and interpreter, though both are used to convert the high level language into the machine level language and vice versa. Next one is high level language is basically categorized in different types based on their application area. The high level programming language is categorized in 4 types, and they are like commercial language. Now, what is commercial language? Commercial language means this type of language basically used for commercial purpose or economic purpose zone. Okay, suppose COBOL is the one of the example where actually COBOL basically used in the economical or commercial sectors. Next one is scientific language. Scientific language basically responsible to dealing with the scientific work or research work or laboratory work. Fortran is the one of the example of scientific language. Special purpose language. This type of language is basically used to do some special type of work like storing data, retrieving data, modifying data, searching data. So this type of language is basically used for working a special type of work. SQL or structured query language is one of the example of special purpose programming language. Next one is general purpose programming language. Okay, general means it is common to all, so it is basically used for commonly used people or to generate to develop the software or applications for different platform, different types of software, different types of purposes. So this type of language is basically used all over the world and worldwide by the programmers. C, C++, Java, Python are the examples of general purpose programming language. So these are the category of high level programming language based on their applications area or application field. A high level programming language again categorized based on their design paradigm. What is meant by this design paradigm? Design paradigm means their architectural difference. In their architectural, according to their architecture of the high level programming language again categorized in 3 types. One is procedure oriented, another one is logic oriented, and third one is object oriented. Now, what is procedure oriented? Procedure oriented programming language, it means that they depends on the program is going to execute from the very first line, and then the next line is going to execute, and the third line, and so on, and at the end of the line, and the last line is going to execute at the end of the program when it is going to execute. Procedure oriented programming language always be executed from the top to down approach. It means the first line to the last line approach. It can never execute the program by dividing the complete program in separate modules or separate sections. It can only execute line after line. This is actually the procedure oriented programming language. ALGOL, C, BASIC are the examples of procedure oriented programming language. Next one is logic oriented programming language. Logic oriented programming language means this programming language basically divided in several sections according to their logic. Okay, according to their logic they are divided into several sections. As per the need of our sections we are going to execute. This type of logic oriented language is example is Prolog. Next one is object oriented programming language. This type of programming language is basically divided into several modules and their module is going to execute whenever it is needed. C++, Java, Python are the examples of object oriented programming language. So these are the three types or categories of high level programming language based on their architecture or design paradigm. Now the object oriented programming language. Object oriented programming language basically the language which divided a big program into the several modules and as per their specific task. Okay, if any kind of module is going to execute, then from this module we can jump to the another module. So there is a modular approach. It never need not to run the program from the very first line and then the second line in the fourth line in this manner, actually like top down approach, which is basically applied in case of the procedure oriented programming language. But in case of object oriented programming language there is no need of top down approach. It can execute any module anytime. Actually basically module are divided the whole program in a smaller parts according to their work assigned to the segment. So object oriented programming language is the approach of way of modularizing a program. Okay, modularizing a program, and when it is modularized then the data and functions which are basically used in the program, they are allotted different memories for different purposes. Okay, so both the data and functions that are used are allocated for the different memory which is basically used as a template. Okay, which is basically used for as a template for creating copies of some modules on demand. Okay, means this same type of variable or functions used many times, as many times how many times we actually it is needed actually basically. So this is the concept of object oriented programming language. Object oriented programming language examples like C++, Java, Python, like this. Now the basic features of object oriented programming language, it is basically focused on data rather than the procedure. It not concentrate on the what type of procedure is going to execute, rather what kind of data it is going to deal, it actually focus on this data. Okay, so in object oriented programming language data are focused and rather than the procedure. Now programs are divided into several parts, and this part is known as the objects. Okay, so objects are the several parts which can store or hold different types of values for different types of functions. Functions operate on the data of object tied together in the data structure. All the objects are used in a object oriented programming language which deal with the data entered by the user are basically stored or basically maintained by the data structure all togetherly, not separately, all togetherly they are maintained in a data structure. Where in case object oriented programming language, the data which is basically used for doing some calculations, the data is basically hidden from the outside the world. So the data which is used in the programming, it cannot be easily accessible externally. So it is the another features of object oriented programming language which enhance its security feature. So data is hidden and cannot accessed by the external functions. Okay, now next one is object may communicate with each other through functions. It means in object oriented programming language we can declare several objects. One object can communicate with another object by using a common functions in between them. Okay, next one is if in the programming section or within a program, actually basically if new data or new functions is need to be added, it can easily be added to the programming. It is not very hard to add a new module or new data to the program. So it is very easy for include a new data or functions within a existing program. Okay, so these are the basic features of object oriented programming. Now basic concepts of object oriented programming languages, okay, which is also known as OOPs, okay. So OOPs means object oriented programming. Now the features of basic concept of OOPs, it means that the programming language which belongs to object oriented programming language, it consists of several characteristics which differ from the procedure oriented programming language. Means this type of characteristic is not available in procedure oriented programming language. Now the characteristic which actually belongs to the object oriented programming is, first one is class. Now what is class? Class is basically a concept which holds several properties, okay. It holds several properties. It is a concept. It is not a real thing or real element which we can touch or we can feel, but but it is really present in this very real world. So class is a concept which holds several properties. Class also consists of several objects, where objects are handled with the different types of data and functions to manipulate or doing calculation on that data, and combining by both these data and functions by the help of the class, it can easily generate a user defined data type, okay. So by using the class, we can generate user defined data type with the help of the class, okay. So class is a concept. Suppose this one is the pen, so this belongs to the pen class, and this is a pencil, so this belongs to the pencil class, okay. But this is not the class, okay. Now what is this? Now what is object? Object are the real entity. It means this is really present in this real world, okay, which hold the property of a particular class. So object is a real thing or real element which is basically present in this real world, which hold the property of a particular class. Now if this is a pen, then this is not the class, rather this is a object of pen class, okay. It is a pencil, so it is not the class, it is a object. It's a object of pencil class. Me, myself, Surojit Ghosh, is a object of human being class. I am not the class, I am the object of the human being class. So what is object? Object is the real entity which hold the property of a particular class. Suppose motorcycle. Motorcycle is a real entity and which hold the property of vehicle class. So objects are basic the runtime entities, which in case of object oriented programming language, okay. Programming analyzed in terms of objects and nature and communication between them. Programs or objects should be chosen such that they may closely with the real world. So this is very important point. The object will be chosen as a which relate to the real world. Next one is encapsulation. Encapsulation means wrapping up of data and functions into a single unit. So it means binding the data and functions which are used in the programming into a single unit. Whenever we just convert the data and function into a single unit, then the security of this program is enhanced, because it is not easily accessible externally. So it is not easily accessible by any kind of external function which is present in the another program. So encapsulation means wrapping of data which help the program enhance its security level more. So wrapping of data and functions into a single unit or is known as the encapsulation, and it is also sometimes also known as data hiding or information hiding, because it hides the information or data from the external use. So encapsulation actually basically enhance the property of security level for any program, for any object oriented program. Now data abstraction. What is data abstraction? Data abstractions means hiding of background details from the user. Okay, it means we are present essential features of a particular thing, but we are not going to show the background process or background details to the user. Why? Because user don't want to know what kind of background process is actually going to take place. Okay, suppose if we are just watching television, if we like to change the television channel number, then we just take the remote and press the number of the channel, and then the TV channel is changed. Now we don't want to know how the signal, infrared signal, basically transfer from our TV remote or set-top box remote to the TV or the set-top box, how it is transferred wirelessly. So I don't want to know. We just going to press it and the channel will change. It's okay. If it is not, then we are going to deal with this. Okay, so this is the concept of abstraction. Abstractions means the process is showing to us, but how the process actually being executed, it is not shown to us. So this is known as the abstraction or data abstraction. Next one is inheritance. What is inheritance? Inheritance means it is a biological term actually, basically which inheritance in biological terms, it defines that the characteristic of our parents is belongs to the child. Okay, so their behavior or their physical looks are also sometimes common to their parents or a child from their parents. So in case of programming language, if the object of one class can hold the property of another class, then this type of incident is known as inheritance. Okay, so by using this, one object of a particular class can access the properties of several classes. Okay, so this concept enhance the programming capabilities. Vehicle is a class where in the vehicle class there is a property that vehicle should contain a motor and it also contain wheels. Now this is the parent class. Now if the vehicle class consists of two subclass like four-wheelers and two-wheelers, then four-wheelers also contain the motor and two-wheelers also contain the motor, but their own features is different. And this one is the four-wheeler contain four wheels and the two-wheeler contains two wheels, and there is several lots of differences, like there are four-seaters, it is a two-seaters. So there are lots of differences, which is basically there are individual differences, but the common characteristic which is present in both the subclass in the car and in the motorbike, that they both contain the motor. It is not run by manually, rather by a motor. Okay, so this motor concept actually comes from the vehicle class. So this is the concept of inheritance. Now dynamic binding. What is dynamic binding? Dynamic binding means the binding of data or linking with data with the particular functions at the runtime. Runtime means when the program is going to compiled, this type of compilation does not take place for this segment, and when the program is run, then the particular module which is called, then it is going to connect to their code which is written in this particular module. Okay, suppose a module is saved by a name, and at the runtime we just call the module name, and this time the module name when it is called, then the code or the instructions which are written within the module, then it going to connect or linked, but at the execution time of the program, but at the compilation time it need not connect with this module name with the module code. Okay, this type of feature is known as the dynamic binding. Next one is polymorphism. Polymorphism is a Greek term. Okay, so this is a Greek term. It means it has the ability to take more than one form. Okay, it can appear more than one form, so it has the ability to take more than one form. Okay, in real life, a glass of water, it is the molecular formula is H2O and its state is liquid state. Now if I just put this glass of water into the refrigerator, then it become ice and the molecular remains same H2O, but its state will change to solid state. But when this glass of water is going to put on the oven, then it's boiled and steam will be formed, and the steam is a gaseous state and the molecular formula is H2O. So same thing, H2O is present in the gaseous, liquid and solid state. So this is the concept of polymorphism. One thing may appear in different form. In case of programming language, when a method or functions actually going to do several types of work, but they are present in the program in the same name, by the same name actually. Okay, they are differentiated by their data types and their parameters used in the functions or method. So polymorphism means by a one name but doing different types of work. In object-oriented programming language, there are different types of polymorphism available, like overloading, overriding. Then overloading also categorized in function overloading, constructor overloading, operator overloading, and overriding are there. So these are the concept of polymorphism. One thing but in different form with different types of ability to work. In this video, I have already discussed that Java is an object-oriented programming language and C is a procedure-oriented programming language. Both the programming language is popular, though the Java is the latest one and the C is used in the 90s. What is the basic difference between the Java and C programming language? Java does not include any kind of unique statement keyword like size of, type def. Okay, the size of and the type def keyword basically used in the C programming language, but in case of Java these two keywords are not available. Java does not contain data type struct and union. Okay, so structure and union are not present in case of Java, which is basically present in C language. Java does not support explicit pointer type. It is very much important. Basically, as per the James Gosling interview I have seen, he mentioned that Java basically developed as main fault in the C and C++ programming language that it is using a pointer. By using the pointer, we can easily access the memory address. This actually break the security clause, and for this reason Java basically developed. Okay, so in Java there is no pointer concept actually available. Java does not have preprocessor directive like has define, has include, has if def, like this statement. Okay, Java adds the new features like label break statement, label continue statement, which is only available in Java but not present in C programming language. So this is the basic difference between the Java and C. What is the basic difference between the Java and C++? Look, Java and C++ are both the object-oriented programming language. Okay, so both have the same features like class, object polymorphism, which are the basic concepts of the object-oriented programming language. So Java, C++ both hold the concept of object-oriented programming language. But what are the basic differences between the Java with C++? Java does not support the operator overloading. Okay, whereas the C++ programming language support the operator overloading. Java does not have template classes like C in C++. In C++ there are template classes are available, but in case of Java there is no template classes available. Multiple inheritance is not possible in case of Java programming language. Rather, it is introduced in Java by a concept which is known as interface. Okay, in Java basically we implement the multiple inheritance by using the interface concept, but in C++ we can directly implement the multiple inheritance. Multiple inheritance means there is parents is 2 and child is 1. Now Java does not use pointer, as earlier I mentioned in case where I am just comparing the Java with C, that Java never contained the pointer concept. So Java does not contain the pointer concept, whereas C++ always hold the pointer concept. It means by using the pointer in case of C++ programming language we can also the memory address of a particular variable. Java has replaced the destructor functions. In C++ there are destructor function is available to destroy the constructor which is assigned by the program, but in case of Java there is no destructor function is available, which is actually basically replaced by a new function in Java which is known as finalize. Here it is a finalize function. So by the using of finalize function in case of Java, it just destroy the memory allocated by the constructor. There are no header files in Java. This is the most important features of Java. In case of C++ programming language, the library functions are basically stored in the header files, but in case of Java there is no concept of header files. Rather, the library functions or methods which are available in the Java programming language is stored in the Java libraries. No header files are available in Java. It only holds the Java libraries, which basically store in the Java packages. Several packages are available. So these are the basic differences between Java with C++ programming language. Now the features of Java. Java is compiled and interpreted. Okay, so what is meant by the compile and interpreted? Compile interpreted means in case of Java programming, the Java program as well as compiled and as well as interpreted. means compiler and interpreter both are used in case of Java programming, whereas in case of C and C++ programming language only compiler is used, whereas in case of Python programming language only interpreter is used. But in case of Java programming language, compiler and interpreter both are used. As per the compiler interpreter both are used, it enhances capability to produce a bytecode, and by using the bytecode it becomes a platform independent, and as it becomes platform independent, so it is highly portable from one machine to another machine. And Java also a object oriented programming language. Now robust and secure. Robust means the architecture of the Java programming language is so strong that it cannot be broken by easily, and security level is so much enhanced like by the feature of like encapsulation. It means wrapping up classes, data abstractions. So by these features, implementing these features in several ways, the security level is enhanced in case of Java programming language, and for this reason it becomes so much robust or strong. Distributed, so it can be easily distributed in any platform for doing different types of work, like in online platform, in desktop platform. The next point is simple, small and familiar. What is simple? Simple means it is very easy to write, and small by, and the instructions code which is written by using the Java program. In case of Java programming, the code are so small. And familiar, why it is familiar? It is actually Java basically developed from the concept of C and C++. It is basically developed not from C actually, basically it is basically developed from the C++ programming language, not actually exactly from C++, but with the concept of C++ programming language it actually basically developed. So most of the syntax which are used in the C++ programming language, it is similar to the Java programming language, and that's why who learn already the C++ or C programming language, he or she can easily understand the syntax of the Java programming. So that's why it is familiar. Now multi-thread and interactive. It is very important point. Multi-thread. What is multi-thread? In Java programming language, it divided the several works in different thread, and different thread can run or execute by the single processor simultaneously by dividing by using the ideal system time. And for this reason it working much more faster than the other programming language. In case of multi-threaded programming language, in case like Java execute the parallel programming by using there are several packages also available, like threads classes, and the concurrent API package are available. By using these packages, the parallel programming also takes place in case of Java programming, as the Java code divided the program into several threads, and thread can be run simultaneously or parallel way, and that's why it enhances the speed of the program, and that's why it becomes so much interactive. Okay, now high performance, obviously as it is multi-threaded and concurrently it can execute several parts of a program, so that's why performance levels is enhanced. Java programming language basically developed by James Gosling. After inventing this programming language, he actually stand in his laboratory and staring at his garden and is thinking what kind of name should be given to this programming language, which and this time he saw a oak tree, and then after he just give a name to this programming language as oak programming language. So at very first time in the year of 1991, the Java programming language is known as oak programming language. After this, under Sun Microsystem, James Gosling continued his experiment with the help of his co-worker, and their name is Arthur Van Hoff and Andrew Bechtelism. With the help of these two co-workers, James Gosling invent more and more on the Java programming. In the year of 1992, it comes with the Green project. Basically, Green project implemented on the electronics devices, which is basically electronics appliances like set-top box, air conditioning system. Okay. Then in the year of 1993, it develops web applets. In the 1994, it comes with a browser which is known as Hot Java. Okay, and in the year of 1995 it named as Java. Okay, so Java basically named in the year of 1995, oak programming become the Java. Okay, Basically, Java actually name actually given from the name of the Java island which is present in the Indonesia, and the coffee beans which are available in those days in the Java island is much more popular, and that's why they just give the programming language name as Java. Then after, in several year after year, the inventions takes place and new version of the Java is released. In the year of 1996, the first Java development kit or JDK is released, which is JDK 1.0, and then after 1997 1.1, then 1.2, then 1.3, and the year of 2004 it comes with the package of JDK 5.0, which is a very important package, because in this package many features is being added. Then after again it is developed like 6.0, 7.0, and in the Java in the year of 2014 it comes with the package of JDK 8. JDK 8 also comes with the several lots of packages, new features. Okay, then after in the year of 2017 it comes with JDK 9, and then after 2018 it comes with JDK 11, 2019 it comes with JDK 13, 2022 20 it becomes JDK with 15, and in 21 it becomes JDK 17. Now JDK 17 also comes with the several new features. Okay, in this way now the latest JDK version is available is JDK 20 till 2023. Okay, year of 2023 JDK 20 is available. Maybe in future more JDK versions will be available and more feature will be added with the newer version. In Java programming language there are several packages available, the functions or methods or the facilities which are basically stored within these packages. These packages are language support package, okay, which is actually java.lang package, utility package, which is basically java.util package, input output package, which is basically IO package, networking package, which is basically java.net package, AWT package, abstract window toolkit package, and applet package, which is basically implement on the applet window, okay, for applet programming. So these several types of packages are available in Java programming language, which is basically responsible to provide several of features to us to doing enhanced programming. Java tokens. Java tokens is the smallest units of a particular program. So smallest individual unit of a program is known as tokens, and the computer recognizes the building of expressions and statement. Okay, so compiler recognizes them as building up expression and statement. So tokens basically used to building what expressions and statement. Okay, now identifiers. Identifier actually to some types of tokens which is designed by the programmers. So tokens which are designed by the programmer is known as the identifier. They are basically used to give the name of classes, methods, variables, objects, labels, packages, user defined packages actually, and interfaces. So these type of identifiers are basically used. At the time of giving the name of this identifier, we have to follow some rules. First rules is they can have alphabet. So identifier can have alphabet, digit, and underscore. Okay, so an alphabet an identifier name can hold an alphabet from A to Z, digit from 0 to 9, thus the underscore and the $ characters. Okay, so these type of thing can hold by identifiers. They must start always with a alphabet. Okay, so identifier name never start with an underscore or never start with an alphabet digit, rather it always start with an alphabet from A to Z. Okay, identifiers may be in the uppercase or lowercase format. Okay, they can, but they are distinguished between them. If a same identifier is defined in the uppercase, suppose capital A, and another one is defined in small a, then these are basically two different identifiers, though the alphabet is same, but they represent the two different identifiers. So as because Java is very much case sensitive programming language, they can be any length. So the identifier's name can be the length of the name is maybe vary, maybe small, maybe large, it does not matter. Now literals. Literals are the sequence of characters or data or value, means digits. The data may be digits or letters and other characters like boolean or string, the different types of characters can be stored within a variable actually basically. So these types of value which are basically stored in a variable is known as the literals, and major types of literals are available in the Java programming language are integer literals, floating point literals, character literals, string literals, and boolean literals. So literals are the sequence of character which represent the constant value which is going to store in a particular variable. Now constant in Java means it fixed up a value. Variable means it can vary the value in different format. It can sometimes it can hold a certain value, and then after execution certain segment of the program it can change its value or change its state. But constant means whenever it is declared with a value, then the value become fixed. It cannot be changed during the execution of the program. So constant means such kind of variable. A concept of variable means memory locations, okay, but not a variable exactly. Their value is fixed during the execution of the program. We cannot change the value of a constant during the execution of a program because it is completely fixed. So constants in Java refers to the fixed values, okay. During the execution we cannot change the value of the constants. So there is a constant also categorized in different types, like integer constant if we store the integer value, real constant like floating point value, character constant if we just consider to store a character value, or string constant, okay, if I just store a string value within a constant, then it becomes a string constant, okay. As per the literals actually stored in the constant, it is varied, okay. So constant means the value which is fixed, it cannot be changed during the execution of the program. Now variable. In Java programming language, variable basically act as a data container. Here is the data container term, okay. It is very important term. Why data container? Container means a thing which actually basically contains something, and this variable actually contain data, okay. So data, now in programming, in computer programming basically, so program can run by using the computer primary memory. So data container, it becomes the memory place of the computer primary memory, okay. So variable is nothing but the memory place of the computer memory where we can store some value for further use, okay. So variable is nothing but a memory place where we can put or save some value, which value can be reused in further for different types of calculations. So this is variable, and variable term actually basically generated because the value which is stored in this memory location, we can change this value at any time. So the value stored in this memory location may vary during the program. We can change the value, and at it is varies, so its names becomes variable. Now how to identify the variable? By giving a simple name to the these memory locations, we can identify the variable. So to give the name to a variable, we must follow some rules. First rules is a variable may contain alphabet and digit. So a variable may contain alphabet from A to Z or digit, maybe in uppercase or maybe in lowercase alphabet, but alphabet from A to Z and digit from 0 to 9. A variable name should not start with a digit or special character, okay. Variable name never start with a special character or a digit. It always start with an alphabet, okay. Maybe in smaller case or maybe in uppercase, it does not matter, but always start with an alphabet. Now variable never contains any kind of special character except the underscore. So except what? Underscore. A variable name can contain or may contain actually underscore, but except this special character, no other special character like asterisk, dollar, hash, no special character cannot be used within the variable name. Space also not allowed within the variable name. A digit should not be applied in between the characters. So we cannot apply digit in between two characters. We can use digit, but at the end of the character, but within the two alphabet, the digit cannot be inputted, okay. Suppose if I declare a variable, suppose A, then it is completely true, but if it is declared the variable name like AB, it is also correct, but if I declare the variable like AB2, it is correct, but if I declare the variable like A3B, so 3 is just in between these two characters like A and B, so it is not correct. So digit always be at the end of the variable name, not in between any characters. Okay. Next one is a variable name should not be reserved or keyword. Now the question is what is keyword? We are going to learn in the next segment. So now variable name never be same as the name of a keyword. So it never match with the keyword. Keywords are not used as a variable name in Java programming. Variable name should be meaningful, so which easily depict the logic of the variable. It means the variable basically assigned to store a value. Now if I just put a name like suppose A, now by giving the name of a variable like A, B, X, Y, we cannot assume that for what purpose basically this variable is used. But if I just put a name like length or breadth instead of X and Y, then we can easily depict or we can easily understand the variable of length is basically used to store some length and breadth to store some breadth. So giving the name length and breadth of a variable, we can easily understand for what purpose these two variables are used. So we are always trying to give a proper name by which the variable can easily explain for what purpose these variables are used, and that's why it is easily depict the logic. So variable names should be meaningful. Now keywords. Keywords are the reserved word. Basically it is the reserved word. So reserved word which meaning is already defined within the Java compiler. So its meaning already defined. So its meaning already defined means when I put the keyword into the program segment, then a particular task is automatically executed. We need not to write any statement for this keyword because each statement is already written within the Java compiler, and that's why when we use this type of keywords within our program, then a particular task actually basically automatically executed. So these type of words which are basically stored in the Java compiler are known as keywords. There are several types of keywords available like class, int, float, double, public, void, okay, static. There are total 51 keywords are available in Java programming language. Okay, so there are 51 keywords actually basically available in Java programming language. All the keywords are present in the Java compiler in the lowercase format, not in the uppercase format. So all the keywords are present in the Java compiler or Java programming language are all in lowercase or in small letters. Okay, now data type. What is data type? Whenever we are going to store some value into a particular variable, the type of data is actually basically stored in a particular variable is known as the data type. So data type means types of data. Types of data is going to store in a variable is known as the data type. Okay. Now data type are basically categorized in Java in two types. One is primitive data type, another one is non-primitive data type. Okay. Primitive data type means it is predefined data type, and non-primitive means it is user-defined data type. Now primitive data type is like numeric and non-numeric. Two types of they are numeric and non-numeric. Numeric data type again categorized in integer and floating point. Integer means whole number and floating point means decimal or fractional numbers. Okay, integer are again categorized in different types like integer like byte, short, int, okay, long. In floating point data type, there are different types available like float and double. In case of non-numeric data type, they are categorized in three types. One is character, which can only hold a single character value, and string, which can hold a bulk of character value including the alphabet and digit. And in case of boolean, it's only hold the true and false value. Okay, only true and false value. Now non-primitive data types are categorized in three types, and they are classes, which is basically user-defined data types, and interface and arrays. So these are the three types of non-primitive data types. In case of integer, you can see there are several types of integer data type like short, int, byte, long. In case of floating point, there are also two types, float and double. Why they are categorized in so many types? Basically they are differ from their memory allocated by them. Okay, in case of byte sort they are allocated 2 bytes, but in case of the integer it allocates 4 bytes. In case of long it allocates 8 bytes. In case of the floating point, float allocate 4 bytes and double allocate the 8 bytes memory location into the computer memory. In case of character it allocate 2 bytes, and string it is varied because it can hold several characters within a string variable. Okay, it can store several characters, maybe it's alphabet, maybe digit, maybe a special character, it does not matter, but it can hold several characters. Okay, so as per single character it can only hold 2 bytes. So how many character it holds, it is multiplied with 2, then the memory size will be calculated in the string variable. So in case of the string variable, memory size is not fixed. In case of boolean, it only store the value in the form of true and false, and in computer programming language, in the computer system actually basically the true value is represented by 1 and the false value is represented by 0. So it only hold the memory size of 1 bit, not byte, 1 bit. So boolean value only occupy the memory of 1 bit. Now the variable declaration. How can we declare a simple variable? The syntax is given here. First we are going to write the data type, then giving a space and then a variable name. Okay, and variable name as per our choice, but with the maintaining the variable naming conventions. Okay, we must follow the naming conventions of a variable in declare whenever we are going to declare a variable, right? If I wish to declare a variable which can hold a integer or whole number type value, then I just write int and then after giving space and then I declare a variable like a. So in this way I am just declare a variable. Suppose at the time of declaration we have already know the what kind of value actually going to store within this variable. If the value is already known, so we can declare the variable like in this way: data type, then giving space and then variable name and giving equal sign and then put the value. Suppose in the example section you can see int space a, where int is the data type and a is the variable name and 10 is the value. So 10 is the value. Okay, so 10 is the value which is already known to us, that's why we just assign this. So we can declare the variable in both the way, in this way and in this way. If the value is not known to us, then we can declare the variable in this format, and if the value is already known to us, then we can declare the variable in this format. Now if in this segment we only declare a single variable, but if I wish to declare several variables, how can we declare? So we just giving us several variable names by putting them beside the variable name a and separated by comma. Okay, suppose if I declare a variable int x, and then if I wish to declare another variable of integer type, then giving comma, then y, then again wish to declare another variable like z. So in this way we can declare several variables, and at the end of the line we just put the semicolon. In between them, suppose I am just like to declare y as a double, then int x comma z is correct, but y cannot be written here in this way. Then the y is going to declare in the below portion like double y in this way. Okay, so if the data type are same of several variables, it can be declared in a single line, but if the data types are different, then it always be declared in different line. Okay, not in the single line. Operators in Java. What is operator? We have already written many types of expressions in mathematics like x plus y or a into b, like this. So in this case, this plus sign actually represent the operator, and what those two things x and y, what are the two things? These two things are known as operand. So this plus sign is the operator and this x and this y is the operand, and all together they are known as the operation. And operation always takes place by the use of operand or operands, and maybe and with the help of operator. And according to their operation type, the operation name is different. Depending upon the operational type in Java, operators are categorized in 9 types, and they are like arithmetic operator, assignment operator, relational operator, increment decrement operator, logical operator, conditional operator, bitwise operator, shift operator, and special operator. So these are the 9 types of operators which are basically categorized according to their operational type or their activity actually. Okay, so let's start with the first one, arithmetic operator. So in arithmetic operator, you can see the plus sign is stand for the addition operation, and the minus sign for the subtraction, and asterisk sign is used for the multiplication purpose, and division sign is represented by the front slash, which return always the quotient. Okay, and this one is the modulo division. What is the difference between this division and modulo division? The basic difference is that the division operator always return the quotient, and whereas the modulo division always return the remainder. Suppose if the 5 is going to divide by suppose 2, okay, then as it is used the divisional operator, so it returns 2, okay. But whenever we are going to do the same operation using the modulo operator, okay, modulo operator, then this thing is written 1, because in this case 2 to the 4 and remainder is 1. So in modulo division it always return the remainder. If the remainder is not present, then it returns as a 0. Suppose 4 modulo 2, suppose, okay, so 4 modulo 2, then it returns 2 to the 4, so there is no remainder, but remainder is here is 0, okay, so 0 remainder, right? So these are the arithmetic operator. Next one is the assignment operator. What is assignment operator? We have already written several times like this expression x equals to 10 or a equals to b or y equals to z, like this. Now this equal sign actually represent the assignment operator. Now what does mean by the assignment operator? Actually in mathematics we have already learned this, but sometimes we just mispronounced it, that x equals to 10 means the value of x is 10. It is completely correct, but it is actually treated in another way, like the right hand side of the assignment operator is being stored to the left hand side. So in the right hand side of this assignment operator is value is 10, and it is going to store in the value of left hand side of the assignment operator, which is x. So as 10 is being stored to x, so x become 10, so value of x is 10 now, right? So we say that the value of x is 10, but it is not correct. Rather we are going to say that the value of 10 is being stored to the variable x. Okay, shorthand notation. There is another features. This is not another kind of operator, rather it is another feature of assignment operator, where we can write suppose a equals to a plus 10, and we can write this expression in this way: a plus equals to 10. Suppose b equals to b by 10, it can be written as b division equals to 10. Here c equals to c into 6. So it can be rewritten as like by using the shorthand notation c into equals to 6, okay. But d equals to e plus 5, it cannot be written. Why? What is the reason? The basic reason is that shorthand notation only applicable when the operand of the both side of the assignment operator are same. So you can see in this both expression, in the first expression the both side of the assignment operator is a. In this case the operand are b in the both side of the assignment operator. In this case operand is c in the both side of the assignment operator, okay. So for this reason we can easily write this expression in the shorthand notation form. But in this case the left hand side operand is d, okay, so this is d, and in the right hand side there is another operand which is e. So both are not same, they are different, and for this reason we cannot write this expression by using the shorthand notation. So what is the limitations of shorthand notation? Shorthand notation only applicable when the operand of the both side of the assignment operator are same. But again I tell you that shorthand notation is not another kind of operator, rather this is a feature of assignment operator. Next one is relational operator, okay. relational operator like this: greater than equals to, lesser than equals to, equal to, and not equal to. Okay, so these are the 6 types of relational operator. It actually going to compare two values, whether the one value is greater than another one or not in the first expression, and the next one is greater than or maybe equal to, and next one is lesser than or in the next lesser than equal to, and they in this portion it compares both the values are equal or not. Okay, and in this case not equal to means both the value are unequal. In the relational operator, when it is going to check two values by any kind of operator of relational operator, it always return the Boolean value. It means compare the two values and return true, either true or false. If the condition is matched, then it return true, and if the condition is not matched, then it return false. Okay, suppose 10 is greater than 2, so it is true, the condition is true, so for this reason it returns true. Okay, it returns true. If I just rewrite this segment like this, less than, then it returns false. Okay, so then this time this return false. Okay, now equal to operator like this, suppose equal to operator 5 equals to it is 5 again. So in this case the 5 equals to 5, it is true, so that's why this expression actually return the true value. And if this suppose it becomes suppose 6, okay, it becomes suppose 6, then it returns false. Okay, now not equal to means like this, not equal to a not equals to 10, so it means suppose 5 not equals to 10. Okay, 5 not equals to 10, so it means that 5 never be equals to 10 because 10 is much greater value than the 5, so it returns true. By using the relational operator, we are actually going to check two values, and it in the return it always return as a Boolean value, either in the form of true or in the form of false. Now the increment decrement operator, you can see, suppose the value of I is 10. Now if I wish to increase the value I by 1, so we can easily write this I equals to I plus 10. Okay, I equals to I plus not 10, I plus 1. Okay, I plus 1. Now the value of I is 10. Here the value of I is 10, so it is 10, and 10 plus 1 becomes 11, and it is again stored to I again, I, right? Now we can write this expression like in this format, I plus plus or plus plus I, and if the value is decreased by 1, then we can write the segment like this way. Suppose this segment is like this, I equals to, so it is I equals to I minus 1. Then we can write this expression by using these two expressions, I minus 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 I. As the value is increased here, as the value is increased in this portion, so it is act as an increment operator, and as the value is decreased here, so it is act as a decrement operator. Now if the value is increased by the first one, why the another kind of format is present here in the both the decrement or increment cases, right? Why? Because both the values operation actually takes place by increasing the value 1 and store it again into the very same variable. In this case it is I, but they doing this operation in different format, actually in different techniques. Okay, so this operation actually known as post operation. This operation is known as the post operation, and this operation is known as the pre operation. And as it is operator actually increase the value, so this operator is known as the post increment. As it is decrease the value, so it is known as the post decrement. In this case this increase the value, but it is known as the pre increment, and it decrease the value, and for this reason it is known as pre-decrement operator. Okay, by using both this technique, post and pre technique, actually we can change the value of a particular variable and store it into the same variable again, but in different technique. In case of post operation, it is actually going to increase or decrease the value later. In case of post operation, in this operation, in this any kind of increment or decrement operation, in case of post operation, the value is going to change after the execution of operator, and in case of the pre-operation, in this case, in the case of pre-operation, the value is going to change first, then it going to participate into the operation which is present in the expression. Okay, in increment decrement operator there is a limitation. When the value of a particular variable is either increased by 1 or decreased by 1, then only increment decrement operator can be applied. But if the value is changes except the value of 1, suppose it is going to change the value I equals to I plus 2, suppose I plus 2, okay, or I plus 20, any kind of value except 1, then increment decrement operator is not applicable for this expression. Okay, then this expression is written in this simple format. So increment decrement operator only applicable when the value either increase by 1 or decrease by 1. Next one is the logical operator. Logical operator, this operator basically applied when we are going to check two conditions, whether the two condition is maintained or not. Okay, in case of AND or logical AND operations, both the condition must to be satisfied, it means must to be true. And in case of the logical OR operation, both the any one of the condition is to be satisfied, it means anyone is going to be true, then this expression will execute. And in case of the logical NOT operations, except this expression, any kind of expression can be takes place. Let's take an example. Suppose 10 is greater than 5. So this is the first condition, and then I just write ampersand sign or logical AND operation. Then I write again 3 greater than 1. So 3 greater than 1. So first condition 10 greater than 5. Obviously the 10 value is greater value than the 5. So it returns true. So it returns true. And in this case the 3 greater than 1, so it again return true. Okay, so it is return again true. So as the value is return true and both the condition is satisfied, then these altogether return true. I just rewrite this condition. Suppose 3 less than 1. Suppose 3 less than 1 in this one. In this case, okay, so 10 greater than 5, it is checked and it returns true. And then it is going to check the next condition, 3 less than 1. No, 3 never be less than 1. So it returns false. Okay, it returns false. Okay, it is false. So it returns false. So as returns false, so both the conditions must be maintained in the logical AND operation. So altogether it returns false. Now you can see the first condition is true, and for this reason the next condition is going to check. But suppose this is greater than 1, it is suppose I just rewrite this 3 greater than 1, right? But I just change this 10 less than 5. Now 10 is never be less than 5, so this time it returns false. As the first condition in the logical AND operation return false, then though the condition in the next 3 greater than 1 is true, but as the first condition 10 less than 5 return false, so the second condition is not going to check. So in case of logical AND operator, if the first condition return false, then second condition or the condition which are written after the first condition, maybe they are true but they are not going to check. Okay, so logical AND operation only going to check next operation or next condition actually when the first or left hand side condition is become true, then only it is going to check the right hand side condition. Otherwise, though the condition maybe the condition which are written in the right hand side, maybe one condition or more than one conditions, more than one logical AND operator used in the expressions, if the first or left hand side condition is becomes false, then rest of the expression is not going to check in case of the logical AND operation. But in case of the logical OR operator, if I just replace this by the logical OR operator, so in the first condition is 10 greater than 5 and 3 greater than 1, so both the condition becomes true, so then it returns true. But if the first condition becomes false, 10 less than 5, it not terminate the execution or checking. Okay, suppose 10 less than 5 but 3 is greater than 1, so it returns false, but the second condition returns true, so it may not terminate the checking. Okay, it further going to check the next conditions which are written in the right hand side of this condition, where it actually it is written false. So logical OR operator means any one of the condition return true, then the whole expression becomes true. Okay, so in case of the logical AND operator, all the condition must to be satisfied or all the condition must to be true, but in case of the logical OR operator, any one of the conditions which are written in the by using the logical OR operator is become true, then it returns the expression return true. Okay, now in case of logical OR operator, if the first condition becomes true, it is not, suppose 10 is greater than 5, so it returns true, and for this reason, as it returns true, then the next condition which is written in the right hand side by using the logical OR operator, 3 greater than 1, okay, 3 greater than 1, so it is not going to check in case of logical OR operator, not in case of logical AND, because in logical AND all the condition going to check. If the left hand side condition is become false, then the rest of the condition is not going to check. This is the limitation of logical AND operator. But in case of the logical operator or operator, if the first condition or the left hand side condition is become true or written true, then the rest of the conditions which are written in the right hand side of the OR operator is not going to check, as it is written true. So any one of the condition if written true, then the expression written true, so it's not going to check. Okay, if the first condition become false, then it will going to check the another condition. If the second condition becomes false, then it's going to check the third condition. So in this way, so logical OR operator expressions which are actually basically used, the logical OR operation return only false when the all the conditions written in the expressions return false. Okay, or are false, all are not satisfied the condition, then only in case of logical OR operator it return false. Now in case of the logical NOT operator means if I write not 10, it means except 10 it can be true. It means suppose I am just storing a value, suppose in case of a equals to 5, okay, 5. So as the value of 5, a is 5, so it is the condition is given here not 10, it means except the value of 10 all the value are accepted. It means now in this case a is 5, so it is not equals to 10, so it returns true. So in case of logical NOT, the condition written here, okay, except this condition or in all other conditions it always return true, and if this condition which is written here if the condition is arises, then it returns false. Okay, so these are the three types of logical operator: logical AND, logical OR, and logical NOT operator. Now the conditional operator syntax is actually basically written in the first section. We are going to write the condition, then after question mark. So this is the this one is the operator actually, question mark, and then after we are going to write the true statement, and then after use the colon. So this one another operator, so question mark and colon. So this is the question mark colon is the conditional operator, and then after we are going to write the false statement. What is meant by the false statement and true statement? So in this portion actually one condition is written. If the condition returns true, then this expression is going to execute, and to better to understand I am just write here true word, because when the condition is true, then the statement which is written here it is going to execute, and if the condition return false, then this statement is going to execute. And for better to understand I am just write the extra word false. Okay, you can write statement 1, statement 2, it does not matter. It is basically used true and false word to understand. When the condition is true, then this first statement is going to execute. When the condition is false, then this false statement is going to execute. Okay, now let's take an example. Suppose int x equals to 15. So 15 is greater than 10. So condition is like this: x equal 15 is greater than 10. So condition is 15 greater than 10. So 15 always be greater than 10. So it returns true. So it is returned true, right? So it returns true. As it returns, condition becomes true. So the first expression which is written here, it is executed. So 20, and which is going to store in the variable x here. Okay, in the variable x, and the value of x become 20. If the condition is written here 5 greater than 10, So 5 never be greater than 10, so it returns false. So it returned false, right? It returns false. So it returned false as the condition returned false, and for this reason the statement 2 or the false statement which is written after the colon sign, it is going to execute. So after the colon sign, in this portion the 30 is written. So 30 will be executed and the value is going to store in the variable x, and the value of x becomes 30. So in this way the conditional operator actually work. By using the conditional operator we can check several conditions, and we can as per the condition true or false we can execute several expressions. Now the bitwise operator. Bitwise operator are categorized in 4 types, and they are like bitwise AND, bitwise OR, bitwise XOR and bitwise complement. What is mean by bitwise AND? Bitwise operator actually basically work on the bit. Suppose a number is inputted by the user, it is going to convert it into its equivalent binary number, and then it is going to do the AND operation, okay? And in other cases do the OR, XOR and complement operator. But in case of bitwise operator, the value which are actually going to do the operation by using the bitwise operator, the values or the operand which are used in the bitwise operator is converted to its equivalent binary number. So bitwise operator actually work as on the bit of a given number or data, and for this reason it is termed as bitwise, okay, because it doing the operation on the bit. Now the bitwise AND operator. Suppose the first value is a equals to 12 and b equals to 10. So the operation always will take place in the bitwise operator to after converting the binary equivalent of the inputted or given the number. So equivalent of binary of 12 is 1100 like this, and binary equivalent of 10 is 111010. Now in case of bitwise AND operator, when the value is 1, then it only returns 1, otherwise it returns true. So as in the first number it is 0 and here is 0, so it becomes 0, and here is 0 but here is 1, but 1 is not returned because both are not 1, and for this reason is returned 0, and in the first expression it is 1 and in the second one is 0. So in the bitwise operator, bitwise AND operator, both must be 1, then it only return 1, otherwise it returns 0, so it returns 0 here, okay. And in the first case the 1, and in this case also this is 1, and that's why both are become 1, and that's why it returns 1, okay. Now the number is generated like this 100. So this number is going to convert it again to its decimal equivalent, okay. The decimal equivalent of the binary of 1000 or 100, not 000 actually, 100 is 8. So the after doing the operation of A and B, and means bitwise AND, so A bitwise AND B, then it returns 8. So how it is work? First the two numbers is going to convert it to its equivalent binary digit, and then the binary digit are going to participate into the bitwise AND operation, and if the both the bits are becomes 1, then it only return 1, otherwise it returns 0, and after the result is generated it again converted to its equivalent decimal number, and this number actually the result. Now in case of the bitwise OR operation, the both the number is same. Now just equivalent binary number are given here. In case of the bitwise OR operations, okay, in case of the bitwise OR operations, when any one of the bit is 1, then it returns 1, and if the both the bit is 0, then it returns 0. So in the first case both the bit are 0, so it returns 0, but in this case this is 0, but in the lower portion this one is 1, and that's why it is returned 1, because any one bit is contain 1, then it returns 1. So first one is here 1, but in the lower number actually it contains 0 bit. In this case it returns 1, and in the first case both are 1, so it easily return 1. So in case of bitwise OR operation, if both the bit carry 1, it returns 1. If any one of the bit is carry 1, then it return 1. Only when both the bit carry 0, then it returns 0. After doing the bitwise OR operation, the number is generated. Now it is going to convert it to its equivalent decimal number. So equivalent decimal number of this binary number is 14. So after doing the operation, it becomes 14. Right now bitwise XOR operator, okay. the value is same, it is going to convert it into its equivalent binary digit. What is actually the technique used in the bitwise XOR operation? In case of bitwise XOR operation, if any one of the bit is 1 and the other bit is 0, then it returns only 1. Okay, it means if the bit in the two numbers are different, then it returns 1, and if the bit in in two numbers are same, then it returns 0. So in the first case both the bit are same, so it returns 0, and in the first case it is 0 and it is 1, so the bit are different and that's why it is returned 1. And the second bit, the first one is 1 and the lower number, the bit is 0, and that's why the bits are in the present in the 12 and 10, it means in the both number are different, and that's why it returns 1. And in the first number both are 1, so both are same, so that's why it is returned 0 in case of bitwise XOR operator. Okay, now after doing the bitwise XOR operator, it returns 0 1 1 0. So how bitwise XOR operator work? When the both the bit are in the different state, then it return 1. If the bit are in the same state, then it returns 0. As it is in the last digit bit, it returns 0. As in the first bit, it returns 0 because both are 1, and in the last bit it is both are 0. Now it is after doing the bitwise XOR operation, return it's generate actually 0 1 1 0. Now it is going to convert it to its equivalent decimal number. So the equivalent decimal number of this number is 6. So after doing the bitwise XOR operation on the 12 and 10, it returns 6. Now bitwise complement operator. Bitwise complement means a equals to 4. Suppose value is a equals to 4, we are going to convert to its equivalent binary digit. Okay, now so binary digit is 0 1 1 0. Now what is this 0? Why the 0 is written here, extra 0? Because this value of a equals to 4, it carry a plus sign, as the sign is not mentioned, so automatically this sign becomes positive. Now in case of the sin level programming, the sign bit actually mentioned by 0 or 1. If the sign bit is become 0, then it is positive, and if the sign bit become 1, then it is negative. So as the value of 4 is positive, so it is represented by 0. So 0 represent positive sign in the form of binary. Okay, so 0 means positive sign, not the number but positive sign. Now I am going to doing the ones complement of 4. Now the ones complement means we are going to change actually the opposite bit of the number. So 0 becomes 1, 0 become 1, 1 become 0, 0 become 1, and this 0 also become into 1. So this is the ones complement. So result should be like this 1 0 1 1, but result after doing this operation is not generated like this format. Okay, why? Because after doing the bitwise complement operator, it return the 2's complement of a number. Okay, not the 1's complement, 2's complement. Okay, so the first number is 0 1 1 0, so it is going to find out the 2's complement of 4. Now as 4 carries the 0, so when it is going to convert into its complement, means it going to change its sign bit, so it becomes 1, so it become 1, right? And as it is become negative, to find out the complement of our negative number, we are just going to add a 1, just 1 to the number. So the number is 0 1 0 0, and I am going to add plus 1. Okay, plus 1 in this portion. So 0 1 0 1, like this. So it look like this, and this one is the sign bit, means negative sign. Okay, negative sign, you can see here is the negative sign. Okay, so now this number is going to convert it. This one means sign bit. Okay, 1 means minus, so there is a minus sign, and if this number is going to convert it to its equivalent decimal number, then it becomes 5. So after doing the operation of the value a equals to 4, twice complement operation actually, then it return minus 5. Now the shift operator. Shift operator also work just like as bitwise operator, doing the operation on the bit, and shift operator also doing the operation on the bit. Okay, this is on the sign left shift, this one the sign right shift, and this one the unsigned right shift. Okay, now what are these? Let's see. First one is signed left shift operator. So first value is a equals to 12 and the expression is like this: a is left shift by 2. Now what is 2? Okay, what is 2? A is the value. Now what is 2? 2 means how many places it is going to shift it, how many block it is going to shift it. The number is, it is written in the right hand side of the shift operator, any kind of shift operator. It represent actually how many block or blocks in the memory is going to shift it. Convert the binary equivalent of the given number 12 is 1100 and retain the number in this format. Okay, now it is going to shift it in the left side. Left side means from this direction. Okay, and after, at the time of doing this operation, actually this number is going to shift it in which place? This one or this one? Which place? This is the question. Okay, now as it is shifted by 2 places, okay, and for this reason this one is going to come to this place. Okay, and this one come to this place, and in this way this 0 comes to this place. If this 0 is going to shift it to the left side, then this is the first block, this is the second block. So 2 places, first place, second place. So 2 places is shifted here, and then this 0 also shifted in this portion. Okay, and after shifting this, it look like the 1 1 0 0, right? Now the right hand side of this block is empty. In case of the signed, not only left shift operator, when the signed shift is being takes place, the empty boxes actually filled by 0. Okay, so empty boxes filled by 0. So this one 0 becomes 0 and this one becomes 0. So now this thing is just look like, which is represented here 1 1 0 0 0 0. So this 0 actually filled, these 2 0 actually being filled, as these are the empty, and this and as it is also as sign shift. Okay, now after doing this operation, the binary number actually occur in this portion, and this binary number is going to now convert it to its equivalent decimal number, and after doing this the result is 48. So after doing the operation a equal 12 left shift 2, it becomes 48. Okay, now if the value is shifted by 1 place, so the expression look like this: a left shift 1, not this by 2. Okay, not by these 2. So a left shift by 1. So in this case the binary bit actually going to shifted by 1 place. So this one came here, and this one placed here, and this 0 come to this place, visit here. Okay, and this 0 come to this place. Okay, so as this 0 is placed here, so it is 0, and this 0 comes here, so this becomes 0. This one comes here, so it becomes 1, and this one comes here, so it becomes 1. And the right hand side, as it is sign shift, so it is filled by 0. So this is the after shifting the left shift operation, doing the left shift operation by the 1 place, the value look like this: 1 1 0 0. So the binary the decimal equivalent is 24. So after doing the operation of a left shift by 1, the value becomes 24. Okay, now the signed right shift, we doing the signed operation, but in the right shift means in the right hand direction. So in the same expression, a 12 and a right shifted by 2 places, so it means this 0 just jump and die. Okay, there is no place to store, and that's why this 0 is lost. This 0 again jump to the next 2 places, there is only 1 place left, so there is no place to hold, so it is also gone. This one is jump to this place because it is 2 places, 1 and 2, and it's store here, and this one jump to this place. Okay, so it's look like 1 and 1, as there is a no right blocks are empty, so it is not going to fill by 0. If you wish to actually fill the left hand side boxes with 0, you can write this thing. Okay, because left hand 0 value actually valueless actually, that's why you can write or you cannot write. So the value becomes 1 1 and the decimal equivalent of this binary number is 3. Now if the right shift is just taken place by 1, then what's happened? So this jumped and die. Okay, there's no place to hold. Now this 0 came here and this 1 just transferred to this place and this 1 come to this place, and now the value looks like 0 because this 0 comes to this place and this 1 comes to this place, so it becomes 1, and this 1 comes to this place, so it becomes 1. So the new binary number is 110. So 110. Now the decimal equivalent of this binary number is 6. So the value is written by, after doing this operation 12 right shift by 1, the value is 6. Now unsigned right shift. Unsigned right shift means it is doing as just same as like right shift operation by in case of signed right shift operation. So it is just unsigned. Unsigned means if the empty block is present, then it fill up with 1, not by 0. So A is 12, so A right shifted by 2. So the binary equivalent of 12 is 1100 and it is placed, and it is going to jump from to the right side. So there is no place. It jumped again and there is no place, and it jumped and it come to this place, and this jumped to this place. Okay, so the value becomes 1 1. The decimal equivalent of this number is 3. Now the special operator. Special operator like parenthesis open, parenthesis close, opening brace, closing brace, third bracket or bracket open, bracket close, and the dot or full stop is also a special operator. There is a new kind of operator are present is arrow sign, which is basically used in the lambda expression in case of Java programming. So this type of operator is known as the special operator because as they are actually basically used for the special purposes, and for this reason it is just termed as special operator. We have already learned that operators are categorized in 9 types, and they are basically categorized based on their operational type or activity. Now the operator in Java also categorized in 3 types, but depending upon the number of operand present in the expression. If the only one single operand is present in the expression, then this one is known as the unary operator. If the 2 operand are present in the expression, then this one is known as the binary operator. Okay, how many operand? 2 operand, not operator, operand. Okay, carefully. If the 3 number of operand are present, then this one is known as the ternary operator. So this type of operator means how many operand are present in the expression. Depending upon these, the operators in Java are categorized in 3 types. One is unary, and the 1 operand only present in the expression. Binary means 2 operand present in the expression. Ternary means 3 operand present in the expression. Okay. Now in case of unary operator, you can find I++ or I-. So this is the increment or decrement operator. So only 1 operand is present, I. And in case of the logical operator, not operator is present. So in case of logical not operator, we are only writing like this: not A, not 10, not 5. So only 1 operand is present. So these are the example of unary operator. Ternary operator actually question mark and colon, which is actually known as question mark and colon, which is actually known as conditional operator. In this case, first one is condition, next one is true statement or statement 1, and after the colon sign, the false statement or statement 2. So 3 operand are present in the conditional operator, and that's why conditional operator also known as ternary operator. And rest of this, most of the operator like arithmetic operator, assignment operator, relational operator, these are the examples of binary operator. Now in Java, how can we actually going to print any kind of thing, maybe a number or maybe a string, any kind of thing, but how? In case of Java, whenever we're going to print any kind of thing into our computer's screen actually, then we are going to write this statement system.out.print. Okay, or system.out.println statement, we can easily print any kind of thing in computer screen in Java programming. Now what is the difference between the print and println statement? In case of print, it displays the output in the same line. It means if I am going to print, suppose system.out.println, within the bracket I am going to print suppose 10, then or a variable, then it is print, okay, in the same line, but the cursor after print the value of 10, the cursors remain same. It means cursor remain after the value printed 10. After this the cursor is blinked. But in case of the println statement, the display output in different lines mean after printing the 10, suppose 10 is printed here in the screen, and in case of print the cursor is blink here, okay, cursor is blinking here. And in case of println statement, after doing the print, cursor is blink under the 10 or next line of the value which is printed, in this case actually 10. After print the value of 10, the cursor is blink in the next line, okay. So this is the basic difference. So in case of system.out.print, it print a statement or a value in the same line and cursor remain in the same line. It is not going to transfer to the next line, okay. And in case of println, it is printed the value in a line and then after it transfer the cursor into the next line, okay. So these are the basic two ways by which we can easily print any kind of value or any kind of statement into our computer screen in Java programming. Now you can see I have already written here two statements, system.out.print welcome and again system.out.print to Java. Now I am going to run this program and you can see the output is like this, system welcome and to Java in the same line, okay, and using the print statement. And if I just add println in the next line, then the output is look like welcome to Java as the same manner. But I just replace this print with ln, then the output is look like just like this, welcome. And after print the welcome, the cursor is goes to the next line, and it means the cursor come here and then the print statement is going to execute. So this is the basic difference between the println and print statement. Instead of write the println statement, you can add \n within the double inverted comma, and then the cursor or the line will goes to the next line. So I just add here \n and then I run the program and you can see the output is same. How to take input from the user by using the scanner class. Input from user, any kind of value from user, then the scanner class is used. And to use the scanner class, you have to write the import statement at the very beginning of the program, and you have to write imports and then after giving space and then Java and then space and dot, then the package name from where the scanner class actually belongs, and the scanner class actually belongs from the util class, so java.util and then dot scanner, okay. So then after within the main program I am going to declare that scanner and then after object name. This object name basically differ, okay. You can write any kind of object name as per your choice, but according to the modifier naming conventions, okay. Then after giving the equal sign, then new keyword and then the scanner, and then mention from where actually the input being taken. As the input being taken from the console, so in this portion I am just writing here system.in. System.in means the user going to give the input by using the console. It means keyboard or mouse like input devices. Such example like scanner, then object name is SC. You can declare different types of object name if you wish. Then new and then scanner and then again system.in means taking the input from the console. For taking input such type of integer value, we have to going to write nextIn statement, and to input the float type value we have to write next float statement. To take the value from the user of double data type, then we write next double statement. And to input the next and next line is basically used for input the value of string data type. Now why the two different types of functions actually basically used next and next line for inputting the same data type value, string data type value, later I discuss. For character input, statement will like this, next dot caret of 0. Okay, now in this portion I am going to write down the import statement. So import space, then after java dot, and it is scanner class belongs from the util class, so util dot star, or you can write scanner, both ways. And then after within the main program, actually I am going to write scanner. So as per the syntax, I have declared the object of the scanner class, and then after just I am going to take the input from the user, and for this reason I am just asking the user enter a number, and in this portion I am going to take an input, and whenever we are going to take any kind of input, it must be stored in any kind of variable as per the data type. So as I am going to declare enter a number actually, so I am going to suppose accept an integer type number, then I am declaring integer type value like int n equals to, then after I am going to write the object name sc, and then after write down next int. Okay, next int statement is going to execute, and the input being taken in the variable n. Now I am going to print the variable n to check whether the input is taken or not. Now I am going to run the program and enter the numbers. Suppose the number is 10, so yes, the value is printed here 10. Okay, so number is being taken in this variable n by using the scanner class. Okay, if you just declare here this variable like double, 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 then you have to write here not next int, rather you are going to write this next double. Okay, next double. So double input can be easily taken by using the statement next double. Now I am going to enter a value, suppose 15, so the value is 15.0. okay, if you just like to enter a fractional value like 25.63, then the value is 25.63. so in this way the number can be easily taken by using the scanner class from the user. Now I am going to take the character data type input. So for this reason I am going to declare a data type variable ch with data type of char, and I am going to write sc dot next, and then after dot caret of 0. Okay, now I am going to print the variable of ch to understand whether the input is being taken in the variable ch or not. Let's run the program and enter the character. Suppose character is a. So yes, the value or character being taken in the variable ch here actually. Okay, so by using this statement we can easily take the input from the user of character data type. Now what is the basic difference between the next and next line statement? Because both by using these both statement we can easily input from the user string data type, but why the two types of basically statements are available in the scanner class? And to understand this, I am going to take an input of string data type into the variable str, and I am going to take input by using the first next, and then after I am just going to take the input by using the next line statement. Now let's run the program. So enter the string. Suppose string name is suppose welcome to Java. Okay, so welcome to Java. So to complete string is here. The complete string is here, the welcome to Java, but the input only taken into the variable str is welcome, not to Java is not being taken into the variable str. Now I'm going to use the same thing by using the next line statement and write the same thing, welcome to Java. So now you can see the input completely taken by the next line statement and stored into the variable str. So this is the basic difference between the next and next line statement. Okay, whenever the next line statement is encountered, then the complete string written in a line is being taken as an input, and it terminates the input when the new line is encountered or enter button is hit by us. Okay, so this is the functionality of next line statement. But in case of the next statement, when the space is encountered, okay, when the space is encountered, then that input is being terminated. So in case of the next line statement, the string is going to taken from welcome to Java completely, and after this I just press the enter button from the keyboard, and that's why the it terminates the input and store the value into the str variable by using the next line function. And if I just rewrite it by using the next line, then it is going to again take the input, suppose welcome to Java. Now you can see after welcome there is a space is encountered. So when the space is encountered, the next statement actually basically terminate. So welcome is actually being taken, and then after it terminates the input and stored to the variable str. Now if I just remove this space, welcome to Java, where the only space is remains between the welcome to and Java, then this space is encountered, and when the space is encountered, so next statement is terminated. So welcome to actually being now taken into the variable str. So let's see. Okay, you can see that yes, welcome to is being taken as an input and stored into the variable str. So the basic difference between the next and next line function is next function is terminate whenever a space is encountered, and next line function is terminated when when the line is actually completely taken, or when the enter button actually being hit by us, or a new line is encountered. Not only by enter button only pressed, but if the new line actually occur, then the next line function is terminated. Now come to this question. Write a program to input two unequal numbers and display the number after swapping their values in the variable without using third variable. Okay, so we are going to take input how many numbers? So two numbers, and then after we are going to swap their values in the variable without using the third variable. We cannot use a third variable, so only two variables can be declared within the program. Their sample input like this: A is 10 and B is 55, and then after swapping the output look like this. The value of A become 5, which is the value of B, and the B value, which is the stored 10, which is the actual value of A. So you can see I have already taken two numbers into the variable A, and another number is variable B. Now I am going to swap their values. So the value being swapped without using the third variable, and for this reason I am going to write this A equals to A plus B, A plus B. Now if you assume that the value actually entered by the user into the variable A is 10, okay, suppose the value of A is 10, suppose here the value actually entered by the user, let's assume not the exact value, is 10, and the value entered here by the user is, suppose B is 15. So A equals to A plus B. So A equals to, the value of A is 10, so 10 plus 15, so 10 plus 15 it becomes 25, right? Now I am going to write B equals to A minus B. Now what is the value of B? So B equals to, the latest value of A is 25, so 25 minus the value of B is 15, so 15. Now 25 minus 15 means 10, and it is going to store into the variable B, so B is become 10, which is actually the value of A. Now again I am going to write down A equals to A minus B, and then after the value is become A equals to the A minus B, the A value is 25, you can see here it is the 25, okay. So the value of A is 25, so 25 minus the last value of B is now 10, not 15, okay, it is changed already. So 15 minus 10, and it is become 15. So and 15 is going to store into the variable A, So you can see easily the value is being swapped. Now I am going to print the value. Here I just print two values separately and to give between a space between them, and for this reason I am just give the plus sign to add another space in between them. Okay, so let's run the program. Enter the first number. So first number is suppose 10, same value is entered. Enter the second number, suppose 15. Now you can see the value of A is printed here first. So value of A is printed here first, and the value of A is entered by the user is 10 here, and it is being changed, and the value entered into the variable B is 15 by the user, and now the latest value of B is 10. So in this way the value can be swapped. And there is another way you can swap the values. What is the procedure? So you are going to multiply, instead of addition and subtraction you can do multiplication and division process. Okay, so first I am going to multiply the two values A into B. So now A into B means it becomes 150. It becomes 150. Now B equals to A divided by B. Now what is the value of latest value of A? A is 150. So 150 going to divide by B. B value is 15. So it becomes 10. And here A not minus, it is division. A division B. Then the value is going to 150. The value of A is 150 here. You can see. So 150 going to divide by the latest value of B is now 10. So 10. And so for this reason it is going to divide by 10, and now the value become 15. So by using the multiplication and division technique you can also swap the value between the two variables without using the third variable. Now I am going to run the program again and enter the first term. So first term suppose 10 and the second term suppose 15. So you can change value again changed by using the division multiplication technique. So swapping can be taken place or can be done by two ways. One is the combination of division multiplication division technique, or the addition subtraction technique. Now the control statement. What is control statement in Java? So control flow statement basically the statements which are responsible to control the flow of a program. By using these statements we can control the flow. In what direction actually program is going to float, it can be controlled. And there is a different types of control flow statement. One is decision making statement, another one is a loop statement, another one is jump statement. Okay, so let's start one by one. I am going to discuss. First one is decision making statement. Decision making statement basically two types. One is if statement and another one is switch case statement. Okay, if statement again categorized in four types: simple if, okay, compound if, complex if, and nested if. So four types of ifs are available, which are the categories of if statement. So by using the if statement or switch case statement we can make the decision into the program whether the flow of a control is going to execute or not. Actually decision means put some conditions, and this condition is going to check whether the conditions are true or false. If the condition is true, then such kind of operation actually going to takes place, and otherwise in different types of operation actually going to takes place. So this is the concept of decision making statement. First one is simple if statement. The syntax is given here. First I have to write if and then the parenthesis, and within the parenthesis I am going to write down the condition. Now the condition if become true. So if the condition becomes true, so true, it is becomes true if, then the statement written here is going to execute. So condition written here, if it is become true, if it is satisfied, then the statement written within the opening and closing braces is going to execute. And if the condition become false, then what kind of statement is going to execute? It is not mentioned in the simple if statement. Now the compound if statement. In case of the compound if statement, the syntax is given here. In the first here, within the if, after writing the if actually, within the parenthesis, the condition is being written here. Now if the condition becomes true, so condition if becomes true, okay, then the statement written here is going to execute. So as the condition becomes true, then this statement is going to execute. So for better to understand, I am just write here a extra word true to easily understand when this statement is going to execute. So if the condition is satisfied or if the condition is true, then this statement which is written under the within the braces actually of the if statement, then this statement is going to execute. And after, if the condition is become false, if the condition becomes false, if condition is not satisfied, then the portion which is written within the else block is going to execute. So when the else block execute, when it is become false. What is false means here the condition is become false, it means it is not satisfied the condition which is written within the if block, then the else statement is going to execute. So in the compound if statement you can see two statements actually written here, one is true statement, another is false statement. Whereas in case of simple if statement there is only one statement is written there. If the condition is satisfied, then the statement is going to execute, but if the condition is not satisfied, the statement is not mentioned in the simple if statement, but in case of the compound if statement it is mentioned. Else block which is written here, it is going to execute when this condition is going become false. Now come to this question, by write a program to accept a number and check whether it is a Buzz number or not. So we are going to actually take up number, okay, only a single number we are going to take input from the user. Okay, now going to check whether it is a Buzz number or not. Now what is Buzz number? A Buzz number is said to be a Buzz if it is either divisible by 7 or n by 7. If it is divisible by 7, suppose 14 is a Buzz number because it is divisible by 7, or n by 7 means 17 is also a Buzz number because it is n by 7. Here is the 7 is in the last digit, so this number 17 is also a Buzz number. So let's try to solve this problem by using the program. So you can see I have already taken a number from the user and which is basically stored into the variable num. Now I am going to check whether the value actually stored into the variable num, whether it is a Buzz or not. It means it is either divisible by 7 or n by 7, which one? Okay, and for this reason I am going to write some condition, and to check some condition into the Java programming we always use the decision making statement. Now there is a two types of thing, whether the Buzz or not. So there is a two blocks, one is condition is satisfied, then one block is execute, and if the condition is not satisfied, it means or not, then the another block is going to execute. And for this reason I am going to use the compound if statement. It means if else block statement. Okay, so now first I am going to write if, and the condition is the Buzz number is set to be a Buzz number when it is actually going to divide by 7. So num is going to divide by 7 means the remainder of the after division the remainder always be 0. So num modulo 7 equals to 0. And there is another condition, but this condition is written here. You can see the condition actually written here, the number is said to be either divisible by 7 or. So there is a what kind of operation actually going to execute between the two condition is or condition, because anyone is satisfied then the number is said to be a Buzz. So for this reason I am going to use the or condition here, and then after I am going to check whether a number is n by 7. So any kind of whole number, whenever it is going to modulo by 10 or going to divide by 10, the remainder always return the last digit of the number. Okay, so any kind of it is only applicable for any kind of whole number. Okay, suppose 227, if it is going to divide by 10, then quotient is 22 and the remainder is 7. Okay, so the condition is num modulo 10 equals to 7. It means n by 7. Okay, if the condition is satisfied, then it should be a Buzz number. So here is the condition, if satisfied, okay, then this statement is going to execute and it's said to be a Buzz number because any kind of condition is maintained, then it's said to be Buzz. But if any one of this condition is not satisfied, it means this condition is not satisfied, so it becomes false, and this condition is also not satisfied, it becomes false. Okay, because there is a OR operation actually going to take place. For this reason, when the all the conditions written in this statement are become false, then only the else block is going to execute. So when the else block is going to execute, it means that the number is neither divisible by 7 nor end by 7. And for the reason I am going to write else in the else block portion. Actually it is not a Bus number. You can see in this portion, in the both the if and else block statement, actually I just not write, or I just not mention the opening and closing braces here, because in decision making statement there is a feature present that if the statement block is contain only one line, then the opening and closing braces is not needed. Suppose if I am just add a extra closing opening and closing brace here, so it is completely correct. But you can see in the statement block within the if statement there is only a single line. So the feature is that you can omit this opening and closing braces for this if block or else block, any kind of block. If the statement is contain only a single line, then it is need not to be written the opening and closing braces, and for this reason I am not mention here any kind of opening and closing braces for the both the if and else block. Okay, now I am going to run the program. Okay, enter the number. So number is going to enter. So suppose not 7, 21. So 21 is divisible by 7, so it should be a Bus number. Let's see. Yes, it is a Bus number. Again run the program and enter suppose 27. So 27 n by 7, so it is also a Bus number. Now I am going to run the program again and enter the value, suppose 25. So 25 is neither divisible by 7 nor n by 7. So I think it must be a not a Bus number actually. So let's see. Yes, it is not a Bus number. So by using this technique we can easily check whether a number is a Bus or not a Bus number. Now the complex if statement. By using the complex if statement we can check several conditions. Okay, let's see the syntax. In the syntax the first if block there is a condition 1. If the condition 1 is become true, you can here it is mentioned, when the condition 1 is become true, then this statement 1 is going to execute. Now if the condition 1 is not satisfied, if the condition 1 is become false, then it goes to the else block, and here it is encountered another if block. Here another condition 2 is written here, and if the condition 2 is becomes true, so then the statement 2 going to execute. You can see it is already mentioned that this condition 2 is going to check when the condition 1 becomes false. Okay, so the statement 2 is going to execute when the condition 2 is become true. So condition you can see here it is mentioned that when condition 1 is false, because when the condition 1 is false, then this else if block is going to execute, and the condition 2 is true, because when the condition 2 is true, then this statement is going to execute. Now if the condition 2 becomes false, so when the condition 2 becomes false, then the control goes to this else if block, control goes to this else if block and checking the condition 3. So condition 3, when it is actually going to check when the condition 2 is false. Now when the condition 2 is going to check when the condition 1 is false. Okay, and for this reason condition 3 is going to check when the condition 1 and condition 2 both are false. Okay, both are false. So now it is going to check the condition 3. Now if the condition 3 is become true, then the statement 3 is going to execute. So you can see it is already mentioned that condition 1 and condition 2 both are false, and but the condition 3 is true. At this situation the statement 3 is going to execute, and if the all condition mentions in the complex if statement becomes false, it means no condition is matched or satisfied, then the statement which is written in the else block is going to execute. So when the else block is executed, when all the conditions written here written any kind of program actually becomes false. Here it is the 3 condition actually present, so else block is going to execute when the all condition is false. Okay, you can mention that when the all conditions are false, then the else block will execute, and the statement which is written within the else block is going to execute. So when the else statement is going to execute when all the conditions written in the complex if statement are becomes false. Now complex if statement, how many if can you actually we can use actually? It is completely depend upon the program. Okay, program question or as per our need, how many condition we are going to actually basically check there is a this is not actually basically rule I am going to tell you. It is a just trick to solve a problem or find out how many kind of condition is going to written within the complex if statement. How many conditions are going to check within a program or a question. Less than one condition is written within the complex if statement, because the last condition is transferred to the else block statement. Okay, suppose if there is a 5 condition. How many condition? There is a 5 condition in the question you are going to check. So first condition is checked here, second condition is checked here, condition 3 is checked here, if then after else if another condition 3 is checked here. So 4 condition is already checked. If no condition is matched, then then it is automatically the 5th condition is matched. And for this reason, if there is a 4 condition is going to check within the program, then you have to write 4 condition in the complex if statement, and the last condition is actually transferred to the else block, and the statement actually written for the 5th condition is going to written in the else statement, okay, or in the else block. But this is not the rules. This is a kind of tricks to figure out how many condition actually you are going to use within the complex if statement. Now come to this question. Write a program to accept 3 numbers. How many numbers we are going to take the input from the user? 3 numbers, okay, and find the maximum from them. 4, 12, 17 and then 50, okay, then 50. Then what is the maximum number here present here? So 50 is going to print it as a maximum value among the 3 numbers, okay. So let's try. So you can see I have already taken 3 numbers from the users in the variable num1, num2 and num3. Now I am going to check the to find out, actually not check, I am going to find out the maximum value in between them, and all the values are actually entered by the user. So now I am going to write a condition with the help of the if. Now what kind of condition is going to written? Assume that 3 numbers x, y, z. Suppose if the x is treated as a maximum value or greatest value among the x, y, z, then x must to be greater than y and x must to be greater than z, and then after only x is said to be a maximum value or greatest value among the 3 numbers. And for this reason I am going to write num1 is greater than num2, and as well as num1 also going greater than num3. So both the condition must to be satisfied, then after only the num1 is the maximum value or greatest value among the 3 numbers. So there is actually you can see here actually logical AND operation actually going to takes place, not logical OR, because both the condition must to be satisfied, then only after num1 is said to be a maximum value. After writing this statement, I am going to check another condition by using the else if statement, and to check whether the num2 is greater than or not. If this condition is not satisfied, it means num1 not greater than num2, or maybe num1 is not greater than num3. It means num1 is not the maximum. Then after else if is going to execute, and for this reason num1 is already out of the race. So now num2 and num3 is only I am going to check whether in between them 2 numbers which number actually basically greater than num1. And for this reason, suppose I am going to check whether num2 is greater than or not. So, and for this reason I am going to write num2 greater than num1, and num2 is also greater than num3. Then only num2 is going to set to be a maximum value in between the 3 numbers, so num2. And now if these 2 conditions which are written here, actually num1 is greater than num2 is not satisfied, so num1 is not the maximum value. Now in the else if block, num2 greater than num1 and num2 is greater than num3, it is also not satisfied. It means num2 is also not the maximum number. So now if the num1 is not the maximum number, now num2 is not the maximum number, now automatically the num3 is become the greatest among them, okay. And for this reason I'm going to write else block, and within the else block I'm going to write that the maximum value is num3. And for this reason I have mentioned earlier that the condition you are going to check, you just used less than one condition as per the question as a condition in the complex if statement. So 3 condition is going to check num1, num2, num3, but here only I write 2 condition here. One it is here and another one is here, but third condition is not written because automatically num3 is become maximum, and for this reason the 2 condition actually used here. Now I am going to run the program. So enter the first value, suppose first value is 15, enter the second value is 25, and enter the third value is suppose 45. So you can see the maximum value is 45. Let's see. Okay, maximum value is 45. So this is the num1, this is num2, and this is the num3 as per the input taken from the user. So num1 not greater than num2, so this condition is not satisfied, and this condition is also not satisfied, and for this reason this condition is going to execute. And to understand this, I'm just write here extra 1 and 2 and here it is 3. Okay, actually to understand which block actually going to execute, and I'm going to enter the same value, suppose 15, sorry, I'm going to enter the same value 15, 25 and 45. So we can see 3, this else block is going to execute. Okay, again I run the program and enter the value, suppose 45, 15, 20. Now you can see maximum value is 45. So first block is going to execute this one, and this one only execute when this condition is satisfied. Okay, now again I will run the program and enter the value, suppose 12, okay, 25 and 15. So the 25 is the maximum number, so you can see the 2 means this statement is going to execute. Here this condition is satisfied or true. So by using this complex if statement or complex if technique, addition statement, we can easily solve to find out the greatest number or maximum value in between the 3 inputted number. The next question is, a school displays a notice on the school notice board regarding admission by choosing different streams according to marks obtained in English, Maths and Science. So how many subjects we are going to take input from the user? The marks of the subject is 3 subjects. Okay, one is English, another is Maths, another is Science. If the English, Math and Science are greater than 80, then pure science, and English Science is greater than 80, then Math is greater than 60, then bioscience, and English, Mathematics both are above 60%, then it becomes commerce. Okay, print the appropriate stream allotted to the candidate. So write a program in Java to accept marks in 3 subjects from the console. Console means from our input devices. So I am going to take input 3 numbers from the users, the marks obtained by the student. So you can see I have already taken 3 marks of different 3 subjects: English in variable ENG, and Science in variable SCI, and the Maths in math variable. Okay, so I have already taken the 3 marks obtained by the user in the 3 different variables. Now I am going to check whether the candidate or the user or the student actually eligible for what stream. And for this reason I am going to write going to check some condition, and to check some condition we always use addition statement, and for this reason I am going to use the if statement. Okay, so first condition is like this: English, Maths and Science greater than 80, pure science. I am going to write ENG greater than equals to 80, and Science also greater than equals to 80, and Math is also greater than equals to 80. Okay, Now you can confuse that why ampersand sign or logical AND operator is being actually used, because as per the question you can see, if the candidate only get the stream pure science when actually he or she actually scored 80% or more than 80% in 3 streams, in the all the subject actually English, math, science, if score more than or equals to 80, then only he or she actually able to apply for the pure science stream. Okay, and for this reason I just used the logical AND operator, and then after I am going to print. Now I am going to check another condition. Okay, condition is like this: English science is greater than 80 and math should be greater than 60. In English it is greater than equals to 80, and because all the condition must to be satisfied. In science it is also greater than equals to 80, and only in mathematics it may be greater than equals to 60. Okay, then the candidate is eligible for bioscience, right? So bioscience, if the student actually obtain marks in English, math, science 60% or more, then they can apply for the commerce. The condition is not satisfied here. It means the student is not obtained any marks in English, science and mathematics not more than 80. So then the next condition is going to execute. So when this else if block is going to execute, when this condition becomes false, it means the student is not able to score marks in English, science and maths. It's not more than 80 or equals to 80, and for this reason it is going to check. And if the next condition is not is satisfied, then bioscience, okay, no problem. But if this condition also is not satisfied, it means the student is not able to score into the English, science and maths, not even this number, and for this reason into the else block the students are eligible for the commerce stream. Okay, for commerce stream. Okay, commerce stream, because it is only going to applicable when this condition is false. It means the student is not obtain marks into the English not greater than 80, not greater than 80, and maths in not, and in this way we can easily check whether the student is eligible for commerce or not. Okay, but there is a problem, because whenever it is this condition is going to execute, it means this condition is false. It means all the condition is maybe false, but maybe one condition may be false. It means maybe a student score in English in greater than 80, maybe he obtain marks in science also greater than 80, but in mathematics suppose he or she obtained 50. Okay, so this time also he is eligible for commerce, but as per the question, then the student must to be greater than equals to 60 in all the streams. Score into the mathematics in not more than equals to 60, then also this condition is not satisfied, as logical AND operator actually used, and then after this else block actually going to execute, but the student opted actually marks in mathematics actually 50. So this is not correct, and for this reason I am going to write the condition again. Else if, okay, else if ENG is greater than equals to 60 and in science greater than equals to 60 and in math it is also greater than equals to 60, then only he or she, the student, is eligible for the commerce stream. And if the no such condition is applied, then you can just going to print any kind of thing like this, not eligible, like this. Okay, not eligible like this, or any kind of thing, but not applicable. Not eligible is not the proper word, I think. Applicable, okay, not applicable. Okay, let's run the program. Enter the marks in English. Okay, English suppose it is 90, and marks in science suppose it is 89, and then enter the marks in maths suppose it is 85. So pure science. Again run the program, because this block is going to execute, this block is going to execute. Okay, enter the marks in English. Suppose it is 85, in science it is 89, but in mathematics it is 75. So bioscience. Okay, this time this is going to execute. Okay, now again run the program. So enter the marks in English. Suppose it is 70, and enter the marks in science, it is suppose 62, and marks in mathematics, suppose it is 69. Then commerce is applicable. Now again run the program. Suppose marks in English is 50, all the 50. Okay, let's make it all the 50, not applicable, it's so last else block is going to execute. Okay, so in this way this problem actually basically solved. I like to mention that this is a just demo thing, or this is a arbitrary thing, not related to the real world. Actually I think, I personally think that no marks or no such kind of number never decide the future of any kind of students. Okay, now the nested if statement. In case of nested if statement, a if is consist within a if. Okay, it means a if within another if. Here it is, syntax is like this: if first condition 1, and then if this condition become true. Okay, then statement within the first if the statement is there is another kind of if and else statement is present. Okay, so if and then after condition 2. So when condition 1 become true, then this statement is going to execute, this entire statement is going to execute, and within this if statement condition there is another if and the condition 2. Now if this condition 2 is going to check and it's found it is true, then the statement written here within this if condition, in this case it is statement 2, is going to execute. And if the condition is not satisfied, which condition? The statement, the condition 2. If the condition 2 is not satisfied or not true, means it false, then the else portion of this inner if actually going to execute, and the else statement of 2 is going to execute. So when this condition is else statement 2 is going to execute when the condition 1 is true but the condition 2 is false. So condition 1 is true means the condition 2 is going to execute, or else condition is going to execute any one of them. And if the condition 2 is to become true, then the statement 2 is going to execute, and if the condition 2 is not true, it false, then the else statement of the inner loop is going to execute. And if the condition 1 is not true, it means it false, then the else statement of the outer if is going to execute, and the else statement 1 is going to execute when the condition 1 is false and condition 2 is not execute or check. Basically else statement 1 is going to execute when the condition 1 is true, it become false, and the condition 2 is not execute because the condition 2 only execute or being going to participate into the checking when the condition 1 is true. So you can see an inner if is present within the outer if, so one if present within another if, and that's why it is known as the nested if present within another if. Here is the question: a special 2-digit number is said to be, so it is we are going to check it is a special 2-digit number. Okay, is such that when the sum of digit is added to the product of its digit and the result is equal to the original 2-digit number. So the sum of digit and product of digit and their sum is going to same with the 2-digit number inputted by the user. Example, here it is 59. Now the sum of digit, individual digit is 9 and another one is 5, and sum of digit is 5 plus 9 and it becomes 14, and product of digit of 5 into 9 it becomes 45. So after doing this product and sum, if we just add these two values 14 and 45, then it becomes 14 plus 45, it becomes 59, and which is just exactly same with the inputted number by the user. So then this number 59 is said to be a special 2-digit number if the sum of this thing, if the total of this thing, if not same with the inputted by the user, the inputted number by the user actually, then the number is not said to be a special 2-digit number. Now write a program in Java to accept a 2-digit number. So we are going to accept a 2-digit number. So whenever we are going to accept the number, we must check whether the number inputted by the user it is a 2-digit or not. First we are going to check it, because we don't assume that user always enter the 2-digit number. User may enter a 1-digit number or 3-digit or more than 3-digit number. So whenever we are going to check this condition special 2-digit, so first of all, in the first case we are actually going to check whether the number inputted by the or entered by the user actually it is 2-digit or not, and then after we are going to check whether it is a 2-digit special number or not. So first condition is we are going to check whether it is a 2-digit number, and if it is found as a 2-digit number, then we are going to check it is a special 2-digit number or not. So you can see I have already taken the number into the variable num. Now I am going to check whether this inputted number or entered number, which is basically stored in the variable num, whether it is a 2-digit or not. And for doing some checking, I am just write some if statement, and within the if I am going to write down the condition, and the 2-digit number is starting from the 10 and up to 99. So num must be greater than 9 and num must be less than 100, and then after only it is said to be a 2-digit number. Okay, and if it is not, if this if condition is not satisfied, then the else block will going to execute, and if this if condition is not satisfied, it means that this number entered by the user is not a 2-digit number, and for this reason within the else block I am going to print it is not a 2-digit number. Now if this if condition is satisfied, it means that the number entered by the user is 2-digit. Now I am going to check whether it is a special 2-digit number or not, and to check this we have to find out the individual digit inputted number. So for this reason I am going to divide the value with 10, and the quotient always return the first digit and remainder always return the last digit. Suppose I am going to divide it the first digit, so FD first digit, so num going to divide by 10, and in this case it return the first digit of the number entered by the user, and another variable last digit, suppose LD, so LD equals to num modulo 10. Suppose in this case the number entered by the user is maybe the number entered by the user, suppose it is 27, suppose, right? So 27, so now FD becomes becomes num by 10, so num means 27, so 27 by 10, and it is just 2. Okay, and now in this case LD equals to 27 mod 10, then it returns the remainder, and remainder is 7, and which is the last digit of the number entered by the user. So by using this technique, by division technique by 10, we can easily get the first digit of the inputted number, and by modulo operation by 10 we can get easily the last digit of the inputted number. Now I am going to do the sum and product operation. So you can see I have already done the summation of the two individual digit, and here is the product of the individual digit. Now I am going to find out the total value of this. So total value means sum plus the product value, so sum plus PRD. Okay, so in this case, in this variable, actually in the variable total or summation value of sum and product actually stored. Now I am going to check this value whether it is equal to the number entered by the user or not. So I am going to check if the equals to the num. If it is, then it's said to be a special 2-digit number. So I check the value equals to num. If it is found true, then it is going to a special 2-digit number, and if it is not, then it is not a special 2-digit number. Now I'm run the program, enter the number. So suppose the number is 27. Okay, so not a special 2-digit number. How it is work? Now FD and LD is 2 and 7, so sum equals to now FD means 2 plus 7, so it becomes 9, and PRD equals to, it is 2 into 7, so 2 into 7, so it become 14, and then after it's tot equals to sum plus PRD. Sum is now 9 and PRD is 14, and it becomes 23. Okay, so you can see the 23 is actually the sum value after doing the all operations, and the number entered by the user is 27. So 23 is never be equal to 27, and for this reason it is not a special 2-digit number. Now if I enter 59 here, okay, suppose first I run the program, then I just explain it. Suppose 59, so special 2-digit number. Okay, it is a special 2-digit number. How it is to work actually? Now it is the number entered by the user is 59, so 59 it is going to divide by 10, so first value is 5, and it is going to divide by 59, going to modulo by 10, and it become 9, and now the summation is 5 plus 9, so it becomes 14, and PRD equals to 5 into 9, so it becomes 45, and now sum value is 14, so 14 plus 45, so 45 plus 14, it becomes 59. So now the total value here it is 59, and the number entered by the user is 59. Both are equal, and for this reason it is said to be a special 2-digit number. So in this program, first I have checked whether the number entered by the user, whether it is a 2-digit or not. If it is 2-digit, then it's going to check whether it is a special 2-digit number or not. And for checking the special 2-digit number, I just write again another if-else statement here to check whether it is a special 2-digit number or not. And after that, in the else block, which is the else block of the first if statement, it's said to be it is actually clarified whether the number entered by the user it's not a 2-digit number. Okay, suppose I just run the program, okay, and I enter a value, suppose 562, so it is not a 2-digit number. You can see it is not a 2-digit number. So this statement actually going to execute, this else block statement is going to execute in this case. You can see here is a outer if and there is a inner if. So this is an example of nested if statement. Now some mathematical functions. Mathematical functions are basically included in the math libraries, and there are different types of mathematical functions present in the math libraries, and these type of functions like this math.sqrt. You always remember that every mathematical functions always start with the class name, that is math. Math is the class name. So math, then after giving dot or full stop, and then after the you just write down the function name. So math is the initial thing which you have to always write for the mathematical functions. And these functions basically the library functions of Java. Here it is the return data type. What does mean by actually return data type? Actually when this function is going to execute, then a certain value is returned by this function, and the value which is returned by this function, their data type actually defined here, and the function name actually there, and the description means what kind of operation actually going to execute by this operation. Now in case of the sqrt function, so sqrt function, it takes argument, only a single argument. Okay, it's only take a single argument, and it find out the square root of a value. Suppose within this argument if I just write 4, the value is 4, then the square root of 4 is 2. As this function return always double data type value, so it return the value not 2, it returns 2.0. In case of CVRT function, it is going to find out the cube root of a number given by the user, or which is actually passed as an argument in this portion. And cube root function, CBRT function, also accept only a single argument or parameter. Suppose I just enter here 27. So 27 is the value. So 27, cube root of 27 is 3, and as this function always return the double data type value, and for this reason the value is not 3, rather it is 3.0. Math.pow function. Math.pow, by the use of the math.pow functions, it is actually going to find out the power value of a number. Suppose a number, suppose 2 to the power n, 2 to the power n. So the first in the pow function, it actually take two argument, first argument and the second argument. First argument actually responsible to accept the value, and in this example the value is 2. So in the argument 1 it is 2, and argument 2 actually takes the power of the value. So argument 2 actually refer to the power of the value. So here it is n. So in this case the argument 2 actually n. So the 2 to the power n, if I am going to rewrite this thing by using the pow function, then it look like math.pow 2, n, right? And this pow function also return the data value in the form of double. So suppose if it is the value of n, suppose 2, but the value of n means power value is 3, then 2 cube. So math.pow 2, 3, and it returns 8.0, not 8, because it always return double data type value, and for this reason it return 8.0. So you can see I've just write the math.square root function and pass the argument 4 as argument, and I think it returns 2.0. Let's run the program, and you can find the value is 2.0, not 2. Okay, now the cube root function. So CBRT here, CBRT. Now CBRT, suppose 27, so it returns 3.0 instead of 3, because it always return the double data type value, and I just run the program. Yes, it is 3.0, so 3. Now pow function, pow function. So pow, so I am going to find out the power value of 2 of cube. So 2 cube, I am just going to find out the value of 2 cube. So 2 is the value. First here the value must be written, and then after the power value is written in the as a second argument. Then it is also written as a double data type, so it returned 8.0. So you can see the value is 8.0. Suppose I am going to change the value 2, it is going to 5, and it is going to 5 cube. So 5 cube means 125. So I am going to run this program, and it is 125.0. Max function is used to find out the maximum value between the two number, which is basically passed as an argument within this function. You can see in this case the argument 1 and argument 2, two argument actually the max function is able to take, but not more than two argument or two values it cannot accept. Suppose if I just wish to find out the maximum value in between the three numbers, then the max function only able to accept the two value, not the three values. Okay, so maximum capacity of accepting the value is 2. So the max function accept two argument, and in between these two argument which value is maximum, then this value is returned. Now in case of the max function, it return data type is different, because it may return integer data type and it may return double data type. If both the argument is integer, then it return integer, and if both the value is double, or any one of these value is double, then the double value is returned. Okay, suppose the value is 10 and it is 20. So it is 20, it is 2. So it is 20. So in between them 20 is maximum value, and as both the value which are actually basically passed as an argument in the max function, both are integer data type. So for this reason, in this case the max function return the, but if I just put 20.0, then it return 20.0, not 10, because it returned double data type. So in case of max function, it may return integer data type and it may return double data type, and the return data type actually basically depend on the max the parameter or argument which is passed in the max function completely. Now in case of the mean function, the return derivative is just same as like max function, and in the mean function it also take a 2 argument as a value, and in between them it is going to check which value is more less or more minimum and return the value. And if I just pass the same value 10 and 20 here, okay, 20, then the value is returned 10 in case of the mean function. Math.abs function. ABS function basically responsible to return the absolute value, and ABS function always takes value as argument, and in ABS function it only accepts a single argument, not more than one argument it can accept. So in case of ABS function, it is just same as like max and mean function, that a return data type is varied. It may return integer data type or may return double data type. If the argument pass as integer, then the return data type is integer, and if the value is double data type as argument, then the return data type also double data type. In case of ABS function, the absolute value means if a negative value is passed within this function, then it returns its positive value. So you can see 5 and 3. So in between them, the max function, the maximum value is 5. So I think the 5 is returned, but here is the data type is double. So it is always a double data type 5.0. So I've just convert it. It is better to write in the different way. We can write this function directly into the system.out.println. Then we can easily get which kind of data type actually being returned by the function. So math.max 5,3. So it return the value directly in the system.out.println. Let's run the program. So you can see it is 5.0. Now suppose it is 5.0. Now what is the value is returned by the it is 5.0. Suppose it is 5 and it is 3.0. Now the value is returned by the user is 5.0. but 5 here it is 5. So any kind of value combination value is double if found in the max function, then the double data type is returned. Now if it is suppose 5.2 and it is suppose 3.7, so 5.2 I think return, so 5.2. So this is the combination of data type, different types of data type in case of max function. In case of the mean function, it working in the same way. It return the minimum value. Return data type is completely dependent on the parameter or argument passed in the mean function. Now in this case 3.7 is the minimum value. So you can find 3.7, and if I just rewrite this 3 and it is 5.2, okay, so it returned 3.0 because one of them is already double. Now I just make them both are integer value, then it returned 3, not 3.0. So this is the mean function. Now I am going to use the ABS function. By using the ABS function, we can just return the absolute value. So absolute value means if the negative value is passed within the argument in the ABS function, it return the positive value, but here is the already is the positive value, and for this reason it is returned as positive. Now I am going to just make the value as negative. Now it returned 10 only. Now if the value is 10.0, so it becomes double data type value, and for this reason in this case it returned double data type value 10.0. Now the floor and ceil function. What is the basic difference between the floor and ceil function? Floor and ceil functions both actually used to round out some values, but in different way. Both the function actually basically floor and ceil function, both function basically takes the only a single argument, and within this argument we are going to pass some fractional value, means double data type value. And if the double data type value passed when it is passed actually, then it return its whole or rounded number value, and the return data type always be in the form of double, not is depend upon the data type passed as argument in the function, okay, which is actually basically happen in the max, mean, or in case of the ABS function. So in case of the floor and ceil function, the argument passed, it always return the double data type value. Now in case of the floor function, it always return the nearest or the lower value rather compared to the value passed within the function. Suppose if I just pass the value 10.5, 10.5. So nearest rounded value of this 10.5 is 10 and 11. So two values only. One is 10, another one is 11, the nearest rounded value of 10.5. Now the floor function always return the lower value or the value which is same as the value entered by the user, but never return the value which is higher than the value entered by the user. And for this reason the nearest two rounded number is 10 and 11, and 11 is higher than the 10.5 which is entered by the user. So in case of floor functions it return 10. So in this case the floor function return 10, but if I just pass the same argument in the ceil function, in case of ceil functions it always return the greater value or the same value but not the lesser value from the number which is basically entered by the user. So the 10 and 11 are the nearest integer rounded value of the 10.5 which is entered by the user. So in case of ceil function it never return the lower value than the number inputted by the user. So 10 is lower number compared to the 10.5 entered by the user, and for this reason in case of ceil function it return 11. So in case of floor and ceil both are going to round out the number but in different techniques, and for this reason it return different results. So I am going to print the math.floor function value and 10 passed as a 10.7 as an argument, as the floor function always return the lower value from the number entered by the user, not the higher value, and for this reason it return 10.0. So you can see the value is 10.0. But instead of the floor function, if I use the ceil function, then it always never actually return the value which is lesser than the number entered by the user, and for this reason in this case by using the ceil function, when value 10.7 passed as an argument, then it return 11.0, not 10. So this is the value. Now the round function and the rind function. By using the round and rind functions we can easily round out any kind of fractional value. Both the functions are able to round out the value but in different technique. Though the different technique they are used, they may return same value, but why the two different types of function actually basically present in the mathematical library? Because if the both functions return the same value, it is not just like ceil and floor it is greater, or in case of ceil it is return the greater value and floor it is return the lower value. Not in this way. In case of round and rind function it actually work as per the mathematical rules. If the value of the fractional part of an entered number is greater than the 0.5, then it is going to return the higher value, and if it is the it is lesser than the 0.5, then it is going to return the lower value. Suppose the value is entered by the user is 10.7. If the value is 10.7, so 10.7 if entered by the user, then using the round function by using the mathematical rules, the 10.7, so this 0.7 basically greater than the 5.5 actually, and for this reason it return 11, right? And in case of the rind function also it return 11. So both the function actually basically return the 11. But why these two different types of functions are available in the Java software? Why? Let's find out what is the basic difference between these two functions, round and rind. And before that you have to remember, in case of the round and rind both the functions return the value in the form of double. Now you can see I have already taken the value val is 4.6 and use both the functions math.round and math.rind in this case. Now I am just going to run the program, and as per the mathematical formula, the math.round function is going to return the value as 5 because the nearest whole or integer number is 5, and math.rind it returns the nearest integer, so 5. So 4.6 is going to, when used in case of the round and rind function, it return 5 and 5 both the functions. Now if as per mathematics, because 0.6 is higher than 0.5, and for this reason the higher values return. Suppose it is 4.3 suppose, then the return value as per mathematics is 4, because 0.5 is not 0.3, this 0.3 actually basically not higher than the 0.5, it is lower, and for this reason whenever it is going to round out as per mathematical rules, it returns the lower value, it means it returns 4. Let's see what is the output. Yes, the output is 4.0, right? Now if the value is exactly 0.5, then what happen? Now if the value is 0.5 or greater than 0.5, as per the mathematics it is going to return the higher value, it means it returns, in this case 4.5 it is, so 0.5 it is 4.5, so it returns 5.5 value. Let's see what value returned by both the functions. So in case of the math.round function, the value passed as 4.5 and it returned 5, and in case of math.read function, it returned 4.0, not 0.5. So in this case basically read function is not following the mathematical rules, but in the previous case the read functions follow the mathematical rules. Let's change the value again. It is not 5.5, sorry, it is not 4.5, it is 5.5. okay, let's run the program, but in this case it returns 6, and in this case also it returns 6. So both the functions return the value 6 when the value is 5.5, but when the value is 4.5, so it return one, the round function return 5 and read function return 4.0. So what is why this type of value actually returned by the read function? Because when the value is 5.5, then the normal mathematical rules is applied, but when the value is 4.5, the normal mathematical rules is not applied in case of the read function. So the basic difference between the round and read function is when the fractional part value is exactly 0.5. okay, so when the fractional part of the value is exactly 0.5, not more than 0.5 or less than 0.5, exactly 0.5, then only in case of the read function, not in case of the round function working normally as per the mathematical rules. But in case of the read function, when the value passed as argument in the read function and the fractional part is exactly 0.5, in this case the value here it is exactly 0.5. So in this case the read function return the nearest whole number obviously, but which is even number actually. In this case 4.5, whenever it is going to execute by using the read function, when the value is exactly 0.5, it returns always the even number. Now if I am going to just round out the value of 4.5, so it returns two rounded format, one is 4, another one is 5. Now 4 is even number and 5 is not an even number, and for this reason in case of the read function it returns 4, not 5. okay, now in case but if the value is changed, then it is 5.5, then the nearest value of 5.5 is 5 and 6, and 5 is not an even number and 6 is an even number, and for this reason in case of the read function it returned the value is 6.0, and in this case the value is matched. So in this way actually read function work. When the value is exactly 0.5, the read function actually working differently, and it return the nearest whole number or rounded number, which is basically even number. So this is the basic difference between the round and read function. Now the math.random function. By using the random function we can easily generate a number in between the 0 and 1 and randomly. So number actually generated in the form of double, and that's why it is written the double data type value, and the number is not fixed, it may return any kind of value but in between the 0 and 1. So I am going to run this program, and you can see the output generated as 0 point like this by using the math.random. So 0.1469. I just run the program again and it returns 0.800. I run the program again, it returns 0.6366. So in every time it returns, you can say 0.139. So in every time by using the math.random it return a number in between the 0 and 1, and for this reason it is known as the random. It is just the name is actually perfect for this function. Now if I am just going to, it is multiplied by 10, then the value is look like this 2.66 or like this. Now I'm going to typecasting this value generated by the math.random function into the integer value, and for this reason I am just going to do this operation, and within the bracket I'm just going to transform the complete thing, and then after I'm going to write int like this, doing the typecasting, explicit typecasting, and you can see the number is generated here 7, so 3 and then 5 and then 6, then it is 0 and then it is 7 again, 8, 9, 0. So randomly different types of number you can see it is generated here. Okay, different types of number 9, but the number never exceed 10. So it is the example how to actually generate the number in between 1 to 10. Now the switch case statement. By using the switch case statement we can make the decision within the program, and the syntax is given here. After writing the switch keyword, then within the bracket parenthesis we are going to write down the value or any direct value. We can write down the direct value or the name of the variable, and then after opening brace write the case keyword and then giving space. Here is a space here, actually in this portion actually space is actually present, and then after write down the value 1. Okay, the value which is going to check within this. Then after writing the statement 1, when the variable just to hold the value actually matched with this value 1, then the statement which is written here is going to execute, and if the value 1 is not matched, then it is going to check another value in the case 2, and where the value 2 is going to check, and if this value 2 is matched with the value entered by the or passed within the switch statement, then the statement 2 is going to execute. So when the statement 2 is execute, when the value 2 is matched with the value passed as an argument within this switch. Now if the value is matched, then this statement 2 is execute, and if the value is not matched, then the case 3 value 3 going to check, and if the value 3 is matched, then this statement 3 is going to execute, and if the state value 3 is not matched, then the default statement, it means if all the cases are unmatched, then the default statement which is written here, statement 4, is going to execute. So all the value is unmatched when, then the default statement is going to execute. So when default statement is execute, when the all the cases are not matched. You can see I just written here value 1, value 2, value 3 in this way, but I never write down here like condition 1, condition 2, condition 3, which is actually basically written in the if statement, because we are not able to check any kind of conditions. We are actually going to evaluate whether the value is matched with value which is actually passed as an argument within this switch statement with the value with this one. Okay, and for this reason the condition is not actually written here, value is actually written here. Now you can see in every case there is a break keyword actually basically used here, a break, another break and another break. So every case actually, in every case is there a break keyword always be present, and but in case of the default statement there is no need of the break keyword. You can see there is no break keyword actually used in the default case statement. In case of the switch case statement, you can omit the default case statement. It means the default case statement in case of the switch case statement, this default case statement, okay, this default case statement is actually optional in case of the switch case statement. If you wish to omit, or if you wish to not like to write down the default statement within the switch case statement, so you can just erase the default case statement. But in case of the if else statement, you cannot omit the else block. So this is the difference with the switch case and the if. Later we can discuss different types of points which actually make the difference with switch and the if. Now the question is using switch case statement. So we are going to write down the switch case statement in this program. Write a menu driven program. Now basically actually switch case statement is used to write down some menus. Now what is menu driven program? I discuss just later. And program to convert a given temperature from Fahrenheit to Celsius. So temperature and vice versa. So temperature actually going to input or entered by the user, and the temperature, if it is entered into the Fahrenheit, then it is going to transform into the Celsius, and if it is entered into the Celsius, then it is going to change into the Fahrenheit. For an incorrect choice, suppose user actually input some or choose some incorrect menu, then an appropriate message will be displayed. In this program actually we are going to first display the menu. Menu means by which conversion actually we are choose to convert, means Fahrenheit to Celsius or Celsius to Fahrenheit, which conversion we are willing to do. So you can see I have already written a menu here. The menu is look like this: enter 1 to convert the temperature into the Celsius to Fahrenheit. So this is the one kind of menu, and another is enter 2 to convert the Fahrenheit to Celsius. So here the telling the user to enter 1 to convert the temperature from Celsius to Fahrenheit and enter 2 for Fahrenheit to Celsius. So this is actually the menu. Okay, now you can change the menu like this: enter C to convert the Celsius to Fahrenheit, or enter F to convert the temperature Fahrenheit to Celsius. So the value actually passed as an argument within the switch case statement you can change. It is completely depend upon your choice if it is not mentioned in the question. But as per the question here, the menu actually not mentioned, so for this reason it as a 1 and 2, and then after enter your choice from 1 and 2, and I'm just taking the input from the user into the variable ch, which is actually entered by the user with the choice, the conversion of which conversion actually going to takes place by the user. And then after I'm going to write the switch statement, and within the switch statement we are just passing the value of ch. It means the value the choice actually made by the user. Now within the switch case statement I am going to write down the case. Now what is the value 1 of the case? As per the menu it is C1 and it is 2, then the value of case is 1 here. Okay, suppose the value, if it is, suppose I am just convert it, enter 10 to convert the Celsius to Fahrenheit, then the case value is becomes 10 also. So this case value is completely depend upon the menu. If the menu is changed, then the case value is also be changed. Okay, so I am just return to our previous state. So case 1, in case 1 I am taking the input from the user into the Celsius and the temperature into the Celsius and convert into the Fahrenheit. Let's try. So you can see input the temperature into the Celsius into the variable temp, and after doing this I'm just doing the operations as per the question, the formula mentioned in the question, and the formula is 1.8 into the temperature in Celsius and plus 32. This is the formula, so I've just rewrite the formula, and the temperature actually entered in the variable temp, and that's why I'm writing here the temp instead of C. So then after the Fahrenheit conversion actually takes place and the value is stored in Fahrenheit FAR, and then print the value after converting the temperature equivalent temperature of Celsius into its equivalent temperature of Fahrenheit into the FAR, and then I just print the value in Fahrenheit temperature in Fahrenheit, and then after write down the break statement. And in the case 2 actually, in the case 2 going to do the same operation but in opposite direction. It means from Fahrenheit to Celsius. So you can see in the case that the temperature in Fahrenheit, temperature actually input into the same variable temp, and as it is declared in the case 1, so it need not to be declared here or again. And then after I'm going to convert the temperature into its equivalent Celsius, and then I just print this value, and then after the break keyword is always be used in the case where, and then after I'm going to print write down the default statement. Why? Because in this program it is mentioned that if the appropriate menu is not chosen by the user, means here the menu is 1 to convert temperature from Celsius to Fahrenheit and 2 to convert the Fahrenheit to Celsius. So first when this program is execute, then program must enter in between the number from 1 and 2, and except this number, if in any kind of number actually entered by the user, then the case 1 or case 2 is not mismatched, then the conversion is not going to take place or not going to execute, and temperature conversion is not done. And for this reason, to resolve this problem, we have to show some error message to the user. User can easily understand where is the problem actually. And for this reason, I am going to write down this thing: enter choice in between 1 and 2. So 1 and 2, if user is not entered any kind of value except 1 and 2, then this default statement is going to execute. And as the default statement is never contain any kind of break keyword, and for this reason break keyword is not mentioned here, and now I am going to run the program. So this is actually the menu. Here is the menu, this is the menu, and as the menu is written here, and for this reason it is known as the menu driven program. Now I am going to run the program. Okay, look, the menu is printed first. Enter 1 to convert Celsius to, enter 1 to convert the Celsius to Fahrenheit, and enter 2 to convert the Fahrenheit to Celsius, and enter your choice 1 to, so I am just enter 2. It means Fahrenheit to Celsius. Enter temperature in Fahrenheit. Suppose Fahrenheit it is 100 degree Fahrenheit. So equivalent Celsius temperature is 37.77 like this. Now again run the program, and this time I am going to convert the temperature Celsius to Fahrenheit, and for enter the temperature in Celsius. Suppose it is 50, so hot. So temperature in Fahrenheit is 122 degree Fahrenheit. Now I am going to run the program again and enter the value, suppose 5. So there is no value actually present within the menu. For this reason the error message must be showed that we are not actually choosing the exact menu actually which is responsible to execute the program. And so for this reason the default statement, this block is going to execute in this case, and enter choice 1 in between 1 and 2. The proper appropriate message is displayed because user choose a wrong menu. Okay, because this menu 5, that is case 5, is not present within this switch case, and for this reason it shows a error message. So by this technique this problem basically solved. Now the next program is again a menu driven program. So in the menu driven program, in this case we are going to find out the area of circle. The formula is given here, area of square and the area of rectangle. All the formula are given here, and the choice should be C to calculate the area of circle. So user entered the character C to calculate the area of circle, not 1 to 3 just like before. S to calculate the area of square, and R to calculate the area of rectangle. So in this value C, S, R as a character value, not a integer value, because in this program the menu is already mentioned. Now you can see I will retain the menu here. Enter C to find the area of circle, enter S to find out the area of square, enter R to find the area of rectangle. Now we are going to take the input from the user as a choice as a character variable, and for this reason I am declared the ch as a character and going to just pass the ch within the switch case statement. And as the switch case statement in the it is as treated as character, so value should be written within the single inverted comma, and for this reason I am going to write within single inverted comma it is C, because first menu is C. Here it is C. So in the C means we are going to find out the area of a circle, and to find out the area of a circle we must to enter the radius of a circle. Now I am going to take the input from the user of radius of a circle. So you can see I will enter the radius of the circle into the variable R, and then after implementing the formula 3.14 r square by the math.power function, here actually r square is written, and then the area actually calculated and stored into the variable area which is actually basically declared here in the form of double. And then after I've just print the area of the circle here, and then use the keyword break, and then after I'm going to write down the another case, and it is suppose the case for the square and the menu is S here. Okay, and for this reason I'm going to write down S menu, and then after I'm just write down the same thing, and for this reason I'm just going to copy paste it and copy and paste the value here, and here taking the input from the user actually squares for, so we are going to actually accept the side of the square. So we are going to take the side of a square, and side may be in the form of a double, no problem. So now the area is a square. A square means math.pow s comma 2, right? So the square area of the square is find out, and now I am going to print the value of area of the square, and area of the square is A. Here store is area. So in the case A it is calculated. Now in case third case it is the value is R. Here it is the value case is R. So it is R within the single element comma because it is set as it is character, and here I am just paste the same value, and I am going to now in this case R we are going to calculate the area of the rectangle, and for this reason we are going to enter the length. So there enter the length, so length, and then after we are going to input the same way but in breadth. So enter the length and breadth of a rectangle, and after this we can calculate the area of a rectangle, and then after I am going to implement the formula here, length into breadth. So length into breadth, L into B, and the area is printed here, calculated and stored in the variable area, and then I am going to print the value area of rectangle is area. And then after, if the user is uncertainly enter any kind of choose any kind of value except C, S and R, then the appropriate message should be displayed to understand the user what kind of error actually occurred. And for this reason I am going to write down the default case statement, and within the default case statement I am writing that system.println the enter a proper select a proper input, select the proper menu, suppose like this, select the proper menu or menu properly, select the menu properly like this. Error message is just displayed to understand it better way. Now I am going to run the program, enter C to find the area of the circle, enter S to find out the square, and R to find out the area of rectangle. So this is the menu. Now I am going to enter the choice, suppose it is C, and then after enter the radius of the circle. So this case actually now actually execute here, and enter the radius, suppose 10. So 3.14 into 10 square means 100. So 314 is the answer. And then when this case is executed, then the break keyword is encountered, and then after it terminates the switch case statement and exit from the program. Now again run the program, and I'm going to find out or calculate the area of the square. So square formula is suppose 5. The side of the square is 5, so area is 25.0. It is S into S. Now, and in this case actually going to execute, and after executing this case actually then break keyword is encountered, and it breaks from the switch case statement. And after breaking the switch case statement out, when it is the control of the program is out from the switch case statement, there is no line to execute, and for this reason program is terminated. Okay, and now I'm just run the program again, and this time I'm going to calculate the area of the rectangle. So area of the rectangle is suppose 10, another value is 15, so area of rectangle is 150. Okay, now I'm going to, and this time actually this case actually going to execute. Okay, now I'm going to run the program again and enter a choice, suppose like this 4 or not 4 actually, suppose I'm just enter the value of D. So there is no actually case present with respect to D. C, S, R are only available case, and for this reason this default statement is going to execute to show a particular error message. By this a user can easily find out what kind of error actually occurred during the execution of the program, or what kind of actually value wrong value actually entered by the user. Okay, so in this way this program is basically solved. Fall through statement in Java. What is fall through statement? Fall through statement basically encountered in case of the switch case statement. In case of switch case statement, if we just forget to write down any kind of break keyword within any case, then the case is not terminated, and the next case is going to automatically execute without matching the value written within the next case. It means, let's see the syntax. Here it is a switch case statement, and in this case value 1, in the case 1 there is no actually keyword break keyword actually present. There is no break keyword. I just write down the statement here, and then after no break keyword actually used, no break keyword, right? And for this reason, when the value is matched, the value suppose passed as a, when the value is passed here and it is matched with the value 1, then this case is going to execute, and when this case is going to execute, then statement 1 is execute, and after execute the statement 1 there is no break keyword is present, and for this reason the case 2, this case is going to execute automatically without matching the value of this value, means value 2 is may not match with the value entered here actually within the switch. But though after, if as there is a no break keyword actually used in the previous case block, and for this reason without mismatching, it is not going to check or match the condition value actually written in the next case. Without matching the value written in the next case, it going to execute the next case value, and for this reason statement 2 also execute. So in this case the value actually, in this case the value actually, value 1 is when value 1 is matched with the value passed here, then the statement 1 execute, and as there is no break keyword actually used, and for this reason this statement 2 execute, and after statement 2 execution there is a break keyword is encountered, and for this reason it terminate the switch case statement. Okay, so this type of statement is known as the fall through statement. It is basically, you can say it is a bug or some kind of error within the program which is actually created by the programmer for their wrong code. But this type of bugs, which is actually basically known as fall through statement, it can be used for different types of tasks, which is very useful for the programmer and as well as for the user. Let's see. In the previous program, where actually we are going to calculate the area of the circle, area of the square, area of rectangle, after enter the CSR as their selection menu value, and then after here it is just run the program. Now if I just run the program, and enter the value C, but instead of small c I am going to write down capital C, then it shows the select the menu properly. It means this default statement is going to execute, not this case C actually going to execute in this case, and for this reason capital C, when it is entered by the user, it is not executed to find out the area of the circle. But C is correct as per the menu, because you have a choice to enter the character in the capital letter as well as in the small letter, does not matter. And for this reason I am going to use the fall through statement in this case for us to get the suitable output. Whenever user enter capital C or small c, it does not matter, the program is going to calculate the area of the circle. And for this reason I am going to use here another case, and which is capital C, and within this case I am not writing any kind of statement, and even I am not writing any kind of break keyword. So whenever this program is execute, suppose this program is execute, suppose I just enter small c value, not capital C, so this case actually matched. But if I just enter the capital C, then this case actually going to matched. But in this case there is no statement, so no output actually generated, and as well as in this case capital C, there is no break keyword actually used, and for this reason the next case, which is the case smaller case C, is going to automatically executed though the value is not matched with the capital C which is entered by the user. So this is the benefit of the fall through statement, using here the fall through statement to get the benefit from it. So whenever we just enter capital C value, then this case actually matched, and as there is no break keyword present, then this C also, this case actually going to execute, and area of circle is calculated, and then the break keyword is encountered, and then the terminate the switch case statement. Now let's run the program. So program is going to C, enter the radius of the circle. Look, there is no statement actually written within this case C, capital C, though after this case is executed, because enter the radius of circle is printed within the C, small c case, right? So enter the radius, suppose 5, so it is going to calculate the area of the circle 78.5. So in this way, actually I am going to write down the same thing, the case capital S for the circle, and here the fall through statement again used, and again used the capital R. The fall through statement again used here, no break keyword. So in this case I am just going to run and suppose enter capital R. So we are going to calculate the area of the rectangle. So length 10, 15, so area of the rectangle is 150, right? Again I run the program. Suppose if I enter the small r value, then what happens? Okay, enter the rectangle. So by entering the capital R or small r, both the value is calculated. Let's try. So 150, both the result are same. So these are the application area where we can use the fall through statement as a benefit for the program. Now the question is, what is bytecode and what is JVM? Java is known as a platform independent programming language. But why? Whenever a programming language is compiled, then it's transformed to the machine level code directly. But in case of Java, after compiling, it not converted to the machine level code directly. Rather, it produces intermediate code which is known as a bytecode. So what is bytecode? Bytecode is nothing but the intermediate code after compiling the Java program, and this code never contains the machine information. Machine information means in which platform actually this program actually going to execute. Platform means in which system, means what kind of operating system and what kind of hardware actually being used within this computer system. So this is the platform. The system information is known as the platform. So platform information or system information is not included in case of the Java bytecode. Okay, but in other programming language, whenever it is going to convert it into the directly into the machine level code, then the machine information is also included within this code. But in case of the Java programming language, when it is compiled, it produces an intermediate code, not it is directly converted to the machine level code. Rather, it's convert the source code or program code into its intermediate code, which is known as the bytecode. So when it is compiled, their bytecodes are produced. Okay, and the after bytecode is produced, this bytecode again interpreted by the Java interpreter, and then it convert to the machine level code, and this Java interpreter is known as the JVM. So actually the Java interpreter is known as the JVM. So what is JVM? JVM is the Java interpreter, and which is responsible to convert the Java bytecode into its equivalent machine level code. So the Java program is compiled as well as interpreted, which I mentioned earlier in the features of Java. So here it is the process. When the Java source code is first compiled by the Java compiler, and it produces a Java bytecode, which is a intermediate code which never contains any kind of machine or information or system information, and for this reason it becomes platform independent. And then after this Java bytecode again interpreted by the Java interpreter and then produce the machine level code, and this Java interpreter is known as the Java virtual machine. Another question is what is written once and run anywhere? It means in short ORA. What is mean by ORA, or what is mean by platform independent? Both the questions are same, because both the answer of the question of the are same. Why the Java is known as the platform independent? Because as Java is not directly produce the machine code, it produces a Java intermediate code which is known as bytecode, and in this bytecode actually not include the machine information or system information, and for this reason if this Java bytecode is transferred to the another computer system, which is configure is completely different from the where actually it is being compiled, then this bytecode easily converted to the machine code and run the program easily by the Java interpreter, by the JVM actually. and for this reason Java is known as platform independent, or it is also known as called as written once, means written any kind of computer system, or you can run it this source code in any kind of machines, and for this reason it becomes platform independent. Why the class is called as a object factory, right? Why the class is called as a object factory? Now what is factory? Factory means there is a different types of factory present in our real society around us. Suppose a car factory. A car factory means the factory which factory actually produce some cars. Bike factory means who manufacture bikes. So the factory concept is producing something, items or goods or any kind of things relate to their characteristic, right? So class is known as the object factory. Why? Because class is consist of several objects. Suppose these two things are belongs to the same class, which is known as the pen class, and this is one object and this is another object. So it is represent the these two objects represent the same class, pen class. So it produce this pen class, these two things actually produces from the pen class. So factory means where it is actually production actually takes place. So class actually consists of several objects, and for this reason class may produce several objects for a same class, and for this reason is known as object factory, as it produces or generate, or it can obtain different types of objects, and as the class is consist of several objects, so it can produce several objects for a single class, and for this reason class is known as the factory of object or object factory. It means class manufacturing the object. Okay, class is a factory who actually responsible to manufacture the object, and for this reason class is known as the object factory, as it is manufacturing or producing the object. If it is producing car, then it is a car factory, and as the class is producing object, and for this reason it is known as the object factory. Rewrite the following segment using the if statement. In val like this, val equals to 500 and n equals to 550 and sum, and then the ternary operator, conditional operator actually basically used in this portion. So we are going to rewrite this segment. So in the first line the answer is given here. Actually in the first line the val is the variable is declared here. Actually in val equals to 500, n equals to 550 and sum, the variable actually declared, which is actually just same as like the as per the question, but the changes actually made here. Okay, so this is the conditional statement. So conditional operator actually used here. Here is the conditional operator, question mark and colon. Okay, question mark colon actually used. So conditional operator actually used, and here is the condition is val greater than 1500. Now the condition is rewritten here by using the if statement like this way. If val is greater than 1500, if it is true, then the true statement is going to execute, and true statement is 400, and it is going to add with the value of a with n, and this statement is going to execute, and for this reason sum equals to n plus 400, and if the condition is false, then 200 is going to add with the same value of sum equals to n plus like this, and for this reason else in the else block I am going to write down sum equals to n plus 200. Okay, so in this way the conditional operator or ternary operator is rewritten by using the if statement. This is a very important question. What is the difference between the if and switch case statement? Big differences between the if and switch case statement. In case of the switch statement, actually we are going to evaluate the value with the value written within the case. We cannot write different type of condition within the case. We can only evaluate, or we can write down the value there directly. So in the in the switch case or in the switch statement, the value is going to compare by the equal to operator. If the value is matched with the value which is written in the case, then this case is going to execute. It means the equality operator or equal to relational operator actually being take place in this switch statement. But in case of the if statement, we can write several condition. Okay, we can write several relational operator like greater than, equal to, less than, equal to, not equal to, like this thing. But only in case of the switch case statement, we can only use this equal to operator. Okay, in case of switch case, the case then after we are going to write down the value, and in this portion actually it's check whether the value passed by the user is matched with the value written in the case. And by in this portion actually this equal to operator actually participate and checking whether they are equal, then this case is going to execute, otherwise it not going to execute. So rest of the equal to operator, the other relational operator is not applicable in case of the switch statement. But in case of the if statement, we can easily write down any kind of relational statement, greater than equal to, less than equal to, not equal to, any kind of relational operator we can use. In case of the if statement, we can write several conditions with the help of logical and or logical or operator. So we can write within the if statement, or not statement, within the if condition actually we can write several conditions with the help of the logical and or logical or operator. But in case of the switch statement, we can only write one value, not several value we are going to write. In the later version of the JDK, from the version of JDK 17, the switch is differ. We can write several value in the switch statement, but equal to operation only takes place, not any kind of operation. So the switch case statement check the value is single variable, whereas if can test a multiple variables, it means multiple condition can be applied. Switch can only test the equal to operator, where in case of the if statement equal to, greater than, less than, any kind of operation with including the logical and operation is execute. If is more versatile than the switch. As you can see that if statement if condition actually may contain several condition, and for this reason we can check several condition, so it may use for variety of works. But in case of the switch case statement, it only going to work with the equal to operator, and for this reason it is restricted for a certain region, and for this reason the if becomes more versatile compared to the switch case statement. Now the loop statement. Loop means iteration. When a same work is iterate or repeated again and again, then this thing is known as the loop or iteration. Okay, so loop means iteration. Iteration means whenever we are going to repeat the same task or same work again and again, then this type of work or this type of incident actually known as loop or iteration. Now loop actually basically categorized in 4 types, and they are for loop, while loop, do while loop, and enhanced for loop. So 4 types of loops are present here: for loop, while loop, do while loop, and enhanced for loop. Now the for loop statement. The syntax is given here. In case of the for loop statement, within the parenthesis we are going to write the initial value first. So in case of the loop statement, in any kind of loop statement, okay, in the previous one you can see there is the 4 loops except the enhanced for loop. So except the enhanced for loop, in these 3 loop statement actually, for loop, while loop, and do while loop, these 3 loops always consist 3 things. One is initial value, another one is final value. It means from where the loop is being started, it is represented by the initial value, and where up to actually this loop is going to execute, it is actually final value, represented by the final value. And to reach from the initial value to final value, the value may increase or may be decreased. But in case of the enhanced for loop, it is worked differently. In case of the for loop, you can see within the parenthesis, first we are going to write the initial value. It means from where actually loop being started, and then after giving semicolon, then after final value, it means at what extent and at what value actually loop up to actually executed, and then after to reach from the initial value to final value. From initial value to final value reach, the value must be increased or either be decreased sometimes. Okay, if the initial value is smaller value and final value is greater value, then the increment actually takes place, and if the initial value is larger larger value and final value is the smaller value, then the decrement actually takes place. And then after, within the opening and closing braces, we are going to write down the iteration statement. Iteration statement means the statement which are going to iterate or repeat it again and again. Okay, within a program there are several statements are available, but within this program the statement which are going to repeat it again and again, this statement only concluded within these opening and closing braces. Write a program in Java to display the first 10 terms of the following series. So the first series program is look like this: 1, 4, 9, 16, right? So if I just write their positional value here, 1, 2 and 3 and 4 like this, and up to 10 terms, means it is going to print up to then it is 5 and then 6 and so on, and the last value will be 10 like this. Okay, dot 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 like this. So if I just going to square the value, 1 square, 2 square and 3 square and 4 square, so you can see 2 square means 4 and 3 square means 9 and 4 square means 16. So by squaring the individual value of the positional value of the number, then we can easily generate the series. So now I'm going to print out the series. So series will be start from the 1 and end up to 10 terms. So the initial value of the loop will be 1 and the final value will be 10, so less than equals to 10, and the value, as the initial value is 1 and the final value is 10, so value must be increased. And now how many terms? By 1 term, because as per the program logic, you can see it is 1 then 2 3, so difference between these two numbers is 1, and for this reason it is going to increase the value by 1. So I equals to I plus 1. So as I equals to I plus 1, we can write this thing by the increment decrement operator. So I just writing this statement by using the increment decrement operator. So I plus plus, and then after I am going to find out the value of square of individual number. So individual number is like this: int number num equals to math dot pow. The value is stored in I and it is going to square up. So square. Now math.pow function always return the value in the form of double, but the series is printed in the form of integer, and for this reason I am going to store the value in integer after the explicit typecasting into the integer value. So that's why I am just write down here say int, and then after I am going to print the series. Now let's run the program. So you can see the series is look like this: 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, like this, exactly same as per the question. Now the second series is 0, 3, 3, 8, 15. Okay, up to 10 terms. Now I am going to write down their individual series positional value. So 1, 2, 3, third position, this is the fourth position, and then after it will be fifth position, like this. Now I am going to square up the value, individual value. So square, 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 just like previous one. Okay, just like previous one. And after squaring the value, I am going to subtract the 1 from individual value. So 1 individual value is subtracted from by 1. Okay, so 1 square minus 1 means it becomes 0, 2 square means 4, and 4 minus 1 means 3, so it becomes 3. Here it is 3, and 4 square means 16, and then after subtracted by 1, so it becomes 15. So this series program is going to execute after squaring the individual positional value and up to 10 terms obviously, and then and also subtracted by 1, and then this series will generate. So you can see I have already written the program here. So here the value is power square up individual positional value and then subtracted by 1 here, and then after I just print the value. Let's run the program. Let's see what's happened. Yes, 0, 3, 8, 15, 24, which is just same as for the series given in the program. Now the third series is 24, 99, 224, 399, like this. So I'm going to write down this 5, and then after it is going to 10, and then after it is going to 15. Okay, 15, and then after it is going to 20. Now if I just squaring these values, so square, so 5 square means it becomes 25, and after 25 generated, if I subtract 1 from it, then it becomes 24. Okay, it becomes 24. Suppose 10 square means 100. Now 100 is subtracted by 1, then the value is 99. So after squaring the value, individual value 5, 10, 15, 20, then subtract by 1, then the series will generate. Now what is the difference between these two number? The first number is 5 and the difference is 5, and say in between the second number 10 and 15, the difference is 5. So in this case, the series program, actually the value is increased by 5. Now what is the last value of this series program? As the value is increased by 5, and we are actually going to print the first 10 terms here, so increment actually takes place by 5 in the last program. So 5 into 10, so it means final value of this program or of the loop which is used in this program is 50. So this is the formula, the difference with multiplied with the number of terms. So then we easily get the last value or final value of the loop. So what is the logic? Logic is difference between the number, here it is 5, and the number of terms, here it is 10. So difference into number of terms, difference is 5, and number of terms is 10. So 5 into 10, it becomes 50. So last value of the loop or final value of the loop will be 50. So let's make it is 5 changes. I'm going to change the previous program, and it is 50, and value will be changed by 5. So I equals to I plus 5, and then after I'm going to square the value and subtract it by 1, and let's run the program. Let's see. Yes, 24 to 99, 224, 399 as per the question. Now the next series is we are going to find out the sum value. Okay, we are going to find out the sum value of the following series. So for series is look like this: 1 by 2, 2 by 3, 3 by 4. So value, if it is a positional value 1, 2, 3, so the position value is per portion, and in the denominator portion it is position value plus 1. So it is 1 plus 1. Actually 1 plus 1 means the 1 plus 1 means 2, which is present here, and only 1 is present here. Now 2 plus 1 means 3, which is present here, and 2 only present in this case. Now 3 is present in the upper portion, and if I just add 1, then the value will be 3 plus 1 means 4, and which is in the denominator portion, and the last value is 19. So last value is 19, and 20 is generated by the adding of plus 1. So loop will start from 1. So initial value of the loop is 1, and final value of the loop is 19. So I'm going to change the here in the previous program. So initial value is 1 and final value is 19, and loop will increase. Now how the loop will increase? You can see the first value is 1, then first value is 1, then the second value is 2, and the third value is 3. So difference between the 1 and 2 is 1, and 2 and 3 is 1. So value is increased by 1. So it is increased by 1. So I'm just writing here I plus plus, and then after I'm going to find out the value. Now to find out the sum value, we must declare a variable before starting the loop. Suppose here, it is in the capital letter, not capital. Before starting the loop, we must declare the variable of sum with the double data type, because there is a fractional very high probability of generating of the fractional value, and the value variable must be initialized with 0 to find out the sum. Okay, whenever we are going to find out any kind of sum, so we must declare a variable and initialize it with the value 0. Now I am going to find out the sum. So sum look like this: sum equals to sum plus. Now the formula is I divided by I plus 1, right? 1 by 2 means if I represent the upper portion means 1, then the lower portion value is 1 plus 1, it means I plus 1, right? So it is I divided by again I plus 1, right? So I divided by I plus 1. Now I am going to print the sum, but here it is we are not interested to print the series, and for this reason after the loop I am going to print the sum here. suppose sum value equals to plus sum. So this is the series program, and we can rewrite this thing by using the shorthand notation. So we can write down this sum plus equals to like this. Value of I is suppose 2. Okay, then this statement is look like this: 2 going to divide by 2 plus 1, right? 2 plus 1. So it's look like it is 2 by 3. Okay, so this is the just like as per the series 2 by 3. So in this way this series actually basically solved. Now the next series is a is equals to 1 plus 2 square by a plus 3 cube by a square up to n terms, where n is going to input from the user. Now 1 plus, now if I just write here 1 divided by, suppose if I am writing here 1 divided by a to the power 0. A to the power 0 means 1, and 1 by 1 means 1 again, and it is 1, and this is 2. Now you can see the 1, 2, 3 power value is increased, and power value is here, it is 1, right? So serial number or positional value is 1, 2 and 3 here. Okay, the position value is 1, 2, 3 here actually basically, and the power and the positional value is going to subtracted by 1, and this value is put into the power value as a power value of the a, which is written in the denominator portion. So here the position value is 2, so a to the power 1 means 2 minus 1. Here a square means these 3, so this 2 means 3 minus this 3 minus 1, the position value minus 1, and up to n terms. So we are going to take the input from the user. So you can see I have already taken the range entered by the user into the variable n, and to find out the sum I just declare a sum value with double data type, and the value is starting from 1 and up to the n terms. So I less than equals to n, and value is increased by I plus plus. Why? Because the value is increased by 1. Let's see. In this question first value is 1, then value is 2, then 3, so value is increased here by 1. So in this portion actually sum equals to going to addition, so sum plus equals to I divided by, it is going to I divided by math dot pow a comma I minus 1, right? Suppose the value of I is suppose 3, then it becomes 3 minus 1, so it becomes a square. Upper value is 3, so 3 by a square, right? Let's see, here it is 3 by a square. No, there is a 3 cube. Okay, there is a 3 cube again. Okay, so this is not math dot pow. Again I just going to write down here math dot pow, and the value is I to the power I, right? Math I to the power I. If the value of I is suppose 3, then 3 to the power 3 means 3 cube divided by math dot pow a to the power square, right? So 3 cube by a square. Now the value of a to be inputted from the user, so I am going to take the input from the user here. Suppose I am going to take the input, so enter the and I am just taking the input into the variable a. Okay, now let's run the program. So enter the range is suppose 10 terms, and enter the value of a, suppose 5, then the value is look like this. Again run the program, range is 20, so 20 up to 20 terms, and the value is entered by the user is a is 2, then the sum is look like this. So in this way this series program is basically solved. Now the next series program, 1 square by a, 3 square by a, 5 square by a. So in this way, now if I write down here the value 1, a square, a to the power 1 means a. Now a square, a cube, like this. So this 1, 2 and this 3 value actually going to increase by 1, and whenever we are going to multiply it by 2, multiplied by what? By 2, then 3 to the power 3 into 2 means 6, so it generates 6, and then after if I just subtract this number, then it becomes 5. Okay, which is exactly same as written here. Okay, so logic is actually basically here, the power is going to multiply it, the power of the A is going to multiply it with 2, and then the is subtracted by 1, then the value in the upper portion is generated. Suppose here it is 2, so 2 into 2 means 4, and then 4 minus 1 is become 3, and every upper value is square up. So let's try. Here the number range is already inputted, A is inputted. Now value is starting from 1 and up to n terms, because a to the power n, and value is increased by 1. Now the formula is like this: 1 square means 1 square the power value multiplied by 2. Power value actually stored in the variable I, and for this reason I into 2, this one minus 1, it is going to square up. Suppose the value of I is 3, so it becomes 3 into 2 means 6, 6 minus 1 means 5. Okay, then it generates 5, and 5 square. So for this reason I am going to write down here math.pow, and within the bracket I am going to square the value, square the value, and then after going to divide it by the value of A. So math.pow and the value of A comma I, where I is the power. So if the value of I is 3, then A cube, and here it is 3 into 2 minus 1, it means 5, and 5 square. So 5 square by A cube as per the question. Now let's run the program. Enter the range. Suppose range is 10 terms, value is 2, then the value sum of value is look like this, and enter the range. Suppose value range is 20, and the value of A is suppose 6, then the value is look like this. Okay, so this program is basically solved in this way. Now the program is write a program to accept a number and find the factors of it. Factors means the number which are divided by another number. Suppose 12 here is divisible by 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 and 12, and for this reason these are known as the factors of 12. So you can see I have already taken the number which is entered by the user into the variable num in this portion, and now I am going to find out the factors of this number inputted by the user. To find out the factors of a number, the number should be divisible by the another number, and if this another number is completely divide the first number, then this number is known as the factors of this number, and the factors value always be start from 1, and for this reason the loop here is start from 1. So that's why I equals to 1, and I will be continued, or the final value of the I will be the number itself, because number also divisible by itself, and that's why every number is the factor of the number itself. So for this reason it is the loop will continue up to num, and it will increase by one value, and that's and for this reason it is I plus plus. Now I am going to check whether the num variable is divisible by I or not. If it is divisible by completely divisible by I, then I becomes the factor of num, right? And to find out the number is completely divisible, the remainder must be 0, and for the reason write down here num mod I equals to 0, and if it is true, then I am going to print the factors which is actually stored into the variable I. So I am just going to print the variable I and give a space in between the different factors. Now I am going to run the program. Enter the number. So number is suppose 12. So the factors are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 12 as same as the sample output. Again I run the program and enter another value, suppose 20, and the factors are like this: 2, 1, 2, 4, 5, 10, 20. So in this way, basically by using this logic we can easily find out the factors of any inputted number. Next program is write a program to accept a number and find the factorial value of it. Factorial value means the number, suppose a number sample input is here, a number is suppose 5, and the out will be like this: 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5, and which is become 120. It means that the factorial value means the number is to be multiplied from starting from the 1 and up to the number itself. And here the sample input the 5, and the number continued multiplication is taken place from 1 and then 2 then 3 and then 4 5 and the number and up to the number. Actually, if the number is inputted by the user is 10, then 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5 into 6 into 7 into 8 into 9 into 10, the multiplied value will be the factorial value of the number 10. So now I am going to find out the factorial value of the number which is inputted into the variable num, and now I am going to just change the previous program actually, and the factor, to find out the factor we have to continuously multiply the number from 1 to up to the number itself. So, and for this reason the loop will continue from 1 to number itself. It is completely correct, and increment will be taken place here by 1, because after 1 it becomes 2 then 3. So difference between the two factors are 1, and for this reason I plus plus. Now to find out the factorial value, in before that I initialize another variable fact and declare a variable fact, and which is initialized by 1 to find out the factorial value of any kind of number. And within this loop I am going to find out the factors, and for this reason I am going to write down this code: fact equals to fact into I, and after the completion of loop the factorial value actually basically stored into the variable fact in this portion basically. And for this reason I am going to print the fact variable in this portion. Run the program, enter the number, suppose 5, so factorial value is 120. Again run the program, enter the value 10, the factorial value 3628800. It means 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5 into 6 into 7 into 8 into 9 into 10. So in this way basically this problem actually solved, and in this portion you can rewrite this segment by using the shorthand notation, and this time you are going to write this thing, right? And I just run the program again and enter the same value 5, and the factorial value is remain 120. So this is the technique or the logic to find out the factorial value of any kind of number. The next program is write a program to print the Fibonacci series. So Fibonacci series we are going to print and up to the n terms. So the number of terms will be taken from the user, and how many terms actually we are going to print, and the Fibonacci series is look like this: 0 1 1 2 3 5 8 13 like this. But what is the logic behind this Fibonacci series? In Fibonacci series the sum of previous two term value is the next term value. So in this case 0 plus 1 it becomes 1, and now 1 plus 1 it becomes 2, right? Now 2 plus 3 it becomes 5. So previous two term summation value is the next term value in of the Fibonacci series, and we are going to print up to n terms. So the number of terms must be taken from the user. So you can see I have already taken the number of terms into the variable n in this portion, and initialize on first I declare actually here two variable a and b, which is initialized by 0 and 1 respectively, to store the initial two terms value of the Fibonacci series, which is 0 and 1. And within the loop I am going to print this, and if now I am going to check whether the value of I equals to 1, then it is going to print the value of 0, because we are going to print the first term. And for this reason I am going to print here system.out.print, and I am just going to print the value of a, right? And if the term I equals to 2, then I am going to print the second term, and for this reason I am going to print b value. I just replace this simply by the complex if statement, and in the else block it means print the value of a, it means the first term value of the Fibonacci series. In this portion when the I equals to 2 means print the value of the second term of the Fibonacci series, and in the else portion it means the rest of the other term of the Fibonacci series except the first and the second term. In this portion actually I am going to print the value of the other term of the Fibonacci series, and the Fibonacci series will look like the sum of the previous two terms. So previous two term is a and b respectively, so c equals to a plus b. Now the third term is stored into the variable c, and I am going to print the value of third term, that is which is basically stored into the variable c. So I just print the value of c, and which represent the third term value of the Fibonacci series. Now a is initialized by the b, and b is initialized by c. Now I am going to run the program and enter the number of terms. Suppose 10 terms. Then the output look like this: 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, like this way. Okay, I'm just give a space in between them, and for this reason I'm going to give some space here actually. Okay, to basically actually to show the output and to give a actually decent look to the output. And now run the program and enter the number of terms. So number of terms is 10. So Fibonacci series like this: 0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, like this. So to 13 plus 21 means 34. Now 5 plus 8 means 13, which is the third term. Now if I just dry run this program, you can see I equals to 1 means a equals, it is going to print the value of a, and which is 0. Here 0 is print, and I equals to 2 means second term, and it is going to print b, so it is print here. Now c equals to a plus b. Now c equals to a plus b means c equals to a plus b. The value of a is 0 plus 1, so c become 1. Now c is print here, and this third term c 1 value is print by this segment. And now in this portion a equals to b, a equals to b. Now the value of b is here, it is not till yet change, so value of b is 1, so a is become 1. And in this portion the value of b equals to c, the value of c is 1. I just calculate this, c value is 1, and here the b value also become 1. Now when the loop again execute, then this else portion will execute, because I become this time 4, and then c equals to a plus b. Now the latest value of a and b is 1, 1. Now c equals to 1 plus 1, and it become 2. Now c is printed here, and this 2 is just print, and then a become a equals to b, and the value of b is 1, so it becomes 1, and value of b becomes c, and the c value is latest value is 2, and b become 2. And then again loop execute, then c equals to a plus b. The value of a still remain 1, and the value of b become, it just changed to 2, and the c become 3. And now c is print, so this 3 is print here, and then again a becomes b. Now the b value is 2, and b becomes c, so c is now 3. So in this way this series program, this Fibonacci series program actually basically printed. Now write a program to accept a number and check whether it is a prime number or not. So what is a prime number? This is a very big question. A number is said to be a prime if it is divisible by 1 and the number itself. So a number which are only divisible by number itself and by 1, but rest of this this number has no more factors except the 1 and number itself. The sample input like this: 19. So 19 is only divisible by 1 and 19. There is no another factor is available for 19, and for this reason it become a prime number. And if it is going to check whether the 15 is a prime number or not, then 15 has a factor of 1 and 15 itself, it's true, but it has also another two factors like 3 and 5, and for this reason it is not a prime number, because prime number is only two factors, 1 and number itself. So how to check? So we are going to check whether a number entered by the user, actually we are going to check this inputted number whether it has more than two factors or not. If it has more than two factor, then it become not a prime number. But if the number which is entered by the user has only two factors, it means only 1 and number itself, then this number is said to be a prime. So you can see I have already taken the number into the variable n, and now I am going to check whether the number input entered by the user, which is stored into the variable n, is a prime number or not. And to find out the prime number, I am just declaring here another variable of flag variable, actually basically of boolean type, and it is initialized by false. Program, I am going to check whether the inputted number is divisible except 1 and number itself. So what is the logic? Logic is we are going to check whether the inputted number is divisible by except 1 and the number itself. It means 1 is not included into the factor and the number is not included factor. So except these two things, the number has any other factors. In this program I am going to check, and for this reason the loop will start from 2, because I am just exclude the number 1 and the number itself. So I just omit the equal sign, and now I am going to check if the number is divisible by another number, right? So that's why n modulo I equals to 0. It means if it becomes true, if n modulo I becomes true, this portion it becomes true, then it means that the number has another factor except 1 and the number itself. When this number actually divisible by another number, it means it will get another factor except 1 and the number itself. It means it has more than 2 factors. Then the flag variable value is, then the flag variable become value true, because it has more factor than 2, means it is divisible by another factor. And after this, outside the loop, I am going to check whether the flag variable will still remain false, because if it is remain false, means this if condition is not satisfied, because flag variable only become true when this if condition is become satisfied, means this condition which is written in this if block is become true, means the number has another factor except 1 and number itself. And if the flag variables is remain false, which is basically initialized flag variable is declared, so it means that the flag variable remained unchanged, means remain false, means this if condition is not satisfied, means the number has no another factor except 1 and number itself, and then the number is said to be prime. It means when the flag variable remain false or unchanged, then the number which is entered by the user is said to be a prime number. And for this reason I am going to write down this: if flag is false, then I am going to print it is a prime number, and in the else portion I am going to print it is not a prime number. Run the program, enter the number. So number is suppose 15. So 15, you have know already that 15 is not a prime number, because 1 and 15 excluding this, the 15 has another 2 factors, one is 3, another one is 5. Let's check. Yes, it's not a prime number. Now again run the program and enter the number. Suppose 7 is a prime number, because except 1 and 7 there is no another kind of factor. Again run the program and I just enter the value of 12. So it is not a prime number, because except 1 and 12 the 12 value has more factors like 2, 3, 4, 6, and for this reason it's not a prime number. So prime number basically the number which are only divisible by 1 and itself, and except this they have no another kind of factors, and this prime number checking is basically taken place by this logic. Now the while loop. While loop is working the same as like the for loop, but their structure is different from the for loop. Okay, you can see that in the syntax the initial value is written at the very beginning of the program, or at the starting before the loop. So loop basically start from here, and before starting the loop the initial value is already initialized in this portion. So initial value in case of the while loop cannot be mentioned within the loop, it must to be assigned before starting of the loop, and after this write the while, and within the parenthesis we are going to write the final value, and final value means up to how many terms the loop will continue, and within the opening and closing braces we are going to write the iteration statement. Iteration statement means the statements which are going to repeat it again and again, and then after write down the increment or decrement. It means you have to change the value either by increase it or decrease it. Okay, in this portion you can use the increment decrement operator, or you can change value any other means. Now the program is write a program to input a number. So we are going to take only a single number and print the sum of digit. Oh, sum of digit, it means we just enter a number and the number consists of several digits. After execution the program will show the sum of the individual digit of the entered number. Suppose sample input is like this 245, then the individual digit like this 2 and 4, 5, and then this summation value, it means 2 plus 4 plus 5, it becomes 11. So 11 is the answer. So output will be 11, but the process is we are going to sum the individual digit of a inputted number. And to solve this problem, we have to first know how to actually extract the individual digit from a inputted number or any kind of number. If we just assign a number or assume a number, not taking a number from the user actually, then after also how to extract individual digit from a particular number. And to do this, we are always using the while loop. And you should remember one thing, type of programming concept is known as digit extraction program. In this case, we never use the float or double type value as a data type of the number. We always use the integer data type for the number. Any of these variable which are actually declared within this program, the data type, all the variables must be integer. Otherwise digit extraction program will not run. So you can see I have already inputted the number from the user into the variable n and declared another variable r here, which will be used in the further. Now as the variable is entered by the user and the variable stored into the variable n, and this line actually being treated as the initialization of the loop of for while loop actually. So initial value actually written in this way. Now I'm just write down while n greater than 0, and within the loop I'm going to find out the individual digit of a inputted number. So r equals to n mod 10, and if r equals to n mod 10, then the remainder of the number is stored into the variable r. And remainder means whenever a whole number is going to divide by 10, then the last digit always be written as a remainder. And here the r means the last digit of the number of the inputted number. And then I am going to print this number to show whether it is working or not. Then after I am going to find out the sum, right? So I am just print the individual digit first, and to show it is working or not. If it is working, then I am going to find out the sum. Now n equals to n by 10. So this is the n equals to n by 10 means this act as decrement operator, right? It act as a decrement portion actually. In while loop, this is the initial value which is entered by the user basically, and this is the final value, and this one is the decrement thing, or by this technique we can decrease the value. Run the program and enter the value. Suppose value is 256. So individual value will be digit will be 2, 5 and 6. Let's see. Yes, 652, because it extract the digit from the at the end, from the right hand side of the number, and for this reason the first digit is extracted, which is 6, and then it 25 and then 2. But how it is work, let's see. Just try run this program. Now r equals to, now in this portion actually n is become, suppose 256. In this you can see 256 entered by the user, so a value of n becomes 256. So 256 is greater than 0, it is completely correct and true, and for this reason loop start, and then r equals to n mod 10. So value of n is 256 mod 10, then it becomes 6. It is print here, and then after n equals to n by 10. So n by 10 means 256 by 10 and it becomes 25. Then after again it is going to check whether n is greater than 0. Now the latest value of n is 25, so 25 is greater than 0. It is completely correct. Loop will continue. R equals to n mod 10. Now the latest value of n is 25, so it becomes 25 mod 10. Now the value of r become 5 and r is printed here, and then our again 25 is going to divide by 10 and this time it return the quotient, so it become 2. Now 2 again checked whether it is greater than 0. Yes, it is greater than 0. Now the r become 2 mod 10 and 2 mod 10 means it becomes 2 and r is printed here, and then after n equals to 2 by 10 and 2 by 10 means the quotient is 0. Now after this again loop will continue and found that 0 is greater than 0. No, it is completely wrong, and terminate the execution of the loop, and outside the loop it is printed here. Now I am going to find out the sum of the digit, right? And to find out the sum of digit I am declaring here a variable sum with initialize this variable with 0. Now I just omit this portion and write down sum equals to sum plus r. Now I am just print the summation value outside the loop. When the loop will terminate, then the summation value will print. So sum is here. Now I am going to run the program and enter the same value, suppose 256. So what is the sum value? 2 plus 5 plus 6. 2 plus 5 means 7. 7 plus 6 means 13. So I hope the output will be 13. Let's see. Yes, it is 13. The output is 13. So this logic is working perfectly correct. You can rewrite this thing sum equals to sum plus r by this shorthand notation, sum plus equals to r, and n equals to n by 10. You can rewrite this by shorthand notation like this, in this way, n division by, equals to 10. Now run the program again, let's see, and enter the same, suppose 348. So 3 plus 4 is 7 and 7 plus 8 means 15. So output will be 15. Yes, the output is the sum of digit is become 15. So this is the logic, and this is the digit extraction program logic. In this, using these two steps, by using the while loop, actually we can extract individual digit from any kind of whole number. Now the next program is write a program to accept a number. So we are going to take input only a single number and find the smallest integer digit from it. So smallest integer digit means which is the smallest among all the digits present within the number. Sample input here 6527. So individual digit is 6, 5, 2 and there is 9, and in between them the minimum digit is 2 and the output is 2, right? So the smallest digit is 2. So how to find out? So first of all we are going to extract individual digit from the number entered by the user, and then after we think how to find out the minimum digit from all the digit present within the number. So you can see I will be taking the number entered by the user into the variable n in this portion, and then after do the same logic or use the same logic of digit extraction, and in between them I am going to find out the smallest one. And to find out the smallest digit, declare another variable here mean, which is basically initialized by the maximum digit of the decimal number system. Now the decimal number system starting from 0 to 9 and the maximum digit is 9. Value of mean is assigned by 9. Now in this portion I am going to check if mean is greater than r, then r equals to mean, right? So suppose take an example, we are just inputted a number, suppose 256. Okay, so then r equals to 256 mod 10. Now mean equals to, mean means the value of mean here is 9. So 9 is greater than r, means the value of r is 6 here actually. So mean means 9. 9 is greater than 6. It's completely true. So r becomes here, r become is 6. Now n equals to n by 10. So in this portion n equals to n by 10 means 256 by 10 and it becomes 25. and then after loop exit again, and 25 more 10, so it becomes 5. Then again check whether mean is greater than r. Now the latest value of mean is mean is here is the problem actually present. This is not r equals to mean, it will be r mean equals to r. So this is the silly mistake I have done. So this is mean equals to r, not r equals to means. Now mean value is 6 and the latest r value is 5. Now mean 6 is greater than 5, it's completely true. Then mean equals to r, so r is 5, now mean becomes 5. Again it is divided by 10 and it become n become 2, and now 2 more 10, so value of r become 2, and now mean value is here 5, so 5 is greater than 2 is completely correct. Then mean equals to r, so mean become here r means 2, right? And now n equals to n becomes 0, here the n value is become 0, and now the loop will terminate because final value is mismatch. And now in this portion I am going to print system.out.println smallest digit. Now smallest digit is basically stored into the variable mean, so I am going to print the variable mean here. Let's run the program, enter the number, suppose number is 6 9. So what is the smallest value? Is 3. Yes, again run the program. Suppose 5 6 9 2 1, smallest digit is 1. So in this way basically we can find any kind of from any kind of inputted number the smallest digit among them. But if we like to find out the maximum digit present within a number, in this case you just change the variable name to max. But if you don't change this variable name, it not impact the program. Actually output is remain same. You are just going to store or initialize this maximum value variable actually with the smallest digit of the decimal number system. What is the smallest digit of the decimal number system? It is 0, so it always is assigned by 0, right? So whenever you are going to find out the minimum value from the minimum digit from the inputted number of inputted number, then you are going to assign the mean variable with maximum digit. And if you are going to find out the maximum digit among the inputted number, among the others number digit from the of the inputted number, then you are going to assign the minimum mean variable with the value of 0 or minimum digit. Then the logic is mean is greater than r, like this. Mean is less than r, then mean equals to r. Now I am just run the program, and then I am just enter the same value like this. So and it is not smallest digit, it is not actually, I am just change here actually. So this is the maximum digit present within the number. So by the same technique, only by changing this portion and in this if condition, you can easily find the maximum and minimum digit from a inputted number by the user or any kind of whole number. Now write a program to accept a number. So we are going to take an input a number only and check whether it is a palindrome number or not. Now what is palindrome number? So palindrome number is said to be a number which is in the reverse order is same as in the right order. It means if I just read the number from the left to right and right to left, the number is remains same. Suppose 151, so I am just starting reading from 1, then 5, then 1. So from left to right direction, in this direction I just read here. So it becomes 151, and if I read this number again from the right to left direction, then 1, 5 and then 1. So in this direction. So in the both direction, when we actually read the number, then the number is remain same. But in case of the 125, if I just read the number from left to right, so it becomes 1, 2, 5. And if I just read the number in the opposite direction, it means from right to left, then it becomes 5 to 1. So it is not same. Then and for this reason it is said to be not a prime number. So not a prime number, and 151 is said to be a prime number. In this program the logic is said to be a number, actually after taking the input from the user, I am going to check whether the number after reversing it is remains same or not. So do the reverse program, we also use the digit extraction program, because without extracting the digit from the inputted number, we can do nothing. So you can see I have already taken the number entered by the user, which is stored into the variable n, declare another variable ref, which is initialized by 0. I change the previous code of the previous program, and in the same program I am going to write down here the digit extraction technique again, and now I am going to do the reverse of the digit, reversing the digit. So to reverse the digit, we have to write this thing, reverse equals to ref into 10 plus r, right? Suppose I just enter a value 151, not 151, suppose 152, suppose a value of n equals to 152. Here the value of n equals to 152. So after reversing it becomes 251. Let's see it is working or not. So the value of initial value of r become 152 going to modulo by 10, so remainder becomes 2, and the reverse value becomes ref equals to ref into 10. Initial value of ref is 0 here, so 0 into 10 means 0. 0 plus r, the value of r is 2, so 0 plus r means it's 2. Now it becomes 152, so 152 going to divide by 10 and it becomes 15. Now 15 is greater than 0, so loop will continue, and 15 going to divide by 10 and the remainder will be 5, and now ref equals to ref into 10. Now previous value of ref is 2, so 2 going to multiply it by 10 and then plus r, the value of r is 5, so 2 into 10, so it becomes 20, and 20 plus 5 means it is becomes 25. Now n equals to 10 by 10 means it is going to divide the number, and the number becomes n become 1. Now 1 is greater than 0, now it is going to modulo the value 1, and now the value of r becomes 1, and now the ref equals to ref into 10. Now the latest value of ref is 25, so 25 into 10, so 25 into 10 plus r, the value of r is 1, and so 250. 25 into 10 means 250, so 250 plus 1, so it becomes 251. Now n becomes 1 by 10, and now n is 0, so loop will terminate, and after termination of the loop you can see the reverse value of which is entered by the user 152 is generated into the variable ref, right? 251, just reverse in the order from right to left direction. Actually, as you can see, this number entered by the user 152 is not same as reversing, so it is not a palindrome number. Now after completion the loop, I am going to check whether the number is equals to the reverse number. It means the inputted number, which is stored basically into the variable n, is equals to the after reversing the number, it means ref. Now in this portion actually, you can see at that when the loop will terminate, actually in the value of n becomes 0. So the value of n becomes 0 whenever the number inputted by the user is a palindrome like 151, 121, 11, though after it is not showing the message that it is a palindrome number, because in the value of n becomes 0 automatically, and for this reason after taking the input from the user, I am going to store the same copy of the variable into the num. Now a num copy is already stored into the value of name is already stored into the variable num. Now in this a portion I am going to check with the num, because suppose the user entered the value of n is 152, so 152 is copied to also the variable num, and which is not changed during the execution of the program. And after this, within the if, I just write down here that num, whether it is the inputted by the user, actually basically equal to the reverse of the number. If it is, then it becomes palindrome number, and I am going to, and it is a palindrome number, else it is not a palindrome number. Let's run the program, enter the number, suppose 151, it is a palindrome number. Now again run the program. Suppose 152, 125, no problem. It is not a palindrome number because after reversing the 125 it becomes 521. Now again run the program and enter the value, suppose 13, or sorry 131, then it is become a palindrome number. So palindrome number is basically checked by this logic, but you must remember that at the time of the digit extraction program, the value actually in which is compared within the final condition, and if it is accepted from the user directly, then the after execution of the loop the value will vanish because it becomes 0. Though the number is said to be a palindrome, but as the number becomes 0 due to their digit extraction program, and for this reason the value of the num which is entered by the user actually basically copied to another variable in this portion. So it is a mandatory steps for checking the palindrome number, or in future we also learn this or used this type of technique, that we are just replicating the original value into the another value. Now the next program is write a program to accept a number. Again we are going to input the only a single number, display the product of the successor of the even digit of the number entered by the user. So number which is entered by the user, we are going to find the product, product of the successor of the even digit number. It means here is the sample input 2754. Now the what are the even digit in present within the inputted number? 2 and another is 4. So their successor of 2 is 3 and successor of 4 is 5. So 2 and 4 are the even digit. Now the product of successor is 3 into 5 and it becomes 15, and the sample output will be 15. Right? If the successor is not found, then product will be, it shows a message. So you can see I have already taken the input from the user into the variable n and declare another variable r to store the individual digit the number, and now I am going to find out the product of a number, and to store the product of the number I am going to declare a variable here prd, and which is initialized by 1. You should remember one thing, that whenever we are going to find out the sum of any kind of value, then the variable which is basically declared before starting the loop and initialized by 0. But whenever we are going to find out the product of a number or digit, then the variable also declared before starting the loop, and the variable is must be initialized with 1. Now here the individual digit is extracted. Now I am going to check whether the individual digit extracted which is basically stored into the variable r is an even digit or not. If it is a even digit, then we are going to find out the product of their successor. So let's check. If r modulo even digit means the number should be divisible by 2, right? So r modulo 2 equals to 0. It means even digit. So and this time product value PRD becomes PRD into R plus 1. Now why PRD equals to PRD? Because it is the technique to find out the product of any number, but R plus 1 means the successor, means after the next number. If the number is 2, then the successor of 2 is 3 and successor of 6 is 7. So in this way basically. So R plus 1, and then after completion the loop I am going to print the value. So the successor, enter the number 2569. So in between the 2 and 2569, 2 and 6 are the even digit number. Now the successor of 2 is 3 and successor of 7 is 6 is 7. So 3 into 7, so it becomes 21, I think. Let's see. Yes, the product of the successor is 21, right? So in this way we can easily solve this. Now the program is write a program to accept a number and check whether it is a twisted prime number or not. So what is twisted prime number? A prime number is said to be a twisted prime if the new number obtained after reversing the digit is also a prime number. Means a number must to be a prime number first, and then after reversing this number it become again a prime number. Suppose sample input here is 167. So 167 itself a prime number, and if I just reverse these numbers, then reverse numbers become 761. Now 761 again a prime number. Then this 167 is said to be a twisted prime number. But if the inputted number is not a prime number, then there is no chance to become a twisted prime number. So at the very beginning of the program, I am going to check whether the inputted number is a prime number or not. If it is a prime number, then I am going to reverse this number and then check the reversed number whether it is a prime or not, and if it is found it is prime, then it is a twisted prime, otherwise it is not a twisted prime number. I just edit the previous program. Input is already taken in this portion in the variable n. Now I am going to check whether the number inputted by the user is a prime number or not, and to check the prime number I am going to continue the loop from I equals to 2 and I less than n and I plus plus to find out whether the number is contain more than 2 factors except the 1 and itself. Okay, if the number contains more than 2 factors, it means number itself and 1, then it is not a prime number, and if it is not, then it is a prime number. So in this portion I am going to check if n modulo I equals to 0, then it will not become a prime number. And to remember this, I declare here a variable or flag variable, actually basically boolean data type flag, which is initialized by false, as early as in the previous prime number program. I have already done this same thing, and in this portion I am going to write it is true. Now after the loop I am going to check whether the number is a prime or not, and to check this number I am going to write down here flag is not true, it means flag is remain false and not flag, and if it is, then I am going to reverse this number. Okay, and to reverse this thing, to reverse the number, actually I just remove this thing, and to reverse the number I use the digit extraction technique, and to extract the digit I just declare here R and not PRD. I am going to declare a variable sum which is initialized by 0 to reversing the number, and while n modulo R, and then sum will be like this, sum equals to sum into 10 plus R, then it will be the reverse number which is stored into the variable sum. In this variable actually reverse digit is stored, and then after the while loop, obviously within the if condition, within this if condition I am going to check this all the thing, and for this I am just first close this if statement, and within this if statement after reversing the digit, the new digit not digit, reversing the number, the new number is stored into the variable sum. Now I am going to check whether the sum is a prime number or not, and to do this I declare another flag variable here which is also initialized by false. So flag 2 equals to false, and just do the same operation as early I just did it, and to check whether it is a prime number or not. And for this reason I am going to find out where now n becomes sum, because the new number after reversing the number actually it's stored into the variable sum, and now I am going to check whether this number actually has a more than 2 factors or not. Now here it is, it will be flag 2, yes, flag 2, and now if flag 2 is remain false, then it will be the twisted prime number. So flag 2 is remain false, then I am going to print so just checked here whether the flag 2 variable is remain false. If it is remain false, then it becomes a twisted prime number, and if the flag 2 variable is become true, then the after reversing the number it is not a prime number, so it is not a twisted prime number, though the inputted number is a prime, because flag variable is remains false. Now if the first if condition is become true, it means the flag variable is satisfied here, so then the inputted number is become not a prime number, and for this reason here I am writing here that the inputted number is not a prime, right? So there is no question of twisted prime, rather it is not a prime number, it is not a prime number. Okay. Right, now I am going to run the program and enter the number. Suppose number which is sample input is 167, so 167, okay, it is a twisted prime number. And again run the program and enter another value, suppose it is 151, then it is another twisted prime number, and again run the program 153, it is not a prime number, right? Now again run the program and enter the value 41, where 41 is a prime number, but after reversing the 41 it becomes 14, and 14 is not a prime number, and for this reason it is printed here not a twisted prime number. So this program logic is that in the first portion I am going to check whether the inputted number is a prime, and if it is the number input by the user is become prime, then I am just going to reverse the number by the digit extraction technique, and then after reverse the number which is stored into the variable sum in this variable actually, then I'm just trying to find out whether the value which is stored into the variable sum, it is a prime or not, and if it is become prime, then the first inputted number become prime in this portion, and again the reverse digit also become prime, so it is become twisted prime. And if the first flag is remains false, it means the inputted number is prime, but the flag 2 is not become true, it means that after reversing the digit it is not a prime, then it is not a twisted prime number. And if the flag variable is become true at the very first time, then it is the inputted number is not a prime number. Now the do while loop statement. In case of the do while loop statement, the syntax is given here. At the very beginning we are just assign the initial value before starting the loop, and then after write the do and then opening brace, and then the iteration statement. It means the statement are actually going to repeat and repeat again. The statement is written here, and after this increment or decrement actually takes place. You can write the increment decrement by increment decrement operator or any other means, and then after you write down the closing brace and then while, and then after you are going to write the final value. So final value actually where actually it is being checked at the end of the loop, right? So at the end of the loop, in case of the do while loop, it is going to check. Now write a menu different program. So menu different program to accept two numbers. So we are going to input how many numbers? Two numbers we are going to input, and find the addition and subtraction value of them as per the user's choice. So we are going to find out the addition and subtraction value as per the user's choice, and we are going to take input how many numbers? Two numbers. Two numbers for adding or subtraction purpose, and another one is choice entered by the user. So total number of inputs are 3. So you can see I will written the menu here. Enter 1 for addition, enter 2 for subtraction, and enter your choice. So user take the proper choice and enter the proper input as per 1 and 2, and then after, and I'm just writing another extra thing. Suppose another extra thing is like this: enter 3 to exit, enter 3 to exit. Okay, enter 3 to exit and enter your choice, right? And then after the first number is taken into the in1 variable, and the second number inputted and stored into the variable n2. Now I am going to write down the switch statement, and within the switch passing the variable ch, and after passing the variable ch I am going to check the case 1. So within the case 1 I am going to find out the sum, and to find out the sum I am declaring another variable. Suppose sum int sum equals to the number n1 plus n2, right? And now after this I am going to print this thing. So addition value is addition equals to, so addition equals to sum, and then after write break keyword, and then in case of the case 2 I'm just repeat this complete thing and declare the variable sub. Suppose sub, it is n1 minus n2. So subtraction takes place into the case 2 under the sub, and now it becomes sub. And in case 3 actually, in case 3 I am going to write down here to break. just write down the break keyword, because when the user enter 3, the program will terminate. Now after this I am going to run the program. So here is the menu: enter 1 for addition, enter 2 for subtraction, enter 3 for to exit. Suppose I am enter value of 1 and then ask here to enter the first number. So first number 10 and second number is 20. So addition value is 30. Now the program is stopped. So I again run the program and enter choice, suppose 2, and enter value of 10 and again enter value of 5. So the subtraction, oh here is a subtraction, actually I just forgot to rewrite this thing, subtraction value. So subtraction, okay, for this reason it is actually appear in this portion. I just forget to write down there. And now again run the program and enter suppose 3 to exit from the program or terminate the program. You can see the enter the first number. So enter the first number, suppose 10 and now 20, but no output. But it is not required when actually I am entering the value of 3. I enter the value when 3, it is not required because the program must be terminated immediately then after. Let's see how I can solve this problem. Now you can see all the programs actually I just written here within under the do while loop condition, and where while loop actually used as the final condition actually written here as true. It means the in a do while loop will continue up to infinite times, and within the do while loop, after taking the input from the user, which is basically choice enter made by the user, then after I just write down here a ch, a simple if condition where ch equals to 3 means exit from the loop, not exit from the loop, actually exit from the program, actually terminate the program. And for this reason, to terminate the program, I write down here system.exit within bracket 0. It means it terminates the program, and I just print here a message to confirm that it exit or terminate the program actually. And then after the rest of the other portion is remain same, only there is a case 3 is just removed from here, this portion. What kind of benefit actually get from the after using the do while loop within this program? Now run the program and enter 1 for addition, enter 2, suppose enter 1 for addition. Now enter the first number 10 and enter the second number 20. Now you can see after print the value of addition value, the menu is printed again here and the program is continued here. You can see there is a stop button is highlighted. It means the program is continued, it not terminated. So if the user want to repeatedly ask to enter some value or enter different types of operations repeatedly actually, then the do while loop actually work, because it work as a infinite loop. And then after I am going to enter the 2 and enter the first number 20 and enter the second number is 10. So the subtraction value is here 10. Again it print the actually menu and ask me ask to enter the choice, and suppose I enter the choice of 3, right? Then after you can see that loop the program will terminate immediately, because there is a stop button is not no more highlighted here. Now why this message is not printed in this portion? Because this system.out.println is written under the system.exit statement, and when the system.exit statement is encountered, then it immediately terminates the program. So next line is no longer going to execute within the program, and for this reason I just cut this portion and write this portion just before this statement, before this line actually. Now I am going to run this program and I just enter the value 3 to terminate the program or exit from the program, and you can see this message is printed, have a nice day, and stop button is complete, not further no more highlighted here. It means the program is terminated here. So by using this do while loop actually, which is act as a true infinite loop, we can repeatedly print the menu to prefer the or ask the user to repeatedly enter the value to doing the calculation repeatedly, right? So this is another technique to do the menu driven program. Now here is a question may arises in your mind, why the do while loop actually being used within this program. We can use different types of infinite loop by using the for or while loop, because within the do while loop, as the final condition or final value is being checked at the very end of the program, so minimum one time loop will execute, and for this reason minimum one time this menu will be printed on the screen, because without any kind of menu user cannot determine what kind of value or input is going to be given into the system, and for this reason I use the do while loop. What is the basic differences between the entry control loop and exit control loop? So there is two types of loops are available, entry control loop and exit control loop. In case of the entry control loop, in the case of the entry control loop, the final value is being checked at the very beginning of the program. It means when the loop will start, then at this time actually the final value is being checked, and if the final value is confirmed that this condition is satisfied, then the loop will continue. But in case of the exit control loop, the final value actually being checked at the end of the program, and for this reason, though the condition is false, the exit control loop minimum execute one time, and you can see this loop will not execute at all the conditions is not satisfied. So in case of the entry control loop, if all the condition is not satisfied, then this loop will not execute. But in case of the exit control loop, this loop will be continue at the between at least once, because the condition is being checked at the very end of the program. You can see here it is. Loop checks condition at the very first, and then execution actually begun if the condition is true, and the loop checks the condition at the after the executing of the loop once. It means the loop will execute for the one time, and then after it is going to check whether this condition is true or false. But before that, the loop already execute for one time. And the example are for and while loop for the entry control loop, and do while loop is the example of the exit control loop. Now the pattern programming. So pattern programming is very nice program. So you can see there is a pattern is given here, and pattern just look like this. Every pattern actually contain of two things. One is row, another one is column. The vertical thing is known as column. This vertical thing actually known as column, and the horizontal thing is known as the row. So every pattern program consists of two things, row and column, and to print the row and column individually we need two different loops. Okay, one loop is responsible to print the row, and another loop is responsible to print the column. And in this case you can see how many rows are present here. There is a first row, second row, third row, fourth row, and fifth row. So there is a total number of rows is present in this pattern, actually 5. And how many columns are present here? 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So 5 column also present. So to print the row, the complete 5 rows, the loop which is responsible to print the row, it execute maximum 5 times. And to print the column, okay, to print the column, the loop must continue up to again maximum up to 5 times. In case of the pattern programming, whenever we are going to print a pattern in the triangle shape or in the inverted triangle shape, there is a relation must be built in between the row and column loop. Okay, you should remember this thing, because this is the main logic to print any kind of pattern. The pattern, if it is look like a triangle or inverted triangle, for the both the cases, then there is a relation must be established between the row and column loop. Okay, basically in case of the pattern programming, the very first loop actually responsible to print the row, and within this loop the inner loop actually is responsible to print the column. So there is a two loops actually being used. One is responsible to print the row, and another one is responsible to print the column, and these are structure actually follow the nested loop structure, means within the one loop another loop is present. In this pattern you can see in the first row there is only a single column, in the second row there is a 2 columns, in the third row third column, and in the fourth row fourth column, and in this way actually. So there is a relation between the row and column, means actually generate here that how many the row number and the number of column is going to print, means how many column is going to print is according to its row number. So it's vary with their row number. Now I'm going to write down the program. So I just write down in this way I, and then just leave this thing, and then I, another within this loop. So I'm going to write down another loop for int j and giving space, and then j again, and then again space, and then j. Now I am going to print this thing. Now here system dot out dot print. So as the asterisk sign is being printed, so I'm just writing here asterisk sign, and then after completion the loop, I am just going to write down system.println. Now how the loop actually being executed, you have already see that for the first row, this actually I loop or outer loop actually responsible to print the row, and this inner loop actually basically responsible to print the column. And now as you just see that the number of column is completely depend upon the number of rows. Okay, and for this reason I am going to write down here the value of I must be started from 1, because we need to print maximum number of column is 5, and this column is varied from 1 to 5, right? But according to this, how many column is going to print, it completely depends upon the row number, and the row actually controlled by the I variable, and for this reason j is less than equals to I, right? Now j, as the I is starting from 1, and for this reason it becomes j plus plus. Now if I look at the program, so how many number of rows are in the very first line? Only 1 rows and 1 column, and for this reason I'm going to write down here 1, and then after I'm going to write the same thing less than equals to 5, because the maximum number of rows is 5, and the loop will continue from I to I equals to 1 to I 5, because initial value is smaller and the or the final value is higher, and for this reason the loop must be incremented, and for this reason I am just writing here the I plus plus, right? Now you can see, suppose take a value, suppose here it is the value of I equals to 3, suppose. Now this loop, j loop actually, which is responsible to print the column, it will execute for the 3 times, because it's starting from 1 and up to I means up to 3, so it is going to print asterisk sign up to 3 times, right? So star star star, like this way. In this way actually it is going to print. Now after executing this loop, this system.out.println is encountered. You must be cautious in this portion. Actually I'm not using println statement in this portion actually, within the inner loop actually, because this asterisk sign is going to print in the same line, and to print in the same line we always use the print statement, not the println statement. Now after print the 3 star, then the cursor must be go to the next line, like this. In this portion the cursor must be blink in this portion, and to do this I just write down here system.out.println. So what is system.out.println actually responsible here? After print the asterisk sign, this println statement is responsible to bring down the cursor into the next line, right? So this is only for bring down the cursor into the next line. And now if the value becomes suppose 5, it becomes 5, then this loop will continue up to 5 times. So then 5 asterisk sign will be printed, and then the next line, and after going to the next line, if the loop is suppose it is increased up to 6 times or any number of times suppose, then again new asterisk sign will be going to print. Now just run the program. Let's see what will be the output. Okay, output is just like this. Okay, so in this case actually you can see the row number is 2, so this time this loop will continue up to 2 times, and these 2 asterisk sign, there are 2 asterisk sign actually print on the screen, and then after I print this 2 star, this loop will terminate, and then this system.out.println will encounter, and the cursor is transferred or bring down to the next line. In this portion actually cursor is actually blinked, and then after I again increase and it becomes 3, then this loop will continue up to 3 times, and then as the cursor blink here, then the asterisk sign is printed in this line, because cursor is already present here and there is no ln statement actually written here, and for this reason the asterisk sign is going to print in the same line actually where the cursor actually blinking. Now after print the 3 star, then this line again encounter, then the cursor comes from this portion to this portion, bring down the into the next line. So this println actually basically responsible to bring down the cursor into the next line. Now the next program is also a pattern program. The pattern is look like 97531 7532 31 531 31 and 1. You can see the difference between the individual number is 2, 9 and then 7. So difference is 2. In this portion also difference is 2, 7 and 5. Now you can see every row is ended by 1. You can see that every row value is ended by 1. It means that every row, the last column value will be the 1. So every row of the last column of the every row value will be 1, and for this reason the loop used to print the column value, actually the inner loop actually, which is the which final value will be 1, because every column of every rows will end with 1. And for this reason I am going to write down here j greater than equals to 1, because every last column value of every rows is ended with 1. Now as it is ended with 1, so for the first time being, what is the value of j initial value? As I mentioned that the pattern actually basically in the triangle or inverted triangle shape, so you have to just put a relation between the inner loop or with the outer loop. It means the column value with the row value, and as the relation can be made by placing the variable of I in the initial value or in the final value. You can write down only in between these two places, and otherwise there is no option to write down this basically in this type of pattern. Actually in different pattern there is a different logic, and for this reason as it is already written 1, and for this reason I am going to write down here I, because I must to write down I in this place either or in this place. In any one of this place I must to write down the I to bring down the pattern into the triangle or inverted triangle shape format. And as it is already printed, the final value of the j loop is already assigned with 1, because every column of the every rows is ended with 1, and now the j becomes I. Now as the final value actually lower value, so the j must be the decrement actually takes place in case of the j loop or inner loop, and as the decrement actually takes place as per the pattern is 2, and that's why I am writing here j equals to j minus 2. Now focus on the pattern. Now in the first row I am going to print 97531. So how many times loop will execute? It is going to execute 5 times. How many times? 5 times. Now let's set the value of I. So to this loop it's execute minimum 5 times for the first time, right? So that's why I'm writing here 9. If the value of I equals to 9, then the j value of initial value is become 9 for the first time, as the loop is decremented by 2, and for this reason this loop will continue up to 5 times. Now as the I value is starting from 1, the highest value of the as per the pattern, so the maximum or the final value will be up to 1, and for this reason I greater than equals to 1, and as the final value is smaller and the initial value is higher, in this case you can see the initial value is higher and the final value is smaller, and for this reason the decrement is take place in this portion, and now I equals to I minus 2, because decrement takes place with 2 places. Now I am going to print what? I or j. You can see in every row the every column, okay, is going to change its value every time, and for this reason you have to print the j value or the column value. For this reason I am going to print the j value here. Now I am going to run the program, and you can see the same output as per the pattern. So 97531, then 7531, 531, 311, like this way. Now in this pattern program you can see how many rows are present here. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So how many rows? 5 rows. So the loop which is responsible to print the number of rows, it execute minimum 5 times. And how many columns are present here? 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So the column, the loop actually which is responsible to print the column, it also execute minimum maximum 5 times. You just focus on the very beginning of the the first column of each and a individual row. The first column of individual row is starting with 5. So individual row starting with 5 means the inner loop will be started with the initial value will be the 5, because every row in the first column value is 5, and so the inner loop initial value will be 5, right? So this is the inner loop which is responsible to print the column value, and which will start from 5. As it is started from 5, so the maximum value, actually 5 is the maximum value as per the pattern. You can see the maximum value is 5 and the minimum value is it is here 1, and the decrement actually takes place here by 1. Final value will be here up to I, because I have to create a relation between the outer loop with the inner loop, because this is the triangle shape, and for this reason I is placed here. Now it is going to decrement it, so by 1 value, so j minus minus. Now focus on the first row. Here is only a single column present here. As the first row consists only a single column, so when the value of I, you have written something 1 2 3 4, any kind of value, but this loop actually going to execute one time, because this loop is actually responsible to print the column, right? And for this reason, for the very first time, this loop will be going to execute up to maximum only one time, because the first row consists of only one column. And for this reason, the initial value of I will be to execute the j loop minimum one time. So j will be like this, 5. So as j become 5, then j equals to 5, j greater than equals to 5, and then j is decremented and j become 4. So 4 is greater than equals to 5, no false, loop will terminate, right? Now as the j in I initial value is starting with the higher value, and the smaller value is 1, and for this reason it is going to write down here I greater than equals to 1, as the initial value is actually assigned with the higher value and the final value is assigned with the lower value, and for this reason their decrement takes place, and decrement actually takes place in the as per the pattern is 1. Now I'm just going to run this program, and you can see the outputs is just same as per the pattern: 5 5 4 5 4 3 5 4 3 2 and 5 4 3 2 1. Now come to the next pattern program. In this pattern program you can see 1 2 3 4 5 2 3 4 5 3 4 5 4 5 5. Now how many rows are present here? So there is a 5 rows actually present in this portion, right? 1 2 3 and 4 and 5, and every row actually ended with 5. So the last column of every rows is 5. So every rows is ended by 5, means the last column value of every rows is 5. But there is a little bit twist, that before starting these two there is a blank space actually present. So we can just imagine this thing like this, in this way. If I just fill up these spaces with asterisk sign, then it look like this. Now how many rows present? 5. There is no changes, but how many column present of every rows? It becomes 5, because without this asterisk sign it look like 2 3 4 5, means 4 column present in the second row. But after writing this asterisk sign instead of the in the place of the actually the space, then it look like this. Every row consists of 5 columns. So every row consists of 5 columns. So as the number of rows is 5, so number of rows is here 5, and the number of column is also 5 for every rows. So for this reason, the inner loop, or the loop which is responsible to print the number of column, will execute every time for 5 times, because every row consists of 5 columns. Now you can focus on the first row. The initial first row, actually first column is starting with 1 value, and for this reason I'm going to write down here 1, as every rows consist of 5 columns, and for this reason the j will continue up to the 5 times, and j is 5 times, and as it is initialized, the initial value is 1, smaller value, and higher value is 5, and for this reason it becomes j plus plus. Concentrate on this thing. This is row number is 2, this is the row number of 2, and the value starting from 2, right? And this the row number is 3, and the column printed starting from 3. So when the row number become the column number, then after only the print is started, otherwise asterisk value is printed here, right? And to check this, I am going to write down here, if I is less than equals to j, if I less than equals to j, now if I less than j, then it is going to print j, otherwise it is going to print asterisk sign. Okay, suppose I am just replace it by asterisk sign first, then I replace it by space symbol actually. Now I am going to complete the loop actually, which is responsible to print the row, and at the very first time there is a 5 column is present, which is starting from 1 2 3 4 5. So the initial value of I is 1, and it is going to continued out to 5 times, because the total number of rows present in this pattern is 5. Now as the initial value is smaller and higher, and the final value is higher, and for this reason increment actually takes place in this loop, and for this reason I am going to write down I plus plus. Now I am going to run the program. So you can see 2 3 4 5 5 3 4 5 4 5 5. Oh, there is an extra column. Okay, if the problem is here, I is less than equals to j, means up to when the row number is up to the column number, then the j will start printing the column value, right? As per the series, you can see the when the value is 2, row number is 2, then it start from the 2, and when the row value is 3, then it start from the third column, and for this reason I less than equals to j. Now I am going to run the program, and you can see 1 2 3 4 5 2 3 4 5 3 4 5 4 5 and 5. Now I just replace this asterisk sign with space symbol. Now run the program again, and you can see pattern just look like as per the pattern given in the question. So 1 2 3 4 5 space, then 2 3 4 5 space space, then 3 4 5, 3 spaces are present here, then 4 5 and 4 spaces present here, then 5. So this is a space counting program actually for pattern programming. The relation between the j and I is made within the inner loop actually, not in this portion actually, in the initial value or final value of the j loop, which is actually I have done in the previous program. But as per when we are going to consult with the space program, actually space counting program in the pattern programming actually, then the relation between the I and j actually established within the inner loop. Now the break statement in Java programming language. Break basically a keyword which is responsible to terminate any program or any loop actually. Break basically used within a loop to terminate a loop, and you can see here is an example. Suppose the loop is starting from 1 to up to 10. So loop is continued from 1 to 10. Okay, right? And here is a condition is written here. If I equals to 6, means when the value becomes I equals to 6, then the break keyword is encountered, otherwise the system.print I, and this thing is out of the if statement, so it is within the loop directly. Now at the very first time when the loop will execute, then the I value of I is 1, and then I is going to print, and then I increase and it just increase by 1, and now the latest value of I become 2, and the 2 is print here, and then 3 is print here, then 4 is print here, and then 5 is print here, then I is increased and it becomes 6. Now the condition is matched in this portion actually, I equals to 6 in this portion, and the if condition as it is to become true, then the statement which is written within the if going to execute, and the only one statement which is a break keyword actually written here. And break means it terminate the loop immediately, no further line within the loop will going to execute. So when this break keyword is encountered, then the control goes to the next line portion, in this portion actually. Okay, and for this reason when I equals to 6, means when the I become is 6, then the break keyword is encountered and the loop will terminate, and the control comes to this portion, and then this statement system.println exit will execute, and then this exit ring actually going to print in this portion. So break is basically a keyword which is responsible to terminate a particular loop. In which loop actually the break keyword is being used, it terminate this loop. Maybe there is a nested loop, inner loop or outer loop in basically in case of the pattern programming, you can see there are two loops are used to print any kind of pattern, and they are a nested type. And if the nested in the nested loop, if the break keyword actually written within the inner loop, then inner loop will terminate but the outer loop will continue. And if the break keyword is within the outer loop, then the outer loop will terminate. Now the continue statement in Java. Continue is another keyword just like break keyword, but there is a little difference with the break keyword. Continue keyword when encountered, then loop will not terminated, rather loop will continue, but at this position or at the condition where actually continue statement keyword actually execute, then this time the line written after the continue statement is not going to execute. It means in this portion you can see the loop is started from I equals to 1 and I less than 10. So loop will be going to print I equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But where is the 6? There is no 6. 6 is not printed here, right? Why? Because when I equals to 6, then the continue keyword is encountered, and continue means the line which are written after the continue statement. So the line system.out.print I is written after the continue keyword, and the maybe there here is the only a single line actually written here. If there is many kind of many lines are present, maybe 2 lines, 10 lines, 50 lines, 100 lines are written after the continue keyword, then all the line are cancelled, not going to execute, and the control goes to the again to the loop directly. So when the I equals to 6 is appear, then the continue keyword is encountered, then the program execution again goes to the I loop directly, and the rest of the line written after the continue keyword is not going to execute. And for this reason the value of I equals to 6 is not being printed in this portion, because after continue statement encountered, execution control is go to the for loop again, and then I increase again and it became 6 to 7 actually. After the value become I equals to 7, then system.out.print I is going to execute, and then 7 is printed here, then 8 and 9. So basic difference between the break and continue statement is break, when this keyword is encountered within a loop, then the loop will terminate immediately and control goes out of the loop, right? And in case of the continue statement, when it is encountered, then the control goes to the loop again, not terminating the loop. It not terminate the loop, rather the control goes to the loop again, and the lines which are written after the continue keyword are not going to execute. And then after, when the loop is completed, then this statement system.out.println, this statement exit is executed, and the exit string actually being printed in this portion. So in this case, continue 1, 2, 3, 4 except 6, there is no 6 value. Okay, there is no 6 value. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9 is printed here. But in case of the break keyword, when it is used in the just previous one, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then after the loop is terminate, and then the exit string is printed, right? Now the label break statement in Java programming language, it is a very important thing. It's a label break, means we are give some label from where actually break actually being taken place, from which portion of the program actually break actually going to hit. You can see here is an example. Suppose for there is a 2 nested loop, one is I equals to 1, I less than 3, and I plus plus. So this loop will execute up to 2 times, and then system.out.print pass I equals to like this. So pass I, so at the very beginning of the I value is 1, so pass 1 equals to this, and then after it is going to print 1 to 50. How many times? 1 to 50, right? But when the if the j value becomes 10, then it written here break. But after written the break keyword, here it is mentioned here that outer, what is outer now? Outer, it is written here, which is actually the label, and how we actually distinguish the label with the other statement within the Java program, by giving the colon sign here. You can see there is a colon sign given in this portion. So outer then after writing the colon means this become a label. So when the break keyword is encountered, the control actually terminate the label which is written in this portion, right? So it is here the break outer means it is going to break or terminate the label name which is written in this portion, and for this reason here the label name is outer, which is indicate the first or outer loop, and for this reason when the break outer is encountered, then this outer loop is going to terminate it, not the inner loop. The outer loop is going to terminate it. If I just omit this portion or remove the outer labeled here from this break keyword, and just also I just remove this portion outer here from this portion, just written normally without using any kind of label, then the loop will terminate the inner loop. This means this time this loop is going to terminate when the label break statement is not used, but here the label actually being used in the break keyword, and for this reason this is going to break or terminate the label which is written after the break keyword, and the label named outer here is written, and outer here is referred to the outer loop, and for this reason the outer loop will terminate when the value of j become 10. So at the very first time when the loop will execute, then I become 1, and this system.out.print pass I, it means 1 is going to execute and it print the value. So you can see here it is pass 1 is printed here, then equal sign, and then int I equals j equals to 1 to up to 50 the loop will execute, but up to how many times? Up to 1 to 9. Okay, because when j equals to 10, then it will terminate the outer loop, and for this reason it is going to print 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. But then after when the outer is encountered, then it terminates the outer loop or the first loop of this program, because outer labeled, it is not mentioned that as outer means that outer loop. You can write here any kind of name as a label, but as the label this refers to this outer loop, and for this reason it is terminated, right? If this outer is written in this portion, suppose outer is written in this portion, it means it is not written in this portion but it is written in the inner loop portion, then the inner loop will terminate it. So labeled, actually label break means you are mentioning or aiming a particular area of the program, so in which area actually the loop will going to terminate it. In this program I just used actually two loops, two for loop, and if you use more than two loops, maybe 10 nested loops, right, then you just mention the label into the third loop, not in the first, not in the second, but rather in the third loop, and then after maybe so many nested loop are present within the loop within this. But when this label break actually it indicate the third loop, then third loop will execute in this case, and as the outer loop is terminate here, and for this reason this statement which is written in the outer loop portion, it is not going to execute, and for this reason in the output window, output actually you can you don't see the new pass string is printed here. So I just written the code which I shown into the last thing, and I am going to run this program, and you can see the loop is just working as smooth, just same which is just mentioned there, and I just remove this portion. Then what will be the output? Let's see. Look, pass 1 1 2 3 4 7 8 9, and then pass 2, because when j equals to 10 break means this inner loop is going to terminate, then the control goes to the again the outer loop, and the outer loop value of I become 2, and then pass is printed here, and it is printed here like pass 2, and then the loop inner loop again continue to up to 1 to 9, and 1 to 9 is print here, and then this new pass value is print from the outer loop portion, and then the I is increased and become 3, and the loop will terminate as far as the final condition is mismatched, right? So if I just mention in this portion again the outer, then you can see the difference is only the pass 1 is going to print, pass 2 and this statement is not printed in this port. So this is the basic example of label break statement in Java programming language. Now the string manipulation functions available in the Java. String manipulations means we are going to dealing with the string. String means bulk of character. Bulk of character means maybe a alphabet from A to Z, maybe a number from 0 to 9, maybe a special character like asterisk, dollar, hash or space, underscore, any kind of special character which all are actually treated as a string. In case of Java programming, there are lots of library functions are available which relate to the string, means they are able to manipulate on the string. And the string library are divided basically in two types, and they are character libraries and another one is string library. Character means the char data type which only hold a single character, means a single alphabet like A from A to Z, or single digit from 0 to 9, or a special character but only a single character hold. Then this data type is known as the char data type, and this type of data when the library functions which are responsible to control or doing some operations on this type of data type like char, then this function is known as the character library functions, and the functions which are responsible to manipulate data onto the string data type, this function is known as the string library function. Now come to the character functions which are available in the Java libraries. There are different types of character functions are available, but you must remember that every character function starting with the character word, right? And in the character word, the C is in the capital form, in the uppercase form. So every functions which are basically used as a character functions is starting with character, where the first letter C is in the uppercase or capital form, right? So now the first function is character.isLetter. So function name is basically isLetter, but every functions always we start with character in case of the character functions. Now isLetter, when the function is starting with word, then you have to just remember one thing, that it is going to ask whether it is true or false. Suppose I am asking you, what is this? You just say it is a pen, but if I am asking this, is this a pen, then you replied either yes or either no in these two options, right? So whenever I am asking, is this pencil, or is this a ball, or is this a placard, so you just give the answer in the form of yes or no. So in the case of character functions, whenever we encountered that word, the function actually basically starting with the word of is, then we must memorize one thing, always be that the function always going to check and return the value as a form of Boolean data type, either true or either false. So in this case, isLetter, it is going to accept type is char. So this function is going to accept the value in the character format and return the value in Boolean format, because it is starting with is. So this is very important, right? Is means it is asking something, and in return it always return true or false, yes or no. And in case of programming language, yes means true and no means false. And what is the purpose of this isLetter function? isLetter is going to check whether the character inputted within the functions, for checking whether it is a letter, means alphabet, or not. If it is a alphabet from A to Z, maybe in the uppercase, maybe in the lowercase, it does not matter. But if it is a alphabet from A to Z, then it return true, otherwise it return false. Suppose here it is example, as it is written a Boolean data type value, and for this reason, to store the result, I declare a p variable which is always be in the form of the Boolean, as it is written always the value in the Boolean form, it means true or false. Now I am going to implement the function character.isLetter. Within the parenthesis, I am just writing the value, and as I just writing the value directly, and for this reason within the single inverted comma I am going to write down the character value. If I just pass from a variable, then just write down the variable name directly here, and this time no inverted comma is needed. Now C, C is obviously an alphabet, so it returns true. But in this case, if I just write down 6, where 6 is a numeric value, so for this reason it returns false. Now in the same way, isDigit function is working. It accepts the value as in the form of Boolean char and return the value in the form of Boolean, and is just doing the opposite work of the is letter. Is letter function, where it is going to check whether the value passed as an argument it is a character alphabet or not. If it is alphabet, then it return true. But in case of the is digit function, it is going to check the value which is passed as the argument, whether it is a numeric value or digit from 0 to 9, then it return true. And if it is not digit, maybe a alphabet, maybe a special character also, then also it return false. So in this case, the is digit function is I just supply a value as argument as in this portion with the parenthesis is 9. So 9 obviously a digit, and for this reason it return true. But when it is just going to passing a value of G, which is a alphabet obviously, as an argument within the is digit function, then it returns false. Now the next function is character dot is letter or digit. Very interesting thing, is letter or digit. So it is going to check is letter or digit. It means it is going to check whether the argument passed it contains a alphabet from A to Z, or contains any kind of numeric value from 0 to 9, or any kind of digit from 0 to 9 actually. If any one of them, then it returns true, and if none of them, then it returns false. So in this case, you can see character dot is letter or digit. If I just supply as an argument as 9, then it is written true, because it is a digit. May not be it is not a letter, but it is a digit, any kind of thing. If I just passed a value as capital A, instead of 9, I just passed a value as capital A, then what is the output? Then the value also P become true, because it is a letter. So it is check whether the value passed within the argument, it is a character, alphabet. If it is alphabet, then it is also written true, and if it is a digit from 0 to 9, then also it is written true. But the rest of these, if any kind of special character is supplied, like in the below portion you can see the asterisk sign is supplied as argument, and then this is letter or digit functions return false. So the P value become false here. Now the is white space. Is white space function is basically responsible to check whether the parameter which is actually passed as an argument within the functions, whether it is contain a space or not. If it is the character which is passed as an argument within the function is a space, then it return true, and if it is not, then it return false. So it accept a value as character and return the value in the form of boolean. So in this case you can say character dot is white space. I just give a simple space value within the single inverted comma, then it return true because it is a space. But if I just supply any kind of value, any kind of letter, any kind of alphabet, or any kind of special character also, except the space actually, then it returns always be false. So each white space is basically responsible to check whether the character is a space or not. Is uppercase and is lowercase, both are very interesting thing. Is uppercase, so it is asking that the character which is passed as an argument within the function, it is obviously it must to be a letter or alphabet actually from A to Z, otherwise it is not able to check the whether it is in the capital letter or in the small letter, means it is uppercase or in the lowercase. So the is uppercase function basically used to check whether the alphabet value as a passed as an argument within the function, within this function is uppercase function actually, then it is going to check whether this alphabet value in the form of, or letter value actually in the form of uppercase. If it is in the uppercase, then it return true, and if it is in the smaller case, then it return false. So in this case you can see is uppercase in capital D. So capital D is obviously is the uppercase or in the capital form or capital letter, and for this reason it return true, and the value become value of P become true. Now is uppercase small d. Now small d, it is obviously in the lowercase form, and for this reason it return false, because it checked and found that no, it is not in the uppercase. Is lowercase function just doing the same operation but in opposite direction. It means it's going to check whether the character which is passed as argument within this function is in the lowercase or small letter. If it is in the small letter or lowercase, then it returns true, otherwise it returns false. So you can see in this portion is lowercase capital D, and in this portion it returns false because capital D is written here as argument is in the uppercase format. But in case of the lower portion example is lowercase d, where I just use the lowercase or small d, then it returns true. Oh, it is not false, it is not false, it is written wrong thing, it is true. Okay, it is completely true, it is true, not false. It is written wrongly here, I think. Some mistake actually placed here. So is lowercase small d, so it becomes true, because small d obviously in the smaller case, and for this reason it return true. So then the p value becomes true, not false, right? Character dot to uppercase. Now to, when to function actually basically used, it means it is going to convert some value to another format, right? Now here the character is accepted as an argument or parameter, and character data type actually basically written by this function. In the both the case, the data type accept same, char data type are accepted, and the return data type is char. Now to means it is going to convert something. Now what is going to convert? Into the uppercase. So we are going to convert into the uppercase of an alphabet or any kind of letter. So in this portion you can see character dot to uppercase a smaller d, so it is in the smaller case, it just going to convert the small d into capital D and return as character data type, and for this reason the p is declared as char data type, and p now become capital D. Now if the in the to uppercase function, if any kind of capital letter value is supplied as a parameter or as an argument within the function, then obviously it is written in the uppercase format, nothing is changed. In the to lowercase means it is going to convert if any kind of character letter actually passed as an argument within this function. If it is in the uppercase, then it is going to convert into the lowercase. So the two lowercase function accept the character data type and return the character data type, but the return data type character data type actually it consists of the alphabet into the lowercase format, right? So to lowercase small d, so small d is already in the lowercase, and for this reason it return small d, but to lowercase capital D, so it is in the capital or uppercase form, and for the return always be in the smaller case, and for this reason p becomes small d. So I am going to print this thing. The program is already explained in the previous portion, and I am just going to checking whether the value supplied as an argument within the isLetter function is a alphabet or not. So here it is a pass s, so obviously it is a alphabet. So let's see. Yes, the value is returned by the function is true. Now if I just change the value to ampersand sign, then it is false, because it is a special character, not an alphabet. Now I am going to check later, I am going to check whether it is a digit function. Is digit. Now I am supplied to and run the program, so it becomes true, and now I just remove the value and s, then the value become false. Now I am going to use the is letter or digit, right? So any kind of value is returned, then it is returned true. So you can see now it becomes true, right? Suppose if I supply value like 4, then run, and you can see true. Suppose I just value enter asterisk sign, then going to run, then it become false. Now is white space, within the white space I mention any kind of special character or alphabet or digit, it always return false value, right? Let's see. So it is false. Now I am going to check whether it is a space or not. So I give actually space in between them. Now I am going to run the program and it becomes true. So it is the is white space function. So I am going to check is uppercase function. So within the uppercase I passed argument capital A. Now I am going to run the program and it becomes true, and if I pass it is in smaller a, then it return false, right? So is upper check whether the value passed as argument, whether it is in the form of upper case or in the capital letter. If it is capital letter, then return true, otherwise it return false. So I am going to check whether it is a lower case, so lower case or not. So obviously small a in the lower case or in the small letter, so now it is true, and if I just pass the value as capital A, then it return false. So in this portion, character dot to lowercase capital A, so I just supply the value as capital letter and it is going to convert the letter into the lowercase or uppercase. Now I'm going to check, yes, it is going to convert into the lowercase, and if the lowercase value is supplied suppose small f, then obviously no changes actually made, the same value actually printed. Now I'm going to convert the character, or not character exactly, a letter into the uppercase. Now it is only in the smaller case. Now I'm going to print the value. Now it becomes capital F. Now if I just pass the value as argument like capital A, then as it is already in the capital letter, so it's not going to change. So in this way, all the character functions actually basically work. Now the next program is write a program to accept a character. So we are going to accept only a single character, not more than one character. Now if it is a letter, so after taking the input from the user as a character, only a single character, not more than one input, only a single input, and the input data type is character data type. Now after taking the input, we actually, if it is a letter, so after taking the input from the user, I am going to check whether it is a letter or not. So to check a character whether it's a letter or not, we always use the isLetter function, and if it is letter, then display the case, means we are going to display the case whether it is in the smaller case or in the lower case, right? And if otherwise means if it is not in the value is inputted by the user is not a letter, then check whether it is a digit or a special character. So we are going to check it is a digit or special character when it is the character inputted by the user, it's become a not a letter, then only we are going to check whether it is a digit or a special character. So you can see I have already taken the input from the user as a character data type and into the variable ch. So in the variable ch I have already taken the input from the user. Now only single input is already taken in this portion as per the program. Now I am going to check whether the value inputted or entered into the variable ch, whether it is a letter or not, right? So I am going to check if, so to check a character whether it is a letter or not, we always use the character dot isLetter function. So character dot isLetter, and within the bracket it is going to check ch, right? So character, pronunciation is a mistake. So character dot isLetter is ch equals to what? True, right? It is equals to true. Now if you write true here or if you don't write true here, it does not mean, because it's both are same, and for this reason I just omit this portion, because you don't write the equals to true, it means by default it is equals to true, right? And if it is become character, if the character inputted by the user is become letter, then I am going to check whether it is in the uppercase or in the lower case, and for to check whether it's an uppercase or lower case, I am using another function is uppercase. Now if uppercase is ch equals to true, then I am going to write down it is in the uppercase. If it is not, it means if this if condition is not satisfied, it means the character inputted by the user, obviously it is a letter, and then only it is going to check this one, because this if condition is enclosed within the outer if condition, so it is a nested if example. So in this portion character dot is uppercase is going to check if it is true, then it is uppercase, but if this portion is become false, it means value entered by the user into the variable ch, obviously it is a letter but not in the case of uppercase. Alphabet or letter may exist only two form, either in the lower case or in the uppercase, it means either in the smaller case or in the capital letter. So as the first condition is this if actually not matched or it not become true, it means that the letter in the form of smaller case, and for this reason I am going to print lower case here, lower case. So in the lower case actually, right? So this if actually closed. Now if the value entered by the user which is stored into the variable ch, it is not a letter, then Then I am going to check whether the value entered within the ch variable is a digit. If it is not digit, then it is a special character. So there is only two options left when the if condition becomes false, right? So within the else, I am going to check another condition. Which condition? The condition is digit, right? If the character is inputted by the user is a digit, then it is going to check. So for this reason, I am going to write down here character dot is digit, and within the ch, if it is this condition becomes true, then it is become the digit. So, and if any kind of condition of if and else are not matched, it means they are obviously become a special character, right? Because any kind of character is treated as a special character, so it is special, right? Special character. Now I am going to run the program. Enter the character, suppose enter the value of w. So now you can see it is in the lower case. I run the program again and enter the value as y, and y is in the form of the capital letter. Now I am going to run OK, it is in the upper case. So this portion basically works smoothly by up to this portion. Now I am going to run the program again and enter the character. Suppose character is 8, then it is a digit. It means this else if block is going to execute, and obviously this if block is become false, and for this reason this else if block is going to execute, and it is printed here, it is a digit. And now I am going to run the program again and enter the character star asterisk sign. It is a special character, right? Because it is not satisfied the first if condition and the second else if condition, so automatically it goes down to the else block. And by using the else block, we can easily write down the special character or not. The difference between the next and nextLine function. Next function basically used to input the input from the user up to the white space. It means if I just enter a complete line, then there is a 3 spaces present within this sentence. Then from the very left side, the character counting character is going to taken from the user, and when the first space is encountered, then the next function is terminate, and it taking the input is being stopped. But in case of the nextLine function and also in the case of the next function, the cursor remain in the same portion. Cursor remain in the same portion. It is not going down to the next line. But in case of the nextLine function, it read the entire function until it is not ended, or it is not actually hit by the enter key button by us. So it in the case of nextLine function, so in case of the nextLine function, the all text of lines are break. It means all the lines are being read and the cursor is automatically transferred to the next line. Whereas in case of the next function, no transformation actually takes place of cursor. It remain cursor into the same line. But in case of the nextLine function, it is going to read the string from the user and cursor is automatically transferred to the next line. In case of nextLine function, I have already just declared a scanner class. By using the scanner class, I am going to input from the user by using the nextLine function of the string, and in the next line I am going to use the nextIn function. I am going to take any kind of number value of integer type. Now just run the program, and then after I just print the two values respectively here, right? Now I'm going to run the program and enter the string. Suppose string is ASDF, and next I'm going to enter the number. Cursor is blinking here, you can see. Now it is 10. So string is ASDF and number is 10, right? So in this portion I am taking the input from the user. At the very first line I am actually taking the input from the user as string data type, and next in the integer data type, right? Now I just remove this portion and taking the integer input just before the string input. Now let's see what's happened. So the value actually the number of values actually by the user is remains same, but the writing technique is a little bit changed. In the first line I am going to asking the user to enter the value or number in the form of integer, and in the next portion I am going to accept the string data type from the user. Now I am going to run the program. So you can see enter the number, so cursor is blinking here 10, and then what's happened, enter the string, but before entering any kind of value by me, it is already printed string equals to this, number equals to this. Why? So this is the basic difference between the next int, next float, next double, all of the next with the nextLine function. So nextLine function basically read the entire line and then the cursor brings down to the next line, right? As I just in the previous one, I just taking the input string data type into the first portion, and then I am going to take the input from the user as an integer data type in the previous portion. And as within the nextLine function, the nextLine is encountered when this thing actually basically written in just before of the input, taking the input of the number, then the cursor is automatically goes down to the next line. As the nextLine function is encountered, then the cursor is automatically bring down to the next line, or for this reason the integer input is being taken from the user very swiftly. But in this case there is next int is basically encountered, so after taking the input, the cursor remain into the same line and the cursor not bring down to the next line, and as the cursor is not bring down to the next line, then I am not able to take the input from the user into the form of string data type. And to recover this thing, I am just going to write down here another portion, sc.nextLine, right? sc.nextLine. Now after taking the input from the user as an integer data type, then it is taken input into the n variable, and after this the nextLine function is encountered and the cursor brings down to the next line, and then after I am just enter the value of string and then it is going to take input. Let's see, suppose I am going to enter the number here, suppose 10, and you can see the cursor is blink here. This portion actually is not printed, which is basically printed before entering the value of string in the previous one. Now I am going to write down the ASDF. You can see the string is ASDF and number is 10. So nextLine is very important functions which basically very much different from any other next functions available within the scanner class. Now the string functions in Java. The first string function is length. By using the length function, we can easily calculate how many characters present within a string. Suppose string S is consist of computer word, and computer consists of CO, it means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So total number of characters present within the string is 8. So the length of the string is 8. And to detect the length of the string, we just going to write s dot length, the string variable name here, and then dot and then the length function, then it return the length. And as this length function actually accept the value in form of string, so that's why the accept data type is string and the return data type is integer, because length always be in a whole number or non-fractional form, and for this reason is return integer data type. Now if a string is consist of a spaces in between the two words or any character, then this space also counted as a character, and the length also increase as per the spaces given within the string. Now the char function. By using the char function, we can pick up some character by mentioning the particular index number. So in this case the accept data type is index number, so index number always be in the form of integer type, and for this reason accept type is int, and the return type is char, because it actually going to find the what character actually belongs to this index particular mentioned index number, and for this reason is return type is char. Suppose the string is consist of the string computer. Now I am going to find out the character belongs to the at the index number 0. As the index number starting from 0, so the first index number it is 0, and then it is 1, and then it is 2. So in this way it is 2 and it is 3, p is 3, so it is 3. So as the index number starting from 0, so the char of 3 means 0, 1, 2, 3, p is the character present at the index number 3, and for this reason it return p. And as the p is a character data type, and for this reason I declare a variable here c with data type char, and where it is being actually stored, and the value is returned by the caret function where the index number is 3 is p. So caret function basically used to find the character located at the particular index number. Now the index of function is basically doing just opposite of the caret function. In a caret function basically pick the character with by mentioning the index number, and in case of the index of number we are actually going to just mention the character, and if the character belongs within the string then the index number of this character is returned. So in this case of index of function, basically it accept type is character type, not integer type. It is wrong. So it is return accept type is character type. It actually accept the character, and return data type is integer. It return the index number if the character is present within the string, then the index number of the particular character which is mentioned within the function is returned. Suppose the string is consist of computer word, and now I am going to find the p character, the index number of the p character. So s dot index of p, and now the p character basically at the position of 4th position, and the index number is 3, so it returned 3. Now the last index of is so working in the same manner. It accept the character data type and return the integer data type. Okay, so last index of actually works same as of index of function, but in different way. Index of function basically searching the individual the character from the left to right order, but in case of the last index of function, it searches the character from the right to left order. It means the starting being taken place from the length minus 1. This means from in this case the starting actually the searching being taken place from this m towards this right to left directions. The last index of function actually basically searched. Now if I am going to find out the last index of a, then this a the index number of this a actually going to find search very first time, and the return value is n equals to 7. So last index of basically search the same way search the same thing in the index of function, that it accept a character and return the index number of this particular character, but in the opposite direction. It means from right to left hand direction. The search basically starting from the length minus 1 instead of 0, which is basically takes place in case of the index of function. So I have already taken a string, and where I store a string value of Java programming. Now I am going to find out the length of the string. So int length, because length function always return the integer data type, and str dot length, as the string variable name is str. So length, and it return the string length of the string. So now I am going to run the program, and you can see the length is 16, and this space which is given in between the Java and programming word is also counted as a character, and the total length 16, it means this space also included in this 16 length of 16, right? Now I am going to use the caret function to find out some character by mentioning a particular index number, and for this reason I am declare here a character data type variable char ch, and I am going to find out suppose a character value at index number, suppose it's 5, index number 5, and now I am going to print this. So let's run the program. At the index number of 5 the character is p. So what is the index number? Let's see, 0 1 2 3 4, the space is 4, and 5 is programming p, right? And for this reason the p is returned by using the caret function. Now the index of function also return the index number, and for this reason I am just write down ind equals to str dot index of, and I am just mentioning the character. Suppose here it is the character is suppose Java programming a. Okay, now Java programming. Now I am going to print it. Now I run the program. you can see the output is from here 1 because A is present at the 1 index number. So J is 0 and A is 1. So if the index number is returned because the index of function start the searching from the left to right order, and from very beginning it means from the 0 index. Now I'm going to find out the second A character present in the Java programming word, and for this reason I am mentioning here the the search will be start from the index number 2 instead of index number 0. And now I'm going to run the program, and you can see the index number 3 is returned because 0, 1 and 2 and then 3. So these 3 actually returned by this index of function because search is starting here from the index number of 2. Now the last index of function. So last index of function I am going to write down A, and you can see the programming. So this A actually basically returned by this last index of function. So let's see. Yes, the index number is 10. So this is 5. So this is 6, 7, 8, 9 and this is 10. A is 10. So by using the last index of function, I am just to find out the value of a character of K is present at the index number of 10. And here the searching basically start from the right hand side to the left hand direction, and from the index number of 15. 15 first going to search, then 14, then 13, in this way from right to left side order in case of the last index of function. Now the substring function. Substring function basically used to extract some string from a string. It means a string is already present, and from in between this string we are just extracting some characters to make a string. Substring function accept int type data type. It means, what does mean by it? Let's see. Actually substring function, in the substring function we are going to mention two values, that from where actually the extraction being taken place. Where means from which index number actually the extraction being started. And for this reason it, as the index number always be in the form of the integer value, and for this reason it accept the integer data type. And then again int, why we understand later. And after the extraction is done or made, then a string value is returned, and for this reason the return data type is string. Now in case of string A is equals to computer, you can see I'm just going to find out the substring, and for this reason I will mention here A is equals to substring P, and substring P means from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So from 5 the extraction actually basically started from 5 index number, and as the starting index number from where actually the extraction being taken place or started, and the end index number means up to what index actually extraction being executed I am not mentioned. For this reason the enter the string which left after this after the index number which is mentioned in this position. In this case it is 5. So after the index number 5 mentioned here, the all the remaining index number is present is being extracted, and for this reason from T it is extraction is started, and then TER is completely extracted from the string, and the new string is formed which is stored into the variable P, and this one is TER. Now in case of the substring function we can use this substring function in another way, that I can mention here the starting index number, and also I can mention the ending index number, right? Now in case of the substring function, the extraction being taken place in this case actually basically from index number of 3. So index number 3 is 1, 2, 3. So in this case the starting index number is 3, and the extraction basically started from the index number 3. So index number 3 is 0, 1, 2, 3. So P, from starting from the index number it is P. So the extraction being taken place from P and then up to 6. But in case of substring function, the last index number which is mentioned here, it is 6. The extraction is not being executed up to the 6th index number, rather the before of the 6th index number. It means up to 5. So in the substring function, the last index number which is mentioned basically it is not carried out, rather the before of this index number it is going to execute it. And for this reason the starting index number is 3. So 3, 4 and 5. So up to this t, it is being extracted because 6 is excluded, and for this reason the answer is put, put. Now I am going to make a string by using the substring function from an existing string, and for this reason I am writing here str.substring, and I just mention the starting index number. Suppose starting index number is 5, it means from 5 index number the extraction is being started, and as the last index number is not mentioned, so the complete entire the rest of the string is being extracted. So now I am going to print it. Let's run the program, and you can see the index number, starting index number is p, and which is here actually basically this is the index number of 5, and the index number from 5, the entire string being extracted. Actually I don't mention here any kind of last index number. Now if I mean last index number, suppose 9, it means the string being extracted from starting from extraction from 5 index number and up to index number of 8, because 9 means before the index number, right? So extraction being taken place from 5 to 8. Now I'm going to run. Let's see what is the output. So prog. So prog means this is 5, 6, 7 and 8, right? And if I just mention here it is suppose 12, then it is program. This is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 11, because I just mentioned here 12, so up to 11 it is being extracted. So by using a substring function we can easily extract a substring from an existing string. Now to two lowercase and two uppercase function. By using the two lowercase and two uppercase function, we can easily convert a existing string into the lowercase if it is present into the uppercase, and if the string is already in the lowercase, so it does not reflect any kind of thing because it is going to convert it into the lowercase, but no reflection being taken place. And in this case the string variable being actually accepted and return type also string. But in case of the two uppercase function, the accept data type is string and return data type also string, because it accepts a string data type and return into the string data type, but in the uppercase or in the capital letter if the string is present in the smaller case. But if the string is already in the uppercase, it does not reflect any kind of thing, but the process is going to taken place and the string is remain in the uppercase letter. In this case the string is in the uppercase, you can see, and after using the lowercase function it is going to store into the another variable p. Now the p variable store computer in the smaller case, and now to uppercase function the computer is stored into the variable s in the lower case, and if I just use the two uppercase function, then it convert the entire string into the capital letter or in the uppercase. So I'm going to convert the string variable str, which is basically stored Java programming word or sentence, and into the lowercase, and for this reason str.to lowercase, right? And now what is the output? Let's see. I just print the st variable and let's see what is the output. Okay, Java programming in the smaller case. But if I do the same thing but using the uppercase, then the reverse process actually being taken place. All the character present in the Java programming is going to convert into the uppercase letter, and you can see the output is Java programming. It means it enter the string into the uppercase. Now the replace function. By using the replace function we can replace any kind of character which is present within the string already, and if the character is present within the string, then it accepts a character and going to replace this character, and then the new character, after replacing the character, the string again return. So it accept data type is char, because it is going to replace a character by another character, and then it return a new string after replacing the old character. Suppose in this case the string is consist of mx, lx, like this, right? So I'm going to replace all the x. All the x present here is x here, and again x here, and this one x. So 4x are going to just going to replaced by another character, and for this reason I am using the replace function. And first in the replace function we always mention the character which is going to replaced, and then giving the comma, and then after you just mention by which character it is going to replace. So this x is going to replace, and which is mentioned at the very beginning of the replace function, and after giving comma, and then after I just mention the character by which the old character is replaced, right? And now the x is replaced by a, and the new string is formed like this, Malayalam. Now the concat function. By using the concat function, we can easily concat or add two string and convert it into a singular string. So in the concat function, it accepts two string, means it accepts data type is string, and again after concatenate or adding these two string, again the new string is formed and it return a string. Suppose a string is consist of computer, another string is consist of application. Now if I just use s.concat p, then s and p is going to concat, and the new string which is stored into the variable q is look like computer application, right? So computer application. So by using the concat function, we can easily add two string or concatenate two string. Now I'm going to use the replace function, and I'm going to replace the character a which is present within the variable st, and character a is going to replace by character o. So character o, so this is wrong, character o, right? Character o. So the a is replaced by o, and now I'm going to print the variable st, and now let's see what is the output. So you can see this a is basically replaced by o in this portion, programming, and it becomes programming, and Java becomes Jovo. So by using the replace function, we can replace all the characters or all the words actually basically present within a string by another character or word respectively. Now I'm going to concat these two strings. Suppose I'm going to concat two string, and for this I'm going to declare another variable. I'm going to concat str with the st variable, right? So we are going to concat this two string, and now I'm going to print this thing s, and let's see what is the output. So output is look like this, Java programming, and then after Jovo programming. Two strings are different. You can say this is the first one, this is the second one. This is not the first one, because first one is str and it is the st actually. This one is st. So str is Java programming, and it is going to concat with the Jovo programming, and the new string after concatenation look like this, and which is stored into the variable s. Now the equals function. Equals function is basically are used to compare two string whether the two string are equal or not. If the two string are equal, it means the two string consist of same letters, or then the string it returns true, because it always return the boolean value. So in case of equals function, it accept two string, because we are going to compare two string, and for this reason two values are needed to compare, and string data type basically accepted in this equals function, and return data type is booleans, means if the two strings are equal then it return true, and if the two strings are unequal then it return false. In this case the s is consist of computer, and in d there is a science. So if I just going to compare s with d, then it return false. Suppose in this case s going to compare with d and it return false, and which is stored into the variable b, which is in boolean type. Now another string variable p, which consists of computer word in same word but in the lower case. But Java is very case sensitive, and equals function, when it is going to compare with the s and p, in this case you can see s dot equals p, then as s in the upper case and p in the lower case, meaning are same computer, but they are in the different case, and for this reason it returns false, because it's also going to check their cases. In case of the compare two function, it is also going to compare two string, and for this reason it is also accept the string data type, two data type, and the return type is int, right? Oh my god, it is integer data type. How it is work? Let's see. If two string are equal, if the two string are equal, then it returns 0. If the left hand side string is bigger and the right hand side string is smaller in respect to their ASCII values, then it returns a positive value. If the left hand side of the compared to functions string value, ASCII value actually is smaller in compared to the right hand side string ASCII values, then it return negative values. So in case of the compared to functions, it is going to compare S equals to computer and a string D equals to science. Then if I just compare these two functions, it returns n equals to -16. So in this case, the two strings are unequal. So when the value after comparing these two value, it return always integer value, and for this reason we just need to declare a variable n here to store the integer value. So suppose the value is stored into the variable n here. Now n if 0, then the string are equal. If n greater than 0, then left hand side this value is greater, and if n less than 0, then the right hand side value means this D, right, this D is greater. Okay, this compared to function basically work or functioning by the lexicographic technique, in which their individual ASCII values are going to compare. So you can see I already stored two values into the two respective variable str and st, and for in the first str variable it consists Java programming, and into the st variable there is again Java programming, but the all the characters present in Java are in the smaller case. Now if I am going to compare the two string str equals st, now what is the output? So ASCII value of j, capital J, is smaller than the small j, so I think the negative value is returned, because as the Java they are not in the same case. Let's see what is the output. So return value is false instead of 0 or minus greater than. Why? Because equals function always return Boolean data type, right? Always return Boolean data type when the integer value is returned in case of compared to function. So if I just going to compare this function by using the if I just going to compare this two string variable with the compared to function, then it return. So you can see I just compare the two string str with st by using the compared to function. Now I'm going to run the program, and you can see the value is -32, because capital J value, ASCII value, is smaller than the small j value. Now if I just convert it into the capital letter, then what will be the output? Let's see. Let's run the program. In both the cases, in case of the Boolean equals function, actually it return true, because both the string become same, and in case of the compared to function, it return 0, because both the string are same. So in this way, by using the equals and compared to function, we can easily compare whether the two string are equal or not. Now the next function is equal ignore case and the compared to ignore case. In both the functions it's already learned, like ignore, equals, and compared to. And ignore case word, this ignore case word actually basically added in both the previous function. By using this word adding to the existing functions, it means that these two functions basically going to compare the two string, and if by ignoring their cases, right, respective cases, if the two characters are same, maybe they are in the different cases, it does not matter. If the characters are same, then it return true in case of the equals ignore case function, and in case of compared to ignore case function, it returned 0. Okay, so in this both the functions, they are ignoring the cases. Suppose in this case AS is consist of computer and string P is consist of computer, but in the smaller case, if I use the equals function only, then it return false. But if I use the equals ignore case function, means it going to ignore their cases, and after ignoring the cases, the character actually basically present within the both the string are same, and for this reason it return true. And in case compared to function, it return not is it is true, it is not true, it is not correct answer, it returns 0. So it returns 0, and this data type not Boolean, it is integer type data type, int type data type, right? So integer type data type, int b equals to compared to ignore case P, and b be returned, and b becomes 0. So in this case you can see I am going to compare the two string equals ignore case, and in this case compared to ignore case, compared to ignore case. Now I am going to run the program, and you can see the output is just same as previous, because there is no changes actually made into the both the string, because both string already identical. Now I'm going to convert the j into the smaller case. Now I'm going to run the program, but in this case also you can see the result is remain unchanged. By using the equals ignore case function, by using this function it return true, and by using the compare to ignore case function it returns 0. So by using the ignore case function, it ignoring the case, whether it is a smaller case or in the upper case, it does not matter. But if the characters are same, it is only the matter. Then it returns true in case of equals ignore case function if the both the characters are same, and compared to ignore case function it return 0. Now the trim function basically used to trimming or to remove all the spaces present at the left hand side of the string and in the right hand side of the string. But the spaces which are present within the string, it is not going to remove. So the trim function basically remove the spaces which is basically at the very beginning or starting of the index string and at the very beginning of the string, but not in between the string, right? So in this case the string s is consist of computer, and here is a lots of spaces given here in the very beginning and after the at the end of the characters, then not characters letters, then the p dot s trim means the all the spaces, means these spaces is going to remove by using the trim function. Then the string look like computer, so all the spaces are gone. But if there is a spaces in between any kind of character, then these spaces are not going to remove by using the trim function. Suppose in this case, suppose computer programming, computer, then after programming, so in between them computer and programming there is a space present within these two words, but this space is not going to remove by using this trim function. So trim function only remove the spaces at the very beginning of the string and at the end of the string. Now the ends with function, ends with and starts with, both the function very are interesting. Both the function accept two string and checking whether the string is starting with the second one is not. So in the both the cases it going to accept the string value, two string value, and then in case of the ends with function it is going to check whether the string is consist of the another string at the end of the string, then it return true. Suppose string s computer is fun and the another string is fun, so two string s and p, so boolean p, because ends with and starts with function always return the boolean data type value, and boolean b equals to s dot ends with s. So a b s means s is going to checked. So the value or string value which is written in the left hand side of the ends with function is going to checked by the right hand side string value. So s dot ends with s means not it is s, it is going to p. It is not s, it is p, right? So s dot ends with p, so s is going to check whether it is ends with p means fun, yes, the string is ended with fun word, and for this reason it return true. And in the start with, it just doing the opposite direction, means it is going to check whether the string is starting with the string mentioned within the function. So s dot starts with a p, so it is p, not s, it is wrong, it is p, right? It is p, so it is p, so s dot starts with p. So the computer is fun is where p is fun, so fun is not at the very beginning, rather at the end, and for this reason it returned false. And if it is p, value of p, convert it, or I just remove the fun value and mention into the or store into the variable p, computer word actually, then it is going to check with the s variable, then it's found true because the word s is starting with computer word, right? So in case of ends with and start with, both the function basically checked whether a second string which is mentioned within the parenthesis, the second string, this one, is present at the very end or at the very beginning of the first one string. First one means this one, this s, so these are the first string. So right string is going to check whether it is present at the very beginning of the string, then starts with, and if it is going to check at the ends of the string, then I am going to use the ends with function. Now the program is write a program to accept a string. So I am going to accept only one value, and the value is in string data type and in uppercase. Okay, so I am going to accept the string into the uppercase, but sometimes user is not ready to or wish to input any kind of case in uppercase, and if the user actually forget to enter the string into the uppercase, so it is our responsibility to convert the string after taking from the user as a input. Basically always going to transfer into the uppercase. So it is not the responsibility of the user to enter the string in the uppercase. Rather, for a programmer, the responsibility completely depends upon the programmer to convert the string entered by the user and then converted it into the uppercase. So after taking the input, we are going to convert the string entered by the user into the uppercase, and then find the frequency of each vowel present in the string. So we are going to find the frequency. Frequency means how many vowels, individual vowel, not how many total number of vowels are present within the string, not so, but individual vowels. Vowels means A, E, I, O, U, individual vowels present within the string, how many times. So in there is a sample input. Suppose welcome to Java programming language, and frequency of A is 5. So 5 actually basically means the 5 times A is present within this program, right? Now frequency of E is 3, means 3 times or 3 E's are present within this string. Frequency of I is 1, and frequency of O is 3, and frequency of U is 1. So this is the sample input. So first I am going to take an input, and then I am going to convert into the uppercase, and then I am going to find out the individual frequency of individual vowel, right? So you can see I have already going to ask the user to enter a string, and the string going to input it into the variable, suppose str. So str equals to sc dot next line, line, right? So next line, by using the next line function, the input actually being taken by the user from the user, but after taking the input, we are solely responsible to convert it into the uppercase. So for this reason, I am going to use the to uppercase function in this portion actually. So to uppercase, it means the at the time of taking the input, the string being converted and directly stored into the variable into the str. So this is not a string, rather the variable name is str. Okay, now the string variable is present into the str in the uppercase. Now I am going to check individual frequency of the individual vowels, and for this reason, to count the individual frequency of the vowel, I am going to declare here 5 counting variable like C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, and initialized with 0. And to find out the individual frequency of individual vowels, we must to extract individual character from the string, and to extract individual character from the string, I just used here the a loop, and the loop will be starting from 0, as the string the index number of any kind of string is starting from 0, and loop will continue up to the length, because the last index number always be smaller than the index number, right? Sorry, not index number, the length of the string, right? So if the length of the string is 5, then the last index number is 4, and for this reason I am writing here I is less than str dot length, not I less than equals to, because last index number always be smaller than the length of the string. And then after I am going to increase it by 1, so it is going to extract it individual. Rather, to extract any kind of character from a existing string, we always use a function which name is caret function, and for this reason I am going to declare a character variable to store the character after extracting from the string, and I am going to use the caret function, right? Caret, and index number is basically stored into the I, and for this reason I mention here I. And then after I am going to check whether this is and I am now going to check whether the character which is basically stored into the variable ch is consist of vowel or not, and for this reason I am going to write if ch equals to a, Now which A, capital A or small a? As string is already converted into the uppercase, and for this reason I am going to write down here capital A. If the string is converted into the lowercase, then you are going to write here in smaller a. And if the string is neither converted into the upper or nor converted into the lower case, then you are going to write two separate conditions. If ch equals to capital A or ch equals to small a, right? This condition is appear when we are not converting any kind of character into it lowercase or uppercase. Now if it is becomes ch equals to a, then I am going to count first variable c1 plus plus. So c1 is responsible to count the value of the frequency of the capital A, and now I am going to just copy and paste this thing for 5 times, because I am going to check individual ASCII the frequency of ASCII values. So you can see I have already checked here the individual frequency of the individual ASCII values, and individual ASCII values frequency are separately stored into the C1, C2, C3, C4, C5 variable respectively, and I am going to print the value of individual ASCII values, but after completion the loop, because until the loop is not completed, then enter the string is not read, because as the index number starting from 0, then it extract the first character, and then it going to check, and after and then the I is increased and becomes 1, then it extract the second character, and in this way the string is continued and compare again and again, and if the vowel is found, then counting is increased as per the if condition, and after completion the loop only, then the complete value or the total number of count is completed. Then after, and for this reason I am going to print here the individual ASCII values. So I just print the individual counting values of individual vowels. Now I am going to print, enter a string, suppose welcome to Java programming, the sample input. Now you can see A is 3 times, E is 2 times, I is 1 times, O is 3 times, U is 0 times. You cannot find any kind of O in this string, right? So by using this technique, we can easily generate how many individual vowels are present within a string. Next program is write a program to accept a string. So in this case also I am going to accept a string and then frame a word by joining all the first character of individual word. So we are going now display the new word. So we are actually going to form a word by adding the individual first character of individual word which is present within a string. Now individual word is vital, information, resource, under, and seize. These are the several words actually present. Now I am going to extract the individual character of the first character basically of the individual word, and then VI, then R, and then U, and then S. So it looks like VIRUS. So output is virus, right? So we are going to accept a string and doing the same operation within this program. Now to solve the problem, we must understand how it is actually basically work. Basically the individual character going to extract it of the individual word, but at the very first position. First position means before this position there is a space actually encountered. Every word you can see there is a space is present. So the logic basically is that when the space is encountered, then after we are going to print the next character of the space index number, right? But at the very beginning of the program there is no space before the V word, and for this reason we are actually adding extra space here by programmatically, and then after going to check there is a space. If the space, then the next character immediate next character is going to print. So you can see I will take in the input from the user into the variable str. Now I am going to form a new word by adding the individual word or first character of the individual word of the sentence or string which is present into the variable str, and the logic is when the space is encountered, then the next immediate character is going to print, right? But at the very beginning there is no space, and I am going to add this space. How? So we have to write str equals to space, within double inverted comma I just mention a space, then after I am going to write down this portion, str equals to space plus str. So in this case plus actually basically act like a concatenation. So by using this, the two string is concatenated, and a space is basically added to at the very beginning of the sentence or string. Now I am going to check whether the space is present, then the immediate character is going to print. I declare another variable string here named st, and then after I am going to write down this int I equals to 0. Now within the loop I am going to extract the individual character to check whether the character is a space. If space, then the next character is going to print. For this reason I am going to find out extract the individual character, and for this reason I used the caret function and mention the index number, which is basically stored into the variable I, and then I am going to check whether this variable ch is a space or not. Now how can we actually checking a character is a space or not? Very simple, by using double inverted comma, then giving single inverted comma, and in between the single inverted comma just give the space sign, because single inverted comma is basically used to mention the character. In this way you can check it. Let's run the program. st equals to st plus ch, and to concatenate these two string I have to mention here the string st by blank, initialize with blank. Now individual character when it is found as a space, then the next character, so next character means not ch, so the next character is str dot caret, right, I plus 1. So I plus 1 is going to add into the variable st and concatenate and store, and then I am going to print it. Now I am going to run the program, and you can see enter a string, write welcome to Java classes, right. So the first character of the first word is w, next is t, next is j, next is again c, and for this reason it looks like wtjc, which is stored into the variable st. Now if this if condition is not mentioned as simple by giving the spaces in between the two semicolon, then we have to use the character dot is white space function, and for this reason I am going to write character dot is white space is in ch, then str equals to this, like this. Means when the is white space become true, then you are able to extract the next character from the string. And let's run the program. Again I just copy this thing, input thing, and then run the program and enter the same string, and you can see the working is simple as previous, right. So by using the is white space function we can easily extract the individual character, and then after I am going to print it. ASCII value in Java. What is ASCII value? The full form of ASCII is American Standard Code for Information Interchange. In keyboard, the every keys has a unique decimal number values, and these values are known as ASCII values. Suppose from 0 to 9 they consist the value of 48 to 57. So the 0 keys actually represent 48 values, and then 1 is represented by 49, then 2 is represented by 50, and so on. And from capital A is represented by 65, and then capital B is 66, and in this way up to Z, capital Z, it is 90. So 65 to 90 are the ASCII values of capital letter from A to Z, and small a represented by 97, and small b is represented by 98, and so on, and small z is represented 122, and that's why the ASCII value of small a to z is remain between 97 to 122. So these are the ASCII values. So whenever you are going to enter or press any kind of button from the keyboard, the computer actually accept their respective ASCII value, not the exact character. Rather, it always actually accept their respective ASCII values. Write a program in Java to accept a word. So we are going to take a word from the in this program and display the ASCII value of each character. So in this program, I am going to print the individual ASCII value of the individual character present within a word, right? Example is the blue, and individual ASCII value is printed like this in this format. So in this, by using this program, I am actually going to explore how to convert an ASCII value or generate the ASCII value from a character value. So you can see I have already taken the input into the variable str, and by using the loop, I'm just extracting individual character and store into the variable ch. Now I'm going to convert this individual character to their respective ASCII values, and to doing so, as the ASCII value always contain the integer number, and for this reason I am declaring here another variable int ASC, which basically store the ASCII value of individual character of the word. And to convert the ASCII values, within the parenthesis I have to write int, right, and then the character. So by using this statement, you just write the character directly here within the single inverted comma, or you can just write the variable name where actually the individual character is being stored. And before this, within the parenthesis you have to write the int data type, and by using this statement, the respective character is going to convert it into their respective ASCII values. So the ASCII value is being stored into the variable ASC. Now I am going to print the ASCII values. So system.out.println So you can see I have just printed the individual ASCII values of individual character of the inputted word. Now I am going to run the program and enter the word. Suppose it is blue jay, right? So ASCII value of B is 66, ASCII of value of L is 76, and ASCII of U like this, right? By using this technique, we can easily generate the respective ASCII value of a given character. But how can we actually convert in ASCII value to their respective character value? And to convert this, I'm just going to do the same process, but as the ASCII value is going to convert it to the respective character value, so a character value is written by the statement, and for this reason a character data type variable is needed. And as you can see that the ch variable is already declared, which data type is char, and for this reason I am not declaring any another variable. And now in this case, to convert the ASCII value to their respective character, you have to write the char data type within the parenthesis, and then you write the respective ASCII values. So ASC. Now I am going to print this. Enter the string, it's blue jay. So you can see the ASCII of B is 98. This is printed by this segment of the program, and this B is being printed by this system.out.println statement, right? And the ASCII value is stored into the ASC is 98. You can see this is 98 small b, and it is again converted to their respective character value, which is small b, and it is being printed after this. So by using these two techniques, we can easily convert it the respective ASCII value to their corresponding character value by this statement, and by and you can easily convert the ASCII value to their respective character value by this statement, right? Next program is write a program in Java to accept a string. So we are going to accept only a single string and display the longest word and the length of the longest word present in the string. So we are going to find out the longest word present within the string, right? Suppose here is the example is Barca Football Academy will play against Real, right? Now in this statement the football is the longest word because it consists of 8 letters or characters. So for this reason this football is being printed and the length of the word is here 8. So how can we going to find the longest word? And to find the longest word, you have to first extract the individual word from the given string. Individual word is extracted every time from the string, and after extracting the individual word from the inputted string, then I am going to check the length of the individual word and find the maximum length of a word. So first target is extract the individual word from a inputted string. So you can see I already taken the input from the user into the variable str, and then after I just give at space at the very end of the string, because to extract the individual word from the string we have to implement the logic that where the space is encountered then a word is formed, right? Suppose a word is I love orange. So I, then after space. So after reading the I, when we just encountered the space, then we can assume that I is a word, single word. Then then again love, we just reading individual character and then encountered with another space. Then this time this love is already a word. So whenever a space is encountered, then a word is formed, it is confirmed. But at the very end of the statement, or not statement, at the very end of the string there is no space, and for this reason I just add an extra space at the end of the string. But if the user is added extra spaces from at the very beginning, maybe at the very end, maybe more or one or two more spaces basically added at the time of the input, then this logic is not working. And for this reason at the time of taking the input I am going to just use the trim function to remove the all spaces from both the sides, from left and right side, and then I just add an extra space at the very end of the string, because the last word is never contain a space, because if the space is not encountered then we cannot determine the word is formed or not. So in this case extract the individual character and store into the ch, and now I am going to check whether ch equals to space. So it is equals to space. If it is space then a word is formed, and if it is not a space then word is going to be formed. So what is going to form? So I am just writing here ch is not equals to space, and this time space. So within the single inverted comma I just give a extra space here, and to determine whether it is a space or not. Now as it is ch is not equals to space means word is yet not completed, and for this reason I declare another string variable here, string st, which is initialized by double inverted comma, which means blank, and now st equals to st plus ch. So individual character is going to concatenate and store into the variable st in this portion, basically in this portion. And now when the ch found a space, it means that the word formation is completed, and for the complete word is being stored into the variable st. So now in the else portion I am going to check. Now in the else portion I am going to check the maximum length of the word, and to find the maximum length, so we have to find the length of the st word. So I am going to find the st word, and before find the st word, to find any kind of maximum value we always declare a variable like max, or you can give any kind of name to the variable, but always it is initialized with 0 to find out the maximum value. And now within the else statement I am going to check whether max is less than st of length. If it is true, then it means that the new word which is formed into the st variable is the maximum length, carrying the maximum length. For this reason the max is going to be changed, because maximum length is not 0, it is going to be changed. So max equals to st dot length. So new max value is become st dot length, and the maximum value is as being stored into the variable st, but the maximum, word which hold the actually the maximum length, it must be stored into the another variable, and for this reason I am going to declare another variable s here, and when it found that the variable this max is less than st dot length, then the max is going to be changed, and the new s is formed, means maximum length of the word is found, and the word is going to be stored into the s variable, and for this reason I am going to write s equals to st. It means the word which is actually basically stored into the variable st is going to be shifted or stored into the variable s. Now after doing this, within the else portion I am going to write down st equals to, again initialized with blank, right? Now after this, after the loop completed, so here is the else is completed. Now here it is the end of the loop, and when the loop is completed, then I am going to print the maximum, I am going to print the maximum length of the word and the string also. So maximum length word which is basically stored into the variable s. So here s, and the length is stored into the variable max, and for this reason I am going to print it again, and length, maximum length is max. It is max, right? It is max. Here error is found because s is not initialized here, and now s is initialized with blank. Now I am going to run the program and enter the string. Suppose string is suppose I love football. Now you can see I is the smallest word, love is consist of 4 letters, and so length of the love word is 4, and football it consists of 8 letters. So the length of the football is 8, and the maximum length of the word football is become, so let's see. Yes, the maximum length word is football and the maximum length is 8. Now let's see how it is work actually. Taking the input, suppose in this case, in this line actually, basically not in this line, in this line basically it is in this line str is look like I love football, and then after a space is being added in this portion, right? And then these are initialized, and then when the loop is started, then it found ch equals to I at the very beginning, and then after I is increased, when it becomes 1, then it's found this space, and for this reason ch is not equals to space, and else block will going to execute. Now max is less than st dot length, and st is now consist of I only one character. So st dot length means 1, and max is initialized to 0. So obviously 0 is less than 1, and max is initialized with 1. So in this portion max is become 1, and in this line the s is become I, right? Now again st is initialized with blank, and then again loop will execute, then this l character is extracted, so it is not become space. So st is already blank here in this portion else block. So st again store with l, then o, then v, and then v, and then e, right? So st is formed like love, and then again this space is encountered, this space. So ch is not equals to blank, so no, it is become false, and the else block will going to execute. Now max is less than st dot length, so now st is now become love. So this love is st is consist this love word, and now max is less than length, st dot length, love, as st consists of love word, and so length become 4, and the max value is previous max value is 1, so 1 less than 4, obviously it is true, and for this reason max is equals to st dot length. So max is replaced by 4, and s is replaced by love, and again this AF is encountered, and before that the ST is initialized blank, and after that the AF is encountered and stored into ST, and then O, and then O, then again T, then B, A, L. So up to this portion the ST is this word actually basically extracted individual character and stored into the variable ST, and a new word is formed and stored into the ST, which becomes the new value of ST becomes football. Now when this space, which is manually added by me, when encountered, then this else block is going to execute, and then max is less than ST dot length. What is the value of max? The previous value of max is 4, and now the latest ST is football. So now the length of the football is 8, so 4 is less than 8. It is completely true, and for this reason max is equals to ST dot length, so max become 8, and the love and S is initialized with again by the new word football, so it becomes football. Now after this the ST is again initialized by blank, then again loop will execute, but it reached the end of the string, and for this reason loop will terminate, and then just this string is going to print it, and the last value of max is 8, you can see in this portion, and the S value of S is football. So in this way this program basically works. So by this, using this logic, we can easily extract or find out the maximum word present within a string. Next program is write a program in Java to accept a word and check it is a palindrome or not. So we are going to accept a single word, right? Only a word, single input, and it is going to check whether it is a palindrome or not. Now what is palindrome? Palindrome means when the word is going to reversely read, then the same word is formed, right? Suppose madam, if just I read this in this direction, then it pronounced as madam, and if I just read the same word in the opposite direction, it means from right to left side, then M, A, D, A, M. So the same word is formed, madam, and for this reason it becomes palindrome word. So palindrome word means when it is become reverse, so the word is remains same, then it is a palindrome. Suppose play, if I just reverse this word, so it become YALP. It is not same, so it is not a palindrome word. So you can see I have already taken the input from the user into the variable str, then I just initialized another variable st with blank, and then the loop will continue and to extract individual character from the string. So string is being formed, and now I am going to store the individual character into the variable st. So st equals to st plus ch. So individual character, which is actually basically extracted from the string which is inputted by the user, is being stored into the variable st. To form a palindrome word or to check a palindrome word, we have to just read the word in the reverse direction, and for this reason I am just going to write this thing in the opposite way, ch plus st, right? Now after doing this, I am going to check if, so when the loop is completed, then the word is individual character is extracted and stored in reverse order into the variable st, and now I am going to check whether st and str, which is basically inputted by the user, are equal or not, and for this reason str dot equals st. If it is found true, then it becomes a palindrome word, right? So let's print palindrome. So you can see I'm just compare the two string str with st, and if it is found equals, then it means same, then it is a palindrome word, otherwise it is not a palindrome word. Let's run the program, enter the string, suppose madam, M-A-D-A-M, madam. Let's see what's happened, palindrome word. Now how it is work, let's see. So madam, so inputted word is str equals to, it is commented, so str equals to madam, M-A-D-A-M, madam, right? Now individual character is being extracted in M. So first character is extracted in the ch is M as the index number starting from 0. So now let's see, st equals to, st initialized with blank, so st equals to ch plus st, so M. Now the value of st at the very first time is become M, then a is extracted, then M, A, then it becomes st equals to ch plus a. So ch means now the ch value of ch is a, so a plus m, so it's look like am, and then D is extracted, then CH plus ST. So the CH value is D right now, and the previous ST value is AM, you can see. So D plus AM means it DAM, right? And then this A actually basically extracted, and then the A plus ST is storing already the DAM. Now A plus DAM means ADM, and now this M is going to extract it, and M plus the rest of the ST which store basically ADM. Now it is going to M plus ADM. Now it is become madam. So you can see how it is already the same word, right? So in this way you can check whether I input in a word is a palindrome or not. Write a program in Java to accept a string. So in this program I am going to take an input from the user, only a single string. Convert the string to uppercase. So in this program we are, after taking the input, we are going to convert the complete string into the uppercase by the uppercase function. And now count and print the word which have at least a pair of consecutive letters. So we have to count, means how many times, and print the words means we are going to print the individual word which are basically pair of consecutive letters. Consecutive letter means, suppose a word is like this: modem is an electronic device. Now modem, MODEM, in this portion D and then after E. So first character as per alphabetical order D, and then is E is occur, and in this case modem D is followed by E, and for the so consecutive letter is here present here. So modem is printed here. So we are going to print. You can see the print is needed. So print, and you have to count. So one character, one word actually basically found right now. Then is no consecutive, and no electronic. In electronic, no, there is no repetitive, not repeated, and there is no consecutive letter present in this portion. Now device, then after again D and E again, and for this reason the device is printed here, and count is become 2. So the number of containing consecutive letter is 2, right? So we have to count and print whether the word are consist of the consecutive letter. And to find out to solve this problem, first we have to take an input from the user as a string, and then individual word is going to extract it from the string, because without extracting we cannot form a word, and until the word is not formed, then how can we just judge whether the word consists of a consecutive letter or not. So after taking the input, I am going to extract the individual word from the string, and for this reason I use the same logic. For this reason, at the very end of this word, means in this portion, I am going to add extra space, because we have to extract individual words. So same logic is being followed. So you can see I have already taken the input from the user into the variable str, and then I've used the stream function to remove all the spaces from the left and right side, because whenever we are going to extract the individual word from the string, we have to remove all the spaces from the left and right, and then after we are going to add a space at the very beginning of the sentence or string, or at the end of the string as per our need, right? And but as per the question, we have to convert the complete string into the uppercase, and for this reason I am using uppercase, two uppercase function. And so after taking the input, the string which is entered by the user, it's already is converted to the uppercase letter, and now the individual character is being extracted in this portion, and and now I'm going to check whether it is extracting the individual word. So same logic is being used, and but I just forget to add an extra space at the very end of the string, and now extra space is being added. Now I use the same logic to extract the individual word. So you can see I already extracted the individual by the same logic and stored into the variable st. Now after extracting the individual word which is stored into the st, now I am going to check whether the st variable with the value actually stored into the st variable is consisting of the consecutive letter or not. And for this reason, again I extract the individual character from the new form word and check whether the consecutive letter is present or not. Now how just consecutive letter we are going to check, let's see. So for this reason I am going to extract from the new form word which is stored basically into the variable st, and the length of the loop will continue up to the length of the new form word, and st dot length and j plus plus, right? Now within the case, and there is another variable ch2 suppose, and extracting the individual character, so caret, and index is j here, and now so individual character is being extracted from the word which is stored into the variable st for extracting from the sentence or string, and now ch2 is the individual character. Now I am going to check whether the individual character is consecutive or not, and for this reason the first character is going to check with the second one, and for this reason I am going to extract another character ch3, right, the next character which is basically stored into the variable st, and for this reason j plus 1. So in the ch2 variable, actually basically suppose if the modem is a electronics device, if it is inputted, suppose I am just writing here, the str is suppose modem is an electronic device, right, device. So this is basically stored into the variable str, and then a space is being added by manually by me. Now modem is formed into the store basically into the variable st, and the loop will extracted the individual character from the modem word. Now ch2 hold the first character j, which is because the initial value of j is 0, so m is stored into the variable ch, and ch3 hold the value of j plus 1, it means 1 index, so 1 index means o. So ch3 hold the next index number, right. Now I am going to check whether they are consecutive or not. As you can see that in the variable ch2 the j is basically stored the value, so j is 0 and j plus 1 means it once. Now if when the value j is reached up to m value, then j plus 1 means there is no character left behind. So for this reason this j loop is going to execute up to length minus 1, because when it is going to execute up to e, and then if it is this statement when it is going to execute, then j plus 1 means this m, because after this if m is found and then j plus 1 is made, there is no character left, so then error may be occurred. And now I am going to check whether they are consecutive, and to find out the consecutive letter, their ASCII value difference always be 1. And as the first character value is smaller, consists of the smaller ASCII values, because D always consists of smaller ASCII value compared to the next character or next letter, and so for this reason whenever we are going to compare these two first ASCII value with the second ASCII value, so when we are going to subtract this, it always return the minus 1 value, and for this reason I am going to convert their respective ASCII values, and for this I am going to convert this ASCII value. So first ASCII value is character ASCII value is converted in this portion. Now it is going to subtract it from the next ASCII values. So next character ASCII value like this. So now the value is becomes minus 1, right. If it is found, then it is a consecutive letter. This word actually basically consists of consecutive letter, and for this is I am going to print the st. Now within the loop I am going to print the st, and then after I am going to use the break keyword, because there is no need of the execution of the loop is needed, because if one letter is found as a consecutive, then it is easily can be found. After doing this else portion, after the else block, in this else block I am going to initialize the st variable with again blank, right. Now I am going to run the program again and enter the value. Suppose modem is an electronic device, right. Now you can see the string is modem and devices, right. So modem is the consecutive letter, consists of consecutive letter, and devices consist of consecutive letter. Now I just forget to count the number of consecutive letter, and for this reason I declare another variable, suppose int cnt, which is initialized with 0 to count the variable whenever it is needed. We always initialize the value with 0, and within the this if statement, after print this I am just increase the value cnt plus plus, right. Cnt plus plus increase by 1, and after completing the loop, so this is the else and this is loop, it is loop, right. After completing this loop I am going to print the count. So the consecutive letter is total consecutive word equals to plus int, right? Now again run the program and enter the same input, and you can see modem and total consecutive word is 2. So by using this logic or using this technique, we can easily solve this problem. Now write a program in Java to accept a word. So we are going to accept a single word and display the following pattern. So this is a pattern program. So after taking the input, the individual character letter is going to print it, but at the very beginning of the first row, every character is being printed, then the last character is just vanished, and then the last two character and so on, and at the last of the last row consists only the first character. So it is very easy. So let's see. So you can see I have already taken the input from the user into the variable str and converted into the uppercase to look at it beautifully actually. So now in this case the pattern is inverted triangle form, but to triangle and to make the triangle or inverted kind of triangle pattern program, we always make the relation with the inner loop with the outer loop, and for this reason here it is j, and as the individual character, you can see in this program the first individual character is always starting with the index number 0 of the inputted word, right? So in the first value of individual row is starting with first character, and so j we started with 0, and as j is initialized to 0, so making the relation with the outer loop of variable I, so relation must to be placed here, j is less than equals to I. As the j is initialized to 0 or starting every time with 0, so j always be in the positive increment, so j plus plus, and then within the loop I am going to extract the individual character and print it, and for this reason I am not just removing this, I am just going to print this system print, right? And within the print statement I am going to extract the individual character. So character is str dot caret, right? And this is j, and after doing this in the outer loop I am going to use the system.out.println as previous. It is not system.out.println to move the cursor into the next line basically, right? Let's run the program and enter the string, suppose computer, and you can see no, all the line is printed in this portion. Why? Let's see. System.out.print str.caret of j, and j started with 0, so output is look like this, but what is the error? Oh, I just wrongly placed this system.out.println. It is just printed outside the outer loops, and for this reason the pattern is looks so badly. Now this system.out.println basically placed in the outer loop portion, right, within the outer loop. Now let's run the program again and enter the string, suppose computer, and you can see the word is formed in this portion, but the output is just different. Yes. So first in the first loop, in the first row actually, when the row number is 1, right, row number is 1, the complete string is going to print it, right? Complete string is going to print, and for this reason I just change the value of I with str dot length -1, because last index number always be smaller than the length of the string, and I greater than equals to 0 as the index number up to 0 index. And now let's run the program and enter the string again, suppose computer, and you can see the output as the same as per the desired output in the program, pattern program, right, as per the question. So if you just reverse this, the another pattern is formed, you can see, which is actually wrongly outputted in this program, and now the right answer actually basically generated by using this logic. Now write a program in Java to print the following pattern. Pattern is look like this: A B C D E, B C D E, C D E, D E, and E. Oh my god. So A B C D E means it's starting from 65, right? ASCII value of capital A is 65, so it is 65, 66, 67, 68, 69. So loop will continue from to 69, right? So loop will started from 65 and 69, but there is a space are there present, so it's look like this. Pattern is look like this, where asterisk sign, the representation of there is a any another character is present in the pattern. In this pattern program, basically the space is present, but if I just fill up the space or replace the space with asterisk, then the pattern is look like this. So every times loop will execute 5 times. So whenever the outer loop or whatever the inner loop, the loop always be executed for the 5 times. And loop will start from 65 to 69. It does not mean that I am going to print individual character, but you can start the loop from 1 to 5 or any kind of thing, but you have to execute every loop, outer loop and inner loop 5 times. So in the previous program I am just going to edit this thing and change into the another program, and as the loop you will start from 65 to 69 maximum. So let's see, it is 65, right? Because the first character, as per the pattern, you can see the first character in the first row, very first row, is starting with A, and for this reason I am going to start the I with 65, and then it is going to print I less than equals to 69, and then I plus plus, right? I plus plus, and then within the J loop, the loop this loop also going to execute up to 5 times, right? Because the pattern is just like square type, because 5 rows and 5 columns, and for this reason 65 and up to 69 and J plus plus, right? Now within the loop, I'm just edit this portion. Within the loop I'm going to, within this loop I'm going to check whether the value is I. You can see in this pattern, in the second row, this so row number is, it is 2, so this is number 2 row, right? So at the when the value of I is become 66, so the value of I becomes 66. If I just start the loop with 65, outer loop value, outer loop with 65, then when the row number 2, then the I value becomes 66, and the J value which is also starting from 65, so this is 65, as the inner loop is starting from 65. So I value is 66 and J value is 65 in this person. So this is the J value, J. So this is the J value, right? So 65, so 65 is less than 66, so star is being printed. Then J is increased and becomes 66, then the character is going to print, right? So whenever the J value is less than less than from I, then the asterisk sign is going to, so the condition is if J is less than I, then we are going to print the asterisk sign. So system dot out dot print, right? Within the this I am just print the ASCII asterisk sign, and if it is not, then in the else block I am going to print system dot out dot print, and within this individual character is going to print it. And to convert the individual character to the convert the ASCII values of individual ASCII value to their respective character, I just follow the logic of ASCII character conversion. So for this using the within the parenthesis I am going to write down int, and then the character value, and character value store into the variable J, so it is J, right? Now let's run the program. Okay, what is the error found? Oh, there is a extra space is here, parenthesis is here. Now run the program again, and you can see 65, 66, 66, 69. Oh, the value is already in the ASCII value form. So I am going to convert is by the to its equivalent character value. So I just wrongly write the program code, and now just run the program, and you can see the code is look like, the pattern is look like the same as per our needed, but now the this asterisk sign is replaced by space. So space. Now let's run the program, and you can see the desired output is look like this: A B C D, B C D, C D E. So this pattern program is easily solved by using the ASCII values, right? Now the few important questions in Java like this: why are library classes? What are the JCLs? JCLs include various packages with inbuilt functions to provide effective support for the user developing logic like java.io, java.util, java.awt, etc. There are basically the library packages are exist within the Java program, Java software, actually to enhance our work, to enable our work to or perform us better. And for this reason library classes are needed, because if just we are going to write down so many codes for a simple program, then this programming platform is not so much basically become easy for use for the developer or for the user. And if the some ready-made portion is present within the program, then we can, by picking some this ready-made portion and using this, we can easily solve a smaller program or smaller problems. And for this reason the library class is basically made for doing some ready-made work, and for this reason library classes are needed within the any kind of programming language. Obviously in Java the library class is also present. Now what are the differences between the string and string buffer? Very important question, because both are look like same, sound like same, string and string buffer, but they are completely different. Why? Because string is a immutable thing and string buffer is a mutable thing. Now what is mutable and immutable? Mutable means that whenever we are going to store a value within a place, into the memory place basically, then if I just add or update the value, we are going to add another value. Suppose in a memory place or memory area into the computer memory, actually basically I just store capital A, right? And then after I wish to add capital B, and then the B is added where the A actually basically stored. Now in case of mutable thing, the B is going to be stored into the same memory location or same memory address, but in case of the immutability, the memory the B is being added to the previous value, but it is the memory location is being shifted or changed. Suppose we have already used like this: A is equals to S plus CH. Whenever we are going to extract the individual word from a sentence, I just use this so much time. So is this not immutable, because it is going to store the individual character into the same variable S? But yes, it is right that the character is being going to store into the variable S, string variable S every time, and the new value is being updated into the variable S every time. But without using this equal sign or assignment operator, we cannot store the CH into the S variable. This equal sign means assigning. It means the right hand side is being assigned to the left hand side, right? It means the previous value which is present in the left hand side is being overwritten by the value which is present in the right hand side. So this value is going to replace, so this value S plus CH value is going to replace the value which is present into the S. So previous value is deleted and new value is added, and memory reference or location also be changed for this reason. But in case of the immutable and for this reason this string is treated as an immutable. But in case of the mutable, which is basically string buffer, in case of string buffer, when I just adding that a new string is created, but no new string is created in this line. In this line no string is created because S is again stored by the S. New string means here the new memory reference is created, right? And this is the basic difference between the mutable and immutable. And where string is completely immutable means it's whenever you are going to update the value which is stored into the variable string data type value, it always every time it is going to change their memory references. But in case of the string buffer, the memory reference remains same. Now why equals to operator is not being used as comparing the two string instead of the equals? Okay, we are basically used the equals function to compare it to string whether they are same or not. But why we are not using the equal sign? Because if I just using the equal sign, then we can easily compare the two string are equal or not, because in case of the number value we use the equal to operator, equal to relational operator, or even in case of the character data type we always use the equal to relational operator. But why the equal to relational operator is not being used in case of the string variable, right? Basically, the basic difference between the equal to and the equals operator are, equal to operator basically going to check whether the memory references are same or not. But in case of the equals function, it is going to check the value which is present within this variable are same or not. So these are the basic difference between the equal to relational operator with the equals function. So essentially equals is a method first, so equals is a function, right, method, and while equal to is an operator which is a relational operator. Now in case of the equal to operator, it can be used to comparing the references, right, memory addresses, and the equals method basically used to check the compare the content. So in case of the equals function, it is going to check the value which is present within this variable, it is same or not. But in case of the relational equal to operator, it is going to check whether the memory references or memory location are same or not, right. In this case you can see equal to checks if the object point the same memory location or not, right, and where equals compares the values of the object. So these are the basic differences between the equal to and equal to relational operator with the equals method. And to better to understand the difference between the equal to operator with the equals function or method, I just declare here two variables, suppose string str1 which store the same thing computer sir, right, and in str2 I just store the same thing computer sir in the same manner, right. Now I am going to check whether they are equal or not. So if str1 equals to str2, right, if it is found, then I am just going to write down system.out.println. I'm just going to print equals, right, equals. I'm just print equal string. I just write down equal string. Otherwise I'm going to, in the else block, I'm going to print not equal string, right, not equal. So not equal string. Now run the program and you will see equal string. What's happened? By using the relational equal to operator, we can easily check the two string variable whether they are equal or not. But why the equals function is used instead of the equals to operator? Because I just mentioned that equals to operator equal to relational operator basically compare the two memory references, and by comparing the memory references str1 and str2, they are found same, because both the memory reference consist of the same word. But why we are always intend to use the equals functions instead of the equal to operator? Let's see. Now I am going to declare a string object obj1 equals to new string, and I just store the same word computer sir, right, computer sir, and let's see, and I just declare another object of string class and it is obj2. Now I'm going to compare this thing by using the equals operator, right, equals to relational operator, and I'm going to check obj1 equals to obj2. Let's see what is the output actually generated by using this technique. Let's see. So you can see in case of the string variable, whenever we are going to check str1 with the str2, str1 and str2 consist the same word computer sir, and it return the equal string. But in case of the string object, though it is consist the same word computer sir, but it not return the they are equal, right, it return the not equals, mean this else block is going to execute. And for this reason equals to operator is not basically used in case of the string function, because if I just replace this equal to operator with equals functions, then you can see if I run the program, now you can see the equal string is obtained. So whenever obj1 is going to compare with obj2, so in this case when equal to operator is being used to compare the two objects, they are going to compare the memory references, not the value. and as the memory references are different for obj1 obj2 because they are the different object, and for this reason it returns they are not equal. But in case of the equals function or method, library string method actually, it going to compare the value which is present within this object, not their memory references or memory location. For this reason it return the true value, and the statement which is written in the if block is going to execute. And for this reason, whenever we are going to check the two string value, we always prefer to write the equals function instead of equals relational operator. Arrays in Java. What is array? Array is the continuous memory allocation able to store the homogeneous data type, right? So array means it is nothing but a special type of variable which actually going to assign or allocate the memory space into the computer memory actually, but continuously. It means one after another. The difference between the memory location of two different values are by only one. Array is able to contain only homogeneous, means same type of data type. It means if an array is declared as an integer type, then it only able to store the integer type data. Otherwise, if the array is declared as a string data type, then it is only able to string data type data, right? But it is never can able to store heterogeneous data type, like one value is stored as integer, another value is stored as double, another value is stored as string or character. So it is not possible in case of array. So an array is a structure created into the memory, right, represent a number of values. So it can store number of values. It means many values can be stored within a single array with the same data type. So this is the concept of the homogeneous data type. It means it is going to store the same data type with a variable having the same variable name, and the variable name is same, always be same, with different subscript. Now what is subscript? Now as the different value but same data type different value is being stored into the same array, then how the individual element or item is being identified? It is basically identified by a number or subscription number which is known as index number. As in case of the string variable or string data type, it is also indexed with the index number. It is also identified by the individual character which is present within a string by their individual index number. In the same manner, in case of array, the individual element present within an array is basically identified by the individual their number, and this individual number is known as index number, and index number always start from 0, and for this reason the last index number always be equal to the length of the array minus 1, right? So here is the example is 0, index number 1, then 2, and then 3, and then 4, just same as like in case of string. The index number sequence is same in case of the string data type, string variable basically. This is known as the index number. So index number always start from the 0, and the length of the array in this case basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is the 5 length array, and the last index number is 4. And so the relation between the last index number with the length of the array is length equals to last index number minus 1. Now arrays are basically divided or categorized in two types. They are single dimensional array or SDA and double dimensional array or DDA, right? So two types of array are available, single dimensional array and double dimensional array. In this video I am going to discuss about the single dimensional array. The basic operations on array. What kind of operation we can do on array? We can do searching. Suppose different types of values are already inputted or entered or already stored in a single dimensional array or double dimensional array, maybe in an array. Then if I like to search a element, whether this element is present in the array or not, then the searching procedure is being taken place. So searching can be easily done on the array. Now sorting means different types of data with different types of value data, but same type always be, because array only can consist of the homogeneous data type. So in this case data are stored in an array. Then if I like to sorting them in ascending or descending order, we can do the operation on the array. Now insertion, we can insert a value into the array to a particular with respect to the particular index number or their positional value. Deletion, we can delete any kind of value with respect to their index number or positional value. And merging means we are just going to add two different arrays and form a new array after join the two arrays, and this joining process is known as merging. So merging means we are joining two arrays. So by using the array we can do this type of operation. Now how to declare an array? To declare an array, the syntax is given here. First I have to write the data type, the what kind of data or what kind of value is being stored to the array, and then after giving space, so there is a space actually in this case, in this portion actually space actually always be given. So data type, then give the space, then write the array name, and the array name always be maintain the variable naming conventions as per the variable naming conventions followed. The array name should be given, and then the the bracket or third bracket actually being used, or you can use the third bracket in this portion also. You can use third bracket in this portion after writing the data type. In this case, in this position actually you can use this third bracket in this position actually. Okay, so in this position you can also write down, but this time this third bracket is not placed in this position. You can place it in this position also, both are right. So data type, then after bracket or space, then after array, give the array name, the suitable array name which you like to give, and then after parenthesis, not parenthesis, then after bracket, and if the bracket is already mentioned here, don't write the bracket in this portion, then equals to new, and then the again mention the same data type which you mention in this portion actually. In this portion which you mention, you will write down the same data type in this portion, and then without giving any kind of space, within the bracket or third bracket you are going to write the length of the array, how long the array should be, how many terms of value it is going to accept or can store. So length. Example is string data type. So this AR array is able to store string value only, and then after new and string 15. So how many strings or how many sentences or how many words are going to store? 15. Maximum number of 15 strings can be able to store by the ARR array. Suppose you already know the which kind of value actually being to store into the array, then you can write down the array in this format. First you have to write int, and then after you have to write the array name and then equal sign, then you just give opening braces, and within the opening and closing braces you have to write the different values separated by commas. Okay, so in this case 1 2 3 4 5, these 5 values is being stored to the array, and after writing this the array length is automatically adjusted or automatically fixed, as in this case the 5 value is being assigned to the array at the very initial time of the declaration of the array. Then the array length of ARR is become 5 automatically. Suppose if I write down here suppose 6, within this parenthesis if I write down suppose 6, then 6 values is being stored, so array length automatically becomes 6. So in this case, when you actually know the original value or what kind of value is being to be stored in the array, so you just like to initialize the array with these values, then you have to write or mention the values within the opening and closing braces separated by the commas, and how many numbers of values are mentioned within these braces, it is going to automatically set the length of the array. In case of this example or any kind of example, the brackets always be given after the array name. So you can write the third bracket or this bracket in this place also, int bracket, then ARR. This time you don't write this bracket, just write down the equal sign and then new ARR, or in this case also you can mention the bracket in this portion, and this time this bracket is no longer needed, and then after equals to sign, then you just write down the actual values, right? So in this way you can easily declare the array. The first question of array is write a program in Java to store 10 different numbers. So we are going to store 10 different numbers in a single dimensional array. Now after storing the values, we have to display all numbers in reverse order. So we have to going to display the value into the reverse order, and to display the sum and average of all the numbers. So we have to find out the sum and the average value of all the numbers. So first we are going to declare an array of length of 10. Values should be displayed in the reverse order. As I am going to store the integer type of values, and for this reason I am going to declare here int type array. So int arr equals to, suppose in this program actually it's done that you have to accept the values from the user, but if the value is already given, then you have to write the opening brace and then 1 comma 20 10 comma 25 like this. So suppose if you just mention this, then the length of the arr become 3 and the value is 1 10 25. But as per the question, value should be taken from the user, and for this reason I am going to declare the array, again the data type, and then within the bracket I am just mention the length of the array. Right, you always remember one thing, that whenever you are going to take input into the array, or you have to calculate some values after taking the input into the array, or going to display the values which is present in the array, you always use a loop, and by using the loop you can only do this all type of operation. And for the reason I am going to write down a loop, and suppose I declare here a variable int I, and as the index number always starting from 0, so it is 0, and because this loop basically responsible to change the index number of the array element, right? And as the length of the array is 10 and the last, and then after I plus plus, and within the loop I am going to take the input from the user. In this portion you have to write down the bracket, and within the bracket you have to mention the index number, and as the index number basically control or go into the variable I, and for this reason I mention here I, and then after you are just write sc.nextInt as per previous logic, nextInt. So nextInt, right? NextInt. So you can see by this technique we can easily accept the value into the array. You have to just write down the array name, and we are within the bracket you have to mention the index number of the array where you are going to store the value, and as the index number is controlled in this case by the I variable, and that's why I just mentioned the I here. And then after I am going to print in the reverse order, do the same operation but in the reverse order, and for this reason I am going to declare another variable I. Suppose I declare the I in this portion, so it is not to be declared. Now it is correct, because it is not to be declared many times, not more than one time. So I, and now I less than 10 again, and then I plus plus, right? So in this way basically loop is controlled. Now as per the program, the array is going to be printed into the reverse order. It means suppose the last index number value, suppose the index number is here 0, it is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, right? So 4 index number is going to print at the very first time, and then the 3, and then the 2, and then so on, right? So the loop will start at the time of print into the reverse order from the last index number of the array. And for this reason I just mention here I equals to 9, as the length of the array is 10, so length minus 1 equals to the last index number, and for this reason I equals to 9. Now I greater than equals to 0, because last index number, the first index number is 0, and I minus minus, and then after I am going to print the array element, suppose arr of I, in this way. So you always write down the array name, and then after within the bracket you have to mention the index number. And in this question it is already mentioned that you have to find out the sum. So sum, and I am just declaring a variable sum, and which is initially is 0, and now in this case I am just find out the sum value, and sum equals to arr of I, right? So sum of numbers is stored into the variable sum, and now after doing the sum I am going to find out the average value, and for this I am declaring here avg variable with double data type, and then sum is going to divide by 10, because total number of cases here 10, because total number of element is 10. Now I am going to print the sum and average both. So sum and average. Now I am going to run the program. You can see enter the number. So number is suppose 1, 2 serially I entered, because I can remember how many numbers actually enter, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and the last number is 10. So you can find in the reverse order, right? 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, 3, 2, 1, and the sum is 55 and average is 5.6. In this case, actually I entered the value into the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 format basically to remember how many number actually I already entered, but you can enter any kind of values, right? But only integer type of value, because as the array is declared here as integer data type. So you can see, for taking the input from the user, I just write a for loop to taking the input, and again to do some calculation on the inputted values of the array, then again I just use another for loop. So you should remember one thing always be that whenever we are going to deal with the element or value which is present into the array, we always use loop, which loop actually basically used by the for loop basically, because this loop is responsible to control the index number of the array. Now the next program is write a program in Java to store 20 different numbers. So we are going to accept the 20 numbers from the user in a SDS single dimensional array, right? And now display the sum of all even numbers, and all odd numbers separately stored in the cell. So we are going to find out the number of element which is going to store into the variable, which are odd or even, and we are going to find out the sum, right? So in this program, edit this thing. Suppose the length of the array becomes, suppose it is 20, and to find out the sum of odd or even separately, for this reason I am declaring here odd sum, and again even sum, which is also initialized by 0. Now in this portion I am basically taking the input from the user, but the length is going to be 20, and now I am going to find out the sum. So element is not going to be printed here, so I am just going to find out the sum. So sum, this one is odd sum, right? Now odd sum. Now in this portion I have to check whether the number entered by the user, either it is even or odd, and for this reason I use if statement, and I am going to check ARR of I is whether it is a odd number, so or even number. And to find out the odd, I just write down ARR of I is mod 2 is not equals to 0, then it becomes odd, and then the sum of odd is going to take place as a statement, and if it is not, then even sum is going to sum the element, and right. So you can see within the loop I just check whether the number which is actually basically entered by the user into the array, whether it's a odd, then it is going to sum into the separate variable known odd sum, and if it is going found as even, then it is going to store into the variable, not stored, going to sum into the variable into the even sum, and then after I am going to print it. Now I am going to print sum of odd, so it becomes odd sum, and not average, it is sum of even, right? So it is even sum, even sum, right? Let's run the program. So enter the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so long, 7, and the last number is 20. Now you can find out the sum of odd is 183 and sum of even is 102. So in this way this problem is basically solved. Now the enhanced for loop. Enhanced for loop is an example of another kind of loop which is basically used when only deal with the index number. If the index number is present, then the enhanced for loop only applicable, otherwise cannot use the enhanced for loop. So when the enhanced for loop, or it is sometimes also known as for each loop, right? So enhanced for loop also known as for each loop. So when for each loop or enhanced for loop basically implemented or used, when it is going to, we can actually deal with the any kind of index number, then only the enhanced for loop or for each loop only applicable. What is the syntax? Syntax is here for, then after writing any kind of element and then after giving the colon, so here is a colon, no semicolon, only colon, then the array name, right? So array name, the name of the array, and write down the statement within the loop. What kind of statement is going to execute? Suppose if I like to print the value of the which is basically stored into the variable into the array, then I just mention the element name. Suppose the element is I and their data type is int. Now this data type basically depend on the data type of the array. What kind of data actually basically stored into the ARR? In this case, the array name is ARR. Into the ARR named array, the data type of the ARR array, this data type also present in this portion, right? So this data type is completely dependent on the data type of the array. Now int I colon ARR, then system.out.println I. How it is work? In this I variable, basically in this I variable, individual element which is present from the 0 index up to last index, it is automatically captured and stored into the variable I, right? It is automatically by the enhanced for loop. This is the benefit of the enhanced for loop. It is automatically retrieve the value from the array from the 0 index to, then after 1, then and so on, and to the last index up to, and the value automatically stored into the variable I, in this case into the variable, and then after you can do any kind of operation. But you always remember one thing, that enhanced for loop always start from 0 index, right? So if you like to just start the array or do some calculation from the suppose middle of the array, but you cannot use the enhanced for loop because you cannot change the index number of the array in this portion. By using the simple for loop, normal form for loop, you just mention int I equals to 5 and then giving semicolon and then I less than 10 and I plus plus if the length of the array is 10. And if you like to only deal with the values with the starting from the index number 5 to 9, then you can start it by only using the normal for loop which is already learned previously. But by using the enhanced for loop we cannot do this, because enhanced for loop or for each loop always start from the 0 index number. You cannot change the index number in the case of the enhanced for loop. It always start from the 0 index number, right? Suppose in this portion I just mention here, suppose I just comment line this thing, and to understand the enhanced for loop I just declare here an array name ARR equals to, I just mention the value of individual elements, suppose 5, 6, and the length of the array becomes 6, and now I am going to print the array value. Then I am going to write down the enhanced for loop. So int I, basically this int basically dependent on the data type of the array. As the data type of the array of ARR is int, this data type is become int, right? Then after giving colon, then the array name, and here the array name is ARR. Now I am going to print this system.out.println and I, right? Now let's run the program. So you can see 1 2 3 4 5 6 already printed. So how it is work? This the index number from 0, starting from index number 0, the enhanced for loop retrieve the value and store into the variable I, and then 1, then 2. This increment automatically takes place by in case of the enhanced for loop. In case of basically enhanced for loop, it need not to be written the increment or decrement, any kind of thing. You also remember another one thing, that enhanced for loop never do operation in the reverse order. It means if you like to suppose retrieve the 6th value at the very first time, it means the last index number value at the very first time of the loop, but you cannot do this operation by using the enhanced for loop or for each loop, because this loop basically works or start from the 0 index number. It means from this index number it will start for case of the enhanced for loop or for each loop. Now the next program is write a program in Java to store 5 different words in a SDA. So we are going to store 5 different words. What means the array must be declared as a string data type, otherwise it is not able to store the words. So declare an SDA of data type of string and store the 5 different words. So length of the array is 5. Now frame a new word by taking out the first character of each word. So we are going to extract the individual first character of the individual word. So taking the first character, only first character, not the second one, and arrange the letter of the new word in ascending order and display the resultant word. So then after the new word form, which is then we are just ascending order and then display the resultant word. Suppose example is written here, computer, history, physics, biology, English entered by the user, then the new word which is formed. So here is the C initial, and here is the case of H in case of history, and P is present in case of physics, and B is present in case of biology. So B and E is present in case of English. So the first character of individual word C H P B E. So C H P B B. So now if I just do the sorting in this word as per ascending order, then the B is come first, then C, then E, then H P. So we are going to print this thing. Okay, so we are going to print this thing. So how the program being solved? So first I have to write down the array of string data type, and length is 5 as it is mentioned here, 5, and then after taking the input from the user, and then we have to retrieve the individual first character of the individual word. So in the previous program I am just going to edit this. Now it is become string, and ARR equals to new, it becomes string again because we are going to store 5 different words. So 5, so length of the array is 5, so 5. Now these are not needed no more, so I'm just going to delete this, and now the length of the array is 5, so I equals to 0, I less than 5, and as here is the problem, because I is the integer type, and for this reason I just declare the I in this portion. So I equals to 0 and I less than 5 error. So this is string input, so it will be next line. So the input is being taken into the array in this portion. I am going to form the new word by extracting the individual first character of individual word, right? And for this reason I am declare here, suppose not here, I am just declaring here another kind of variable, suppose string new word. So new nst is the new word, new string actually, and which is initialized by blank. And now I am going to run the program, and as the length of the array is 5, so 5. Now I am going to store the individual word in a single string variable, and for the reason I am writing ARR of I. So from the array the individual word actually being retrieved and then again stored into the variable S. Now I am going to extract the first character. So first character, index number of the first character of a string variable is 0. So I am going to write down this char ch. So char ch equals to s dot caret, and index number is 0 here because I like to retrieve only the first character. Now first character is retrieved, so nst equals to nst plus ch. So when nst, this one will be nst. So when the loop will continue, so first 0 index array element actually retrieved in this portion, and then the first character of the word is being stored into the ch variable, and then it is being concatenated into the variable nst. Then again I increased, and then the second element of the array is stored into the variable s, and then again the first character of the second word is extracted to the variable ch, and then the second character is being concatenated into the variable nst. And so nst basically store the individual first character of individual word, right? Now if I just write down this thing in a single line, then how it look like? Suppose I just replace this thing. Okay, I just replace this thing, replace this ch with this thing. So s dot caret 0, right? So it is working properly. Now if I replace this string s with ARR of I, then how it is look like? Let's see. So this is ARR of I. So string s no longer be needed, as this loop is consist only a single line statement. So opening and closing braces is no longer be needed. So by using this technique we can easily form a new word by adding the individual first character present of the individual word, right? Now the word is formed as per the question. This thing is already formed, right? Now I am going to doing this operation, and to do the operation into the ascending order I just use the ASCII value concept, right? Now in this line I am going to convert the NST into the uppercase and store into the same variable NST, because whenever we are going to do the sorting operation we have to follow the ASCII value, but which ASCII value from 65 to 90 or 97 to 122, so it is very confusing, and for this reason I just convert it to uppercase. But you can, if you wish to convert the NST into the lowercase, you can. And this time the loop which I am going to write down here, suppose I equals to 65 up to 91, and this will be because capital Z value is 90. Now within this loop, now I am going to extract the individual character, and for extracting the individual character I just write down here another loop int suppose j equals to 0, and this loop basically responsible to extract individual character from the word which is formed, which is basically stored into the variable nst, and for this reason this loop will continue up to the nst dot length, right? Because I am going to extract the individual character which is stored into the nst, and now j plus plus. Now in this case I am going to compare the individual character with the respective ASCII values, and this ASCII value must to be converted into the character, or otherwise the character which is extracted from the NST is converted into their respective ASCII values. So in this case I am going to converting the respective ASCII value into the character, and for this reason I am just doing the ASCII value conversion into the character value, and this I value which is stored into the variable which is basically represent the ASCII value with 65 starting from 65, it means capital A, which is converted into this time, so it means it becomes capital A. So it is going to compare with the character which is extracted from the string. So string is nst dot caret of j, right? Because this loop is controlled by j. If the index number value the character value is equal to the character of j, it means the character is capital A for the first time when the I value is 65. So A must to be forward to the first position or first index number, and for this reason I just declare another variable to form the new word into the to save the new word after do the sorting operation in the ascending order, and for this reason I declare here nstr, right, which is basically initialized with blank. And now if this happen, then nstr is going to concatenate with ch, right? So ch is not present here, so basically I am just extracting this character, and for this reason I am just write down here this portion. So when the character at the very first time when it is 65 basically, so it becomes A, and if this is same with the character which is extracted from the nst word, then this character must to be placed at the very beginning. So this is going to concatenate into nst r, and then I is increased and I becomes 66, and then it is going to compare again. If the B is found, then it is concatenate, otherwise the loop will again continue to 67. So in this way this word. Now I am going to print the new word after the doing the sorting operation in ascending order. So new word in ascending, ascending. So ascending is the new word is nstr. And to understand it in the better way, I am just going to write down the word which is basically extract form after extracting the individual character from the individual word, and for this reason I am going to print this thing nst, right? Now I am going to run the program and enter the word. Suppose first word is pen, right? Then enter the word teacher, teacher, enter the word suppose apple, PPLE apple, and enter the word suppose cat, right. Next one is lion. Now you can see the new word actually basically PT. So first character is P, then T, then A, and then C, and then L, right. So PTACL, this is the new word from after extracting the individual first character of the word, and the new word in the ascending order. So A is the ascending first in the ascending order, so A, then C, then L, then P, then T, right. So you can see this programming logic basically work, and the word after extracting from the array, it also do the ascending operation. So ascending operation basically takes place by in this portion. Next program is write a program in Java to store 20 different names in a SDA. So in SDA we are going to store 20 different names, and now enter the name and search whether the name is present or not, right. So again I am going to take another input in a string variable, suppose not into the array, and we are going to search the element, the name which is entered into the variable is present in the SD or not by using the linear search technique. So technique is linear search. If the name is present, then display search is successful, otherwise it say search unsuccessful, right. So in this case I am going to declare 20 length array. So this is the array, and another variable, suppose string s. In this s variable I am going to store another name, and this name is going to check into the array, the 20 length array, and going to find out where this the value which will enter into the variable s or store into the variable s is present into the array or not, but by the linear search technique. So you can see I have already declared a variable here I equals to 0, and take the input from the user, the word number of word of 20 words actually basically, and now SRE variable here, and now in this portion I am going to take the another name. So not it is, this is the word, suppose it must be name, so it is name. So again I am going to take another name from the user, so which name is basically going to check into the array, enter the searching name. So SRE equals to SC dot next line. So now SRE is going to check whether it is present in this array or not, right. And for this reason I just declare an array, but this array I am going to use, this time actually I am going to use the enhanced for loop array, right. And as the data type of the string array is string here, and for the reason I declare a string and then string s, we after this colon, then array name ARR. Now after this within the loop I am going to compare the element which is basically stored into the s variable. So it is going to compare with the searching element SRE, and for doing the searching comparison operation we always use the equals or compare to functions, and I am going to use the equals function. So SRE dot equals, right, s, then it's, if it is true, then the search is successful, right. And to remember search is successful, you can declare here another flag variable, suppose k equals to 0, and in this portion you just turn it or change the value to 1. Now after doing the the end of the loop, you are going to check the value of k is equals to 1. If it is 1, then the search is successful, right. So search is successful. Otherwise in the else block it means k is not changed. K is not changed, it means it remains 0. It means that this if condition is not satisfied, means the searching element which is stored into the variable SRE is not equals to a value stored into the array which is basically obtained into the variable s. So it is only going to execute k equals to 1 when the two values are matched. So if it is not matched, it means k value remains unchanged, it means same, it is 0. So this time search is unsuccessful. So this is the logic. But if I run the program and going to enter 20 values, it is very hard for me to enter 20 values, and for the reason I am going to change it to up to 5 string only. Okay, but as per the program it is not correct, but to show it is working or not, for this reason I am going to enter only 5 values, and for this reason I just change the length of the array, but you not need to change the length of the array as per the question. Now run the program, enter the names. So first name is suppose Sachin, then Saurav, then Messi, then CR7, then Dhoni. Right. Now enter the searching name, suppose Messi, then search successful. Right. So this portion actually basically work. So in this way you can do the linear search operation. So linear search means the searching actually starting from the 0 index of the array, and then after one after another it is going to check. If it is found the element is present, then you just print successful, otherwise it is going to print unsuccessful. So searching always start from the 0 index. Now in this case you can write another thing. If the searching element is found as equals with the element which is present in the array, you can just write down here a break keyword, because if the search element if it is found at the suppose at the very beginning of the array, suppose at the very beginning of the suppose 2 index number 2, the searching element SRE is going to equals to the S. It means that at the index number 2 it is found and the element is present. But if I just don't use the break keyword, then the linear search technique, this searching technique actually basically, or this loop actually basically continued up to the length of 20 or the last index number 19, right? So this extra more execution of loop takes more time, but it is not needed because the searching is already completed. And for this reason, if I just use the break keyword, then the loop will terminate immediately if the search is successful. Then the rest of the element it need not to be checked, and for this reason time is saved and the program become much faster, right? And for this reason I just used here a break keyword. Next program is write a program in Java to accept 20 different numbers. So we are going to take input how many numbers? 20 numbers, right, in a single dimensional array, and sort the array in ascending order. So ascending order and using the bubble sort technique. So in this program actually we are going to sort the array in the ascending order, and there is many types of sorting technique available, and one of them is bubble sort technique. In case of bubble sort technique, how it is work, let's see. Suppose the array is look like this, and in case of bubble sort technique, the searching always start from the 0 index of the array. So from this element the searching is being taken place, and it is going to compare with the next value of the first. So this one, the second one, this one the 0 index and 1 index. So 0 index value is going to compare with the 1 index value, and then 2 second index, then third index, and then the fourth index value, right? So in case of bubble sort technique, it is going to check or compare the two adjacent values. Suppose the 0 index value is going to compare where the first index number value is greater than the second index number, or the index number is here it is 1. Because as we are going to array in ascending form, and for this reason I am just going to check whether the first index value, that is 0, greater than the second index value. If it is become true, then the swapping being takes place in between these two places instantly, and it means the 12 is come to this place and 4 is come to this place, right? And now the array is look like this 4 and it becomes 12, right? So the new value of in index 1 is 12, and after this again the index number 1 is going to compare with the index number 2. Now the new latest value of index number 1 is 12, so 12 is going to compare with 2 whether 12 is found as greater than 2, and for this reason again this is swapping instantly, and instant swapping takes place, and now it's look like this. The value become here it is suppose only 2 and it's become suppose 12, right? 12. Now again the 2 and 3 comparison takes place, so between 2 and 3, and then 12, the latest value of in index number 2 is 12, so 12 is going to compare with 2 as the index number 3 value, which is 10 actually. Then 12 found is greater than 10, then again the swapping takes place and the value comes here 12 and the 10 value comes here, so 10, right? So 10 here and it is become 12, so it is become 12. Now again the comparison takes place in between the 3 and 4 index. Now 12 is going to compare with the 7. Yes, it is found true that 12 is greater than 7. So then after 12 comes to this place, so 12 comes to this place and 7 come to this place by using the swapping technique, so it becomes 7. And after the doing the first swapping process, the array look like the first value of index number becomes 4 and the second value becomes only 2, and in the second index the value become 10, and in case of third index the value becomes 7, and in the last index the value become 12, right? So the latest or new array is for look like this: 4, 10, 2, 10, 7, 12. And then after again the swapping start, but swapping not swapping, that's the bubble sort technique, and bubble sort actually start again from the index number 0. It means from this value it is going to compare again these their adjacent values, and if it is found true that it is the first the left value is bigger than or greater than the right hand side value, then the instant swapping actually going to takes place. So 4 is greater than 2, it is found true, and then it is again swapped instantly, and so on. But you can see among all the numbers the greatest number is 12, which is basically placed at the very end of the array, right? In the end of the array it is already placed. So in case of bubble sort technique, the greatest if I just going to order them in ascending form, then the largest or greatest value is being placed at the end of the array at the first steps. And so for this reason, in the second step, whenever we are going to do the bubble sort again on the array, then the bubble sort starting from index number 0, because bubble sort always starting from index number 0 every time, and but the index number up to, in this case, is 3, not up to 3, not up to 4 actually, because in index number 4 the value which is stored is already sorted, and for this reason the next time in the second phase the sorting technique actually being taken place from the 0 index to up to 3 index. And if in the second phase, when the sorting is completely processed from the 0 to 3 index, then the largest value, which is actually basically 10, is automatically assigned at the last index, that is in index number 3. And for this reason, in the next phase again the bubble sort start from the 0 index, but up to index number 2 it is going to execute. So in case of bubble sort technique, the last portion of the array is being sorted, and the sorting limit is decreased from the right hand side to the left hand side. So in case of bubble sort, the sorting basically takes place from the right to left side manner, and at the very end or in the last phase, basically the sorting being taken place between the 0 index with the 1 index, right? So in case of bubble sort, the sorting always takes place from 0 index every time, and if the left value found compared to their adjacent value of which is placed in the right side is greater, then instant swapping takes place. Instant swapping means if it is found, then swapping it instantly. And in this way the bubble sort actually basically takes place if I am going to do it in ascending order, right? But if I just doing it in descending order, then the smallest value is being assigned at the end of the array. It means if in this case of the array the shortest value is 2, so 2 is being assigned at index number 4 at the phase 1, right? If I just going to order the array in descending order, right? In this way the bubble sort actually works. So you can see I've already assigned an array 12, 4, 2, 10, 7. I'm not going to take input from the user. If you like to take input, then write down the scanner class and taking input into the array. Now in the first case, the I loop is going to execute from the 0 index to up to array of length less than the array of length, right? And in the second loop, the j is also started from 0 and j is up to j length minus 1 minus I. Now why length minus 1? I describe it later, but why it is minus I? Because the last index value is automatically sorted, and for this reason the last limit is going to decrease every time, and for this reason it is minus I is placed. But why minus 1? Let's see. But you can see every time the I value and the value of j always start from 0, because bubble sort always start from the 0 index. Now I am going to compare whether the left element, that is ARR of j, is greater than the right element. It means ARR of j plus 1, right? ARR of j plus 1. If it is found true, if the if condition is become true, it means the right side value must to be placed into the left side, because this value is smaller value, because we are going to do the ascending order form. And for this reason I am going to declare here a temporary variable to store the value of ARR of j, because if I just place the ARR of j plus 1 value, it means the right side value into the left side, then the value which is already present in the left hand side, it is erased, because we just place the right hand side value. And for this reason I am just storing it into another variable, and then after I am going to write down ARR of j equals to ARR of j plus 1. Okay, so the right hand side value is being transferred to the left hand side because it is found smaller value, and then after the bigger value which is basically stored into the variable TMP, which is going to transfer into the right hand side. So ARR of j plus 1 equals to TMP. Now okay, now after the completion the loop, I am going to print the loop for, so let's print the loop. So system dot out dot print, and I'm just giving a comma in between them to separate the number, right? Now I'm going to run the program, and you can see the outputs look like 2, 4, 7, 10, 12, right? So 2, 4, 7, 12, 7, it is the correct answer, right? So in this way basically we can print the or actually not print, we can order the array in ascending order by using the bubble sort technique. Suppose I just replace this by space, and now why the here is minus 1 in this case, why it is ARR length minus 1? Okay, where length function is basically used to find out the length of the array, and here why minus 1? Because in this case I am just adding a plus 1, right? Suppose if I am not to just do this thing minus 1, then suppose the length of the array is suppose 5. So ARR length minus, for the first time actually basically ARR length minus I only, then the initial value of I is 0, so ARR length minus 0, so it means ARR dot length, right? So the loop will continue up to ARR of j means 5, and then after j plus 5, j plus 1, it means it becomes 6, but the length of the array is 5, so there is no index is present in this case, and for this reason the minus sign is given here, right, as we are doing the addition operation in this case. Now the next program is write a program in Java to store 10 different numbers. So we are going to input 10 different number in a SDA and accept another number to check whether this number is present in the SDA or not by using the binary search technique. So what kind of technique is basically going to use? Binary search technique, right? So we are going to take input 10 different number and doing the searching operation by taking another number from the user, and in this SDA we are going to search the number, but the technique is basically binary search technique. In previously we have already learned about the linear search technique, but this process, or in this program, the process we have I am actually going to show you about the binary search technique, right? In case of binary search, there is a rules or there is a limitations actually basically present. The binary search only applicable when the array is sorted, right? Maybe in the ascending order or maybe in the descending order, it does not matter, but arrays must to be sorted. So binary search technique only applicable on the sorted array. Let's take an example. Here is the array 2, 4, 7, 10, 12, which is already in the sorted from in ascending order. Now in case of binary search technique, how we are going to find out the element is present within the array or not? The index number of the first element is 0 and second 1, and this is 2 and this is 3 and this is 4, right? So the upper lower bound of the array is here, it is lower bound LB. LB is here, it is 0. Lower bound means initial value of from where actually array being started, and the upper bound means maximum index number of the array. So upper bound is 4. Now after doing this, I am going to find out the middle position of the array. How? By adding the LB and UB, and then after I am going to divide it by 2, then we can find the middle position. So we can find the middle position by using this technique. So middle position value in this case 0 plus 4 divided by 2. So in this case it becomes 2. Suppose I am going to search 4. So searching element is 4. So now if the middle position is 2, now I am going to check whether the value, the searching element, actually this S, suppose the searching element is stored in the variable S, suppose. Now the searching element S, where it is greater than the middle position value or the lesser than the middle position value. You can see the mid position value is 2. So the in index number 2, the value is 7. So mid position value is 7. So I am going to check the searching element whether it is greater than the middle position value or lesser than. If it is found that it is in the greater than the middle position value, it means that the value must be present in the right hand side of the middle position value, because value is already greater than the middle position. So it is never be found in the left hand side, because as the array is sorted in the ascending order, for this reason the value must be placed or must if it is present, then it must be found in the right hand side of the middle position value. This reason the lower bound is increased and it become middle position value plus 1, it means it become 3. But if the searching element value is smaller than the middle position value, then the searching going to takes place from the 0 to the before the middle position value, right? Because the array as the searching element is smaller than the middle position value, so value must be lie in between from the 0 to and before the middle position value, and in this case the lower bound will decrease. And how much extent? Mid minus 1 value, because element if present, then it only exists between the 0 or lower bound and between the mid minus 1 value, because already the searching element is lesser than the middle position value. And in this way basically actually binary search actually work. Let's see how the program actually going to takes place. So you can see I have just declared here the example array here. Not I am going to take another input. If you like to take input, then write down your import java.util.start and then scanner class. Using the scanner class you can take input into the array ARR, right? Then after you can see I just declared upper bound. Oh, it is lower bound, not it is upper bound, it is lower bound, because lower bound always be starting from 0 index, as the index number always start from 0 for this reason. And the upper bound is array dot length minus 1, because last index number of any kind of array always be the less than 1 by of the length of array, right? And in the loop I am going to write the condition. Look, if the searching element is present within the array, right, it is only possible to found when the upper bound always be greater than the lower bound. It means the lower bound may always be less than or maximum up to upper bound, and if the searching element is found, then it's okay. But if the lower bound is crossed the upper bound, it means the searching element is not present within the array, right? And for this reason I just write the condition in the while loop, and then after I try to find the middle position value, and middle position value is lower bound plus upper bound, and then after divide by 2, right? And here is a searching element. Suppose I am not going to take input from the user. Suppose searching element is suppose 4, it is this one, right? Now I am going to check where if SR is lesser than the ARR of meet. If the searching element is found lesser than the middle position value, then it means that the searching elements lie between 0 to mid minus 1, and for this reason the upper bound limit is decreased. So upper bound equals to mid minus 1, and if searching element is greater than the middle positional value, so this time it means that the searching element value basically if present, then it must be present in after the middle positional value to the up to the length minus 1 of, right? And for this reason the lower bound is going to increase up to mid plus 1 value, and then after maybe the value or searching element, and maybe the searching element is present in the exactly middle position value, maybe it's happened. And for this reason if SR equals to ARR of mid, then the searching is successful. So I'm just change the value of k. Here the k variable actually work as a flag variable, and I just declare or initialize it with 0 value, and here I'm just change the value 1. You can change any kind of value because it's use a flag variable to remember whether the value searching element actually found within the array or not. And if the searching element is found within the array, then there is no need to search furthermore, and for this reason break keyword I am just used. And after the loop completion I am going to check the value of k, flag variable. If the value of k is found 1, then the search is successful. So search is successful. Now I'm going to run the program, and you can see search successful, right? Because 4 is present within the array. Suppose I am going to write 40 is not present in the array. Let's see what's happened. Search unsuccessful. Again, suppose I am going to write down 4, not 4, I am going to write down here suppose 10 is present or not. Yes, it is found, but at what position? Now if I like to print the positional value of mid, then I am going to print the mid. So mid must be initialized. Okay, just a minute, I am going to initialize the mid with 0, right? Let's run the program, and you can see search successful 3. The value searching element is 10, so 10 0 1 2 3 in 3 index, right? So in this way the binary search actually basically work. Next program is write a program in Java to store 10 different numbers. So we are going to take input from the user 10 different numbers and in a SDA and display them in ascending order. So in ascending order and using the selection sort technique. Now in this case the selection sort technique basically used. How the selection sort technique basically work, let's see. Here is the example of array. So index number I'm just going to write down here. So index number like this 0 1 2 3 4, right? In case of the selection sort technique, the first element is going to fixed or it is going to fixed, right? And after fixing the first element, then the rest of the other element, it means if I just fix this thing, then rest of the other element means this one from this position to this position. The rest of the other element we are going to find out which value actually basically the shortest value among them. And when the shortest element is find out, then it going to swap with the first element, right? So in this case the instant swapping technique is not used. In this case basically it fixed the first element, and then in case of the rest of the element it is going to check if there is any kind of value present which is smaller than the fixed value. If it is found, then after only completion of the array, and then after only this value is going to swap with the first value. Means in this case this 12 is become fixed, and after doing the operations to find out the smallest value in the rest of the other elements, so it is going to check which is the smallest value from 1 index to 4 index. Complete process actually takes place. Then after it's found, okay, smallest value is 2, and then after the 2 is going to swap with 12, and 12 is become here new array look like 2 4 12 10 7 like, right? And then after again the next index number is going to fixed. So in this case 4 is going to fixed, and rest of the other element, it means from index number 2 to up to 4, it is going to check the smallest element if present with respect to the fixed element. But in this case it is not found, so this time no swapping actually being taken place. So you can see the smallest value is being placed at the in the first phase beginning index number, that is 0 2, and then after in the second phase the another shortest value smallest value actually is being placed at the index number 1. And so this is the basic difference with the bubble sort technique, that bubble sort always start from the 0 index, but in this case in this case of selection sort basically the sorting actually not start with the index number 0. It is starting first time it is 0, then after 1, then after 2. So the initial value is going to change every time, and the last index number is fixed, and the array being sorted in the left side of the array. You can see the two element already sorted, 2 and 4, right? So these two element are basically sorted in the after doing the two phase operation. So in case of the selection sort, the element is being sorted into the left hand side, and then the process is continued to the right hand side. So in case of bubble sort, the right hand side being assigned, and then it is being sorted to left hand side. So right to left direction being processed in case of the bubble sort technique, but in case of the selection sort technique, the left to right order basically followed, right? So you can see I just declared an array not taking the input from the user. If you like to take input, then write the scanner class here and take in 10 numbers from the user by using the scanner class into the array error. So in case of the first phase, I'm just declaring an array with 0, with the starting index number is 0 and up to length -1. Why length -1? I describe it later. Now the pause variable, I just store the initial index number because I'm going to fix the first index number, and then after store the first index number value. In this case the value of j is j equals to I plus 1. You can see the value is j equals to I plus 1. It means the next value of the element which is being as fixed. So the fixed element is 0, so we are going to check the rest of the other element, and for this reason the j loop will start from the I plus 1, right? So from one index to the last up to last index. And in this case ARR of j is going to compare with ARR of pause, right? ARR of pause, and if it is found less than, then it is going to replace with min, and the positional value is stored with the j, right? So by in this loop basically, by using this technique actually, by using this loop actually I am trying to find out the minimum value which is present within the array except the fixed element, right, with compared to the fixed element, and the positional value and the minimum value both are stored into the variable pause. So pause basically store the positional value where the minimum value basically is present, rest of the array element in the rest of the element, and the minimum value which is stored in the min variable, right? And after doing this I'm going to just swap with the first fixed element with the founded the minimum element, and for this reason the first element is stored into the temporary variable, and then ARR of I, here I is 0 index, so fixed element is 0 index element or I element, and which is basically stored, or so not stored, it is being swapped by the ARR of pos. Pos means where the smallest elements is found with compared to the fixed element, right? So ARR pos means the smallest element which is found, rest of other element of the array excluding the first fixed element. So it is going to swap, and then ARR pos become temp which is basically stored the fixed element. So this swapping technique actually basically work. Now why length minus 1? Because here the plus I plus 1, so I loop is incremented up to the last index number, then this time this loop is going to increase the j value with I plus 1, but if the I loop is work up to the last index number, then I plus 1 means the out of index error may be occur, and for this reason this becomes ARR of length minus 1. Now let's run the program. Okay, the outputs look like 2, 4, 7, 10, 12. Okay, so array being sorted in ascending order. Suppose if I like to just doing the array into the descending order, then just replace this less than sign with the greater than sign. Let's see. You can see the array is sorted in the descending order like 12, 10, 7, 4, 2, right? So in this way the selection sort technique basically work. So DDA means double dimensional array. Double dimensional array look like this in this way, right? Suppose the array of the first, second, right? So this is the array look like of DDA. DD means double dimensional array. So 2 dimension, this is the X dimension and this is the Y dimension, right? So Y dimension, so 2 dimensional array. So this is known as row and this one is known as column. So in this case of declaration of DDA, we are going to first mention the data type and then giving the space and then the array name just like previous, but then after giving the 2 brackets or third bracket, because one bracket, the first bracket basically represent the rows, so first bracket represent the row and second bracket basically represent the column. So second bracket basically represent the column. Now then after new and then data type and then the row number and then the column number, right? How many columns you are going to declare and then write the row number. Suppose example is like this. String array just declare here like 5 rows, number of rows is 5. So number of rows is 5. How many number? Row is number of row or horizontal thing is known as row. So 5 and column is vertical thing is known as column, so number of column is 6. So int ARR here the suppose this one is basically if I just know the value of the array, then I can declare the array like this int ARR, like no, there is only one bracket and there is error, so there is a 2 bracket actually basically present. Here is a 2 bracket, right? ARR, then 2 brackets and then equals to sign, and then within the braces I am going to declare the value within this value present within this segment. The row number and column number is being assigned automatically. So in this case how many rows? Number 1 rows, so 2 rows. So in this case the first row value is being placed and then after second row value placed. So row value is basically placed one after another by separated by comma here. Okay, so first row value is 1 2 3 and second row value is 4 5 6. So how many rows? 2 rows. And how many columns? 1 2 and 3. So the 3 columns is present here. Now the order of the array, order means number of row into number of column. So number of row is present here is 2, so 2 into how many columns? 3 columns. So order of the array of this ARR in this case actually is 2 cross 3. Now the program is using a Java program, create 3 cross 3 matrix. 3 cross 3 means 3 number of rows is 3 and number of columns is 3, right? And store the first 9 natural numbers in row wise. So row wise, like example is here given here 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So 3 cross 3 array, right? Because here it is the number of rows 1 2 3 and column is 1 2 and 3, right? So this is the array. Now question is sum the number of each row. So we are going to find out the sum of each row. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 means 6, right? In this case 4, 6, 15. So in this way sum of row is going to print, and sum of number of each column. So each column means this one is the sum of row column. So sum of column is 1 plus 4 plus 7, so it's going to 12, right? So in this way all the columns are going to add, and now the sum of the numbers in the left diagonal. Left diagonal means this one. The left diagonal means 1, 5, 9, so it becomes 15, right? Left diagonal value is 15, so left diagonal, this one left diagonal, and the right diagonal, sum of number of right diagonal, right? Right diagonal. In this case the value becomes also 15. Okay, in the both the cases the value become 15, right? So right diagonal, this one. Now how the diagonal value is going to find out? Look, in case of the left diagonal value, the index number of row is 0 here, and the index number of column is 0 here, right? So index number of 0 of column and 0 row. So this is the, suppose I am writing here 0 row, this is the second row, this is the third row. So index number is 2, and the index number of the first column is 0, and this is the 1 index, and this is the 2 index, right? So this one, the value of the this cell is, the index number is always be followed by the row number first 1, and then after giving the comma, and then the column number. So column number is 1, so 1 1, right? And in this case this one 0 comma 0, right? This is the 0 index, or sorry, 0 index of row number. So 0 comma, and column is 0, so 0 comma 0, and this one 2 is the row number and 2 is the column number, so 2 2. So in this case, when the row number and column number is become equal, then the left diagonal sum is going to take place. So this is the logic. Now in case of the right diagonal value, so in this case let's see what is the index number. So this is 0 1 2, and this one 0 1 2, right? Now in case of this, if the 2, right, index is 0 comma 2, this one index is row number is 1, so 1 comma 1, and in this case the index number is row number is 2, and column number is 0, so 2 comma 0, right? So there is no equal to operator actually basically work, because row number column number are different. But if I just add this row number with column number, then it becomes 2 every time. You can see 0 plus 2 it becomes 2, 1 plus 1 it becomes 2, 2 plus 0 it becomes 2. So when the row and column value after doing addition and form 2, or sorry, not form, it generate 2, then the right diagonal value will going to sum, right? So this is the logic. So let's see how it is work. In this case ARR are like this: 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7 8 9, in this way, right? So this is the first row value, this is the second row value, and this one the third row value, right? And to find out the sum of the R, right, row value sum, column value sum, left diagonal sum, sum of right diagonal, I'm just declare four variable and initialize them with 0. Now as the matrix or the DDA or double dimensional array, basically 3 cross 3, it means number of 3 rows is 3, and so row is here 3 and number of column is 3 here. And you always remember that to access or take input into the DDA or get the output from the DDA, you always use the to loop, because first loop is responsible to one loop actually basically responsible to generate the row number, and another loop is responsible to generate the column number, right? And for this reason to loop always be used in case of the DDA. Now in this case I am going to find out the sum. So sum basically going to generate, and for this reason I am going to sum of the value sum R, not R, sum of rows equals to sum of, I am going to plus equals to do the operation. Sum of row means this one, right? So it is going to find out ARR of I comma j, right? I loop here is basically responsible to control the index number of row, and j loop is basically responsible to control the index number of column, and for this reason the two loop are basically used. Now I'm going to find out the sum of rows, and for this reason the row is going to 1 2 3, right? So sum of rows means in the first row how many columns? 3 columns. So the row number, it is I, it is being fixed, so 0, and index column value is going to change every time. So sum of rows is found easily in this case, and now I'm going to find out sum of column. So sum of column plus equals to now ARR of, now sum of column means this one the sum of column. Now sum of column means in the first row when the value of j becomes 0, it means the column value is 0, but I value is 0. Suppose if I write down the same thing, it means that suppose if I just write down the same thing here, then it's look like it is the very first time it is 0 when the I is 0, and this value is going to change, j value is going to change. Suppose 1 and then 2 and then 3. Now look, the row number, because basically we always use the row number at the very beginning index of the DDA, so column number is going to change, so row number is become fixed. So the same logic is not working because it is basically used to find out the sum of the row, and for this reason I just reverse the logic. So here the value is j and now the value is I. Now you can see as the value of I become fixed, so it becomes 0. Now j value going to change, so j value becomes first time is 0, right? Then it becomes 1, then it becomes 2. It means row number is going to change, but the column number is being fixed. So sum of column is automatically find out by using this logic. Now in this case I am going to find out the sum of left diagonal, where the I equals to j, then the sum is going to take place. So I equals to j. So in this case I am going to find out the sum of left diagonal, right? ARR of ij, because both are equal. So maybe you can write I comma I, it is same. Now if I just like to find out the right diagonal value, then the sum of row and column values become 2, right? So I plus j is equals to become 2. If it is true, then sum of left diagonal, not left diagonal, sum of right diagonal equals to plus equals to ARR of I of j, right? Now I am going to print the sum of individual row, and for this reason I just write down the sum of row and sum of column within the outer loop portion, and if I just like to mention the row number, sum of row of, suppose sum of row of, now the row value is being stored by the variable I, so I plus, then giving the equal sign, then giving the equal sign and then giving the plus and then sum r, right? So sum of row is being printed in this case, and now I am going to print the sum of column. So sum of column, so sum of column, which is basically stored into the variable I, so sum of column, now it is becomes sum of C, right? Now after the outer loop, actually when all the loop will terminate it or execute it, then after completion of every loop I am going to print the sum of left diagonal and sum of right diagonal, sum of, let's run the program. So you can see the sum of row and sum of column of individual rows, like 0 row, 0 column, 1 row, and column of 1, column of 2, row of 2 and column of 2. Index number basically placed here, and the sum of left diagonal is 15 and sum of right diagonal is 15, both are same. Okay, so in this way this DDA program is basically solved. Now the few important questions are like, what is the default value of array? Okay, what is the default value of array for different data types? When we are declaring an array, if I just not assign any kind of value to a array element, then what kind of value being stored by the data types? For byte, short, int, long, it is 0, and for float and double it is 0.0. For boolean data type it is false, and any object like this it stored null value. If I just not assign it assign the array with any kind of value, then the default value is look like this. Now the next question is, can you change the size of an array in Java after creation? So size of the array can be changed. No, answer is completely no, because array is completely immutable thing, not a mutable thing. Just like string and string buffer, which I declare, which I actually basically described in previously, that string is a immutable thing and string buffer is a mutable one. In this case also, array is a immutable thing, but array list is a mutable one, which I just described in another video. But array is completely immutable means, if whenever we are going to declare the length of any kind of array or assigning value with the array with some values, then the length is automatically fixed, and if the length is basically fixed, then we cannot change the length of the array during the execution of the program, because if I just change the length of the array within the program actually, then all the value present within the array being lost. Okay, because it is completely immutable. So the array size, when it is declared, is basically it is mentioned, then it is the size of the array is become fixed. It cannot be changed during the execution of the program. So you cannot change the size of the array after creation, although there are another data structure which can change the size of the array. Also you can not. So data structure, another kind of data structure like array list is present. So also you cannot pass a negative number and array size. So it is very important. So you cannot you never mention the length of the array as negative value, right? Suppose int arr within the bracket, you are going to write down that -5. The length of the array is -5. So there is length never be in negative form. So you cannot mention the array length as negative value, right? So array length never be changed during the execution of the program when it is already defined the array length before this, right? If the array length is already defined, then it cannot be changed. But if the array length is not defined till now, then you can change during the execution of the program. But after the declaration or after assigning the length of the length of any array, then you cannot change the length of this particular array.